more of it as a
chat,
threat
hello.
or a challenge.
Hello, how are you all doing?
I see this more as a threat because before we already faced off against Ninetales, and they're a really great team. After a month after Pacific, they've probably practiced a lot, and
Might just put the slug on stream. Yeah, we got him.
And however,
2 days in a row now, we're doing great.
today we will be playing in our best in our best form because last time we couldn't play as a team against KC, but now we're gonna try even harder to play as a team.
Okay. Now, did you bring your mouse pad today?
Yes.
Thought it was worth asking. Thank you.
It is important to have all the tools you need if you are going to play on the stage. It is time for the results of our
What do you think of shares for the baby signing was so impactful at G2? But it just ripples down to the Game Changers team.
I agree.
How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
If I were to say go all the way on a lower bracket run, I would probably answer MIBR. But out of these 4 teams, I have the most faith in GiantX.
Dan?
I'm going.
Do you think Shopify will make it again? I think it'll be close between them and Liquid from what I've seen.
Hey, they won last year.
Yeah.
They got it similar core.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's your sound.
You're not convincing anyone.
That's where I'm at the moment.
Right?
No, she wouldn't be biased for KRU, guys.
I've never done that.
She's never done it.
No. Let's take a look
Picking
at
KRU over Giants a mistake? No, I think they could win that.
That's going to be walking away with these matches. I didn't realize I was 5-1.
You're crushing.
Yeah.
I fell off.
Yeah, you did fall off. You went 0-2 yesterday, Dan.
That's tough.
I believed and I was let down, but it's okay. I'll come back.
Wise though if you get the KRU Blaze spread correctly.
Yeah. It would just be you and Jen, which is good company to have, to be honest. I mean, you walk away with those two and you're going to crush them. I think
G2 to make the grand finals. G2 look pretty good.
Yeah, I think
I could get on board with that.
First game, they've beaten them twice before, very recently.
What happened to the YouTube stream? I mean, it should be up.
Both looked kind of rough in their losses.
There's a couple of people in chat, so I think it's up.
Better about Zipto. It's going to be very hard for Ninetales to not only beat this team for the first time, but to get comfortable on the stage and adjust some really big issues, I think, with the way they were playing attack.
Dan, if there was one thing that you could dial in on very quickly
there we go.
Could get Ninetales over the finish line, that could potentially pull off an upset, what are you looking at?
I think once again.
If you ever come to Americas for a Plat Chat event, I mean, if I'm invited to watch party at Masters and they're doing it, I just want to stream the events. That's it. So if I'm gonna do it, I need to be able to stream at the venue. It's like my only ask.
Pressure, so many expectations around
because
I
don't want to not stream the event. I like streaming the event.
Today, it is do or die. Zipto and Ninetales are ready to take this.
What do you think about Cryo playing Palmer Chamber? I mean, yeah, if they want to, it's a good meta for it. You can make it work. I think there's a couple of things that you can make work at the moment. Like if you have some one tricks. If your one trick is like slightly viable, I think it's okay. If your one trick is a cipher, you're kind of, it's not happening. One trick cipher. I think they're out there. They're out there and they probably don't enjoy the game right now. Okay, I think the volume should be good there.
Don't get comfortable, 'cause any minute now.
XIP.GC.
They say pressure makes diamonds, and there's an opopportunity here for one of these.
I think Egg still be okay. I think you can play Yoro in every map, yeah. The Yoro changes was it doesn't affect pro play too much. The flash maybe is the biggest one. The ult, if anything, makes people do smarter ults, which is better for teams.
As far as maps or anything like that.
Honestly, I don't care super much about what maps we go to, where we head. To me, this is a game about mentality. Both teams got 2-0'd. They had very rough debuts, but they're playing in a domestic match against an opponent that they
This will be interesting. This is two teams that looked insanely nervous. I hope. I'm hoping it was nerves. Otherwise, their level's like a lot lower than the other game changer teams.
Ignore the possibility of elimination and just come out and show us how they played. You cannot let the pressure get to you.
You talk about the comfort as well, and we see it a little bit once you know your opponent so well. You faced them 2 times before, but both of these teams, both SEOUL and Ninetales, talked about how much it affected them to play in front of a crowd, because that never happened to them before. SEOUL were playing with a Carmen Corp crowd that was jumping and distracting them a little bit. And for Ninetales, very young players that had a lot of pressure. And once again, just like in that grand final, you can see how they know each other, how they're still friends even if this is an elimination match. Everybody giving hugs before they go into the series.
I believe it was Donna who mentioned earlier, you're expecting 300 of the 400 fans to be rooting for them, and it certainly looks that way as we take a quick look at the Omen map
bind
select.
split, no corrode for this one. We've been getting corrode pretty much every game.
If you will, bind is the main course, and then if we need it, the dessert will be split. Thoughts on the map select?
Pearl is very interesting to me. Neither team have played it since it's been re-added to the map pool, so that one is a big question mark. I think also, Dan, you were bringing up this point a lot, how Ninetales changed some comps and kind of moved away from the standard stuff that they were playing in the past in their initial game. So very curious what read they have on Pearl.
And their coach was talking about it, that maybe it was a mistake because they didn't have enough time to prepare and change the compositions so drastically. But for this map of Pearl, because they knew what's coming into the map for GCC, maybe they had some more time to prepare. For Pearl, maybe a Grams playing back on
Prodigy,
the
should be used to it, surely. I've done no audio enough.
The ideal situation for me, for a side of SEOUL that is trying to get this win early on. And even on the other side for Ninetales, back in the day,
Have we even seen Sunset yet?
They are 11-0. And back then they were playing a little bit of that.
I can't remember a
They
Sunset.
stopped playing it when it was not meta anymore. They can bring it back.
Yeah, I am a little worried, Dan, about going to bind this map too for Ninetales. They're the ones to select that. But looking at history, this is one of those maps where they got beaten in the Pacific Grand Finals, and when they played it just the other day in GCC, I thought that the approach looked a little bit
My thought on
raw.
Sage. It's a pretty good Sage meta right now. I think Sage is very good against Waylay stuff, to be honest.
And while I liked the creativity of trying to bring out the veto, I didn't see enough for me to think this is something that is super practiced. It has a deep playbook that is actually towards the top of their map
Sage is strong.
pool. So
It's map dependent again.
Change for me to be sold on their bind going into an elimination
Like I
game.
wouldn't play a Sage on a Haven or something like that.
That we just got the chance to see.
Like an
And
Abyss,
what would be interesting about it,
on a
it
Sunset.
would be the first time that we see a veto against veto matchup for that map of bind. If not, maybe that comfort for the grand final that allowed them to make it a little bit of back and forth, I feel like is what I would go for if I'm Ninetales.
Unless I had a one trick.
Something that I want to mention
Unless I got some like
is that we saw Alexi
crazy
and
TikTok
Neri
wars,
here, and
then
they
I
were
think you
actually
could probably
not
make it work
only supporting the team,
for a
but
little
they were
bit.
also bot reviewing with them and trying to have a read on not only Ninetales but Carmen Corp for their opening matchup. And I feel like those little things
you see it?
always help you out.
Well, having no ability to hold the
certainly
flank,
can.
you
You know,
played it
we've
in
talked about
ranks.
bind a little bit. Also
Every
tends to
round
be a
you
very
just get
snowballing
flanked.
map.
I mean, you
So depending on how the first
you
map
just gotta
goes
hold
and
for
which way momentum
30
is going,
seconds
it can really get off the
and
rails
punish
very
the
quickly.
flank.
But before we even get to bind again, I want to draw attention back to Pearl.
You gotta have someone that just holds
Dryad, you were
back.
talking about the potential of it.
Thing is, if you're having no Sentinel, you
how does that
probably,
sit with you as we do have Agent Select coming
especially
up
in
right now?
ranks.
Why would you see a veto
I don't know.
and
In
vice
ranks,
I
the
was about to
Sentinels
say, it's hard
are
to
pretty
pick
legit.
Chamber because of Killjoy's dominance on this map with how good the turret lines are. But a veto
think,
getting selected, very interesting.
you just gotta hold, dude.
Ninetales is
Just
a
gotta
team
hold
that
and
likes to
punish
go for
pushes,
a
that's
lot of
it.
hard executes without
And then
leaving them
insta-watch
options
behind
to
for
cancel
timings.
back into a mid-round. And
Some teams
bada
are pretty
bing,
good
bada
at it 'cause a lot of
boom,
players
we
come
picked
from
an agent
CS.
that can full cancel an exec for 8 seconds with that interceptor.
I do really like what I'm seeing for these two teams. For SEOUL especially, Grams on this Euro, this is where
Veto
the team
on
looks
Pau.
the most comfortable. On this double duelist,
It has a lot of
with
potential.
Wiley
Let's see
on
what they
that
got.
Neon, kind of running it down, and also Grams being the one that is going to be holding it on the defense with this operator. For Ninetales as well, double duelist again, and this is what I talked about. What is the win condition for them? How they're going to be setting up Dana, and those flashes for the Euro are going to be crucial.
With Vito on power on defense,
don't
you
very
can
often
pretty
be playing
much
together on this attacking side, taking
have the
space
3 best
as a
shotgun.
duo. But where
You
that
can
puts the
TP
pressure,
between
I
the
think,
3
is
best
on
shotgun
Full Moon, who
positions
did
on the
have
map.
some moments in the first game to get value on this
And
lurk.
it's a
I'm also
nightmare.
just
You can go
interested to
door
see them
close to
playing
arc, close over
post-nerf
towards A.
Vice. A lot of teams fully discounted her after those changes, so we'll see how much Full Moon can do on that role.
We
Think
are
over
ready for
towards
map
B,
one,
it's pretty
so
good
let's
for
go and
after
turn things
plant.
over to your casters.
Honestly,
It's,
it's
Mitchell
pretty good
Mann and
on
Jonathan Biz
both
on
of the
call. Take it
sites.
away.
It's like a VIP.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Yes, it's time to get into
Could
this
be good for
matchup.
holding
Pro,
A.
your first map, and look, Tom, we're already coming
could
in with
definitely
some
play pit,
identities
hold
that are looking
A.
a little bit different. Sorry, my apologies.
And then use the interceptor at the top.
Well, what do you think about the comps we're seeing today? Anyone that's drawing your eye as a favorite? I know you're a Vito hater.
Well, I'm not a Vito hater. I've
He's a
just
Vito
nobody's proved
hater.
me
Yeah,
that the agent plays particularly well so far, and I feel like a lot of the usage has been very easy to counter. I think
Fewest error, thank you so much. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the 20. Sorry, thank you for the 10 months.
It's a very good map for them, but I can only assume that their opponents have expected them to keep everything the same.
Dude, I'm just
as they
hoping these
have,
teams
and they've
like
built a composition
look
specifically
better than when we
to be
saw.
able to beat that. So
Aim-wise, mostly.
I'm favoring Zipto. They've got a very good record.
I want to see
versus
better aim than I've seen from these.
squad as well,
I'm
playing
hoping
Pacific.
everyone on the server was
Obviously,
nervous.
the one factor that really changes here today is that Korean crowd, which is heavily on one side's favor. Surprise, surprise, the Koreans. But
Okay,
we'll have to see
Zipto
if
on
they
defense,
can beat
9tails
the
on
squad that
attack.
struggled against.
Dude,
And
that's a
also
double
their
dink, by the way,
late
fast
goal.
bullet.
Immediate shutdown. Graves going back in for more. Another bite, but down to 3 HP. There's time to fall back at least. Ninetales not able to punish.
That was nice.
They've taken a
Pop
few
the
blows
fade
of
eye.
their own, and that side angle from Graham's gets another. Mighty not
Pop
spotted
the
on
fade
backside
eye, so they
until just
still
now.
had to check
Chance
this
to make this
area
really costly.
and then swung
Just
off it and
stay
got an
alive
extra
as the
kill.
teammates come flooding back in,
Oh,
and the
nice.
right clicks land
Okay, well,
across
I wanted
the
to see.
board.
I wanted to see the
Zipto,
aim be there. The aim was nice as well.
1-0 to start this out, and as you can see on the top of your screens, the stakes are pretty high here today. We're in the elimination phase of the tournament. Whichever team loses here, today will haunt their what-ifs.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in.
I just
I
failed
think,
to notice
especially
it.
with Ninetales,
Is
where you
it
come in against
Fierce
a team
Terror?
where You've taken a singular map off. That map
I don't think I've ever said
significantly
Fierce
banned
Terror.
down
I think
Vito
I've
as
always
well.
called you Fierce
So,
Terror.
it's definitely not going to help them moving forward. And then the map that you're choosing, the next in the series, is one you struggled on earlier in the tournament. So I'm.
I've never noticed the
everything
other T
points
though.
that this should be a Zipto victory, but we'll have to see if they can turn things around. That pistol, well, I think Grams did.
Okay, insta change up. I mean, right now,
Well over 100
just-
damage just on the
it's
first
essentially
shot.
a chamber.
It was flat that ended up connecting onto a second player. This round, definitely some weaknesses, a couple of pistols, but I see that outlaw and I automatically think like
aggro over
against these
towards
unarmed
B.
players, it's
Set
gonna
up
be easy.
the Euro
Started
TP
towards
away.
B long though, and you can see that Ninetales have already taken a lot of space. Now, with Zipto pushing up on B long, seeing nothing, pushing up on A long, seeing nothing, and having no presence in mid, this is something that they're well aware of. And of course, with the Prowler coming through Art, that only confirms this is where the play is coming through. So I
Well,
like the idea to just give up the
I'm not
site.
sure I've ever seen a
And
run
could even
5 through
end up
Art
with a
win,
plan
but this
going the
actually
other
has probably the
direction,
most
but
potential.
Better off not giving them those individual fights.
No crossfire.
And launching into those retakes together. Really nicely done to start this out. And the question of damage doesn't seem to have too much on the other side.
Okay,
with only
it's
one player
unlucky.
falling.
They could have got a little bit more from this.
stuff. Like I think especially as
They
you
kinda
said,
isolated
like not
one.
giving into the maybe the greed of just like I want to get myself some extra eco kills, but I do think as well it's good to see Yumi get off to a good start. I had I want to say a pretty horrific debut here at GCC. It didn't go well in her initial battle, but definitely someone that I think in this matchup in particular has had an absolute field day. Same can be said for Dana on the other side, though. Obviously, as has been mentioned many a time, the youngest
One that
player
can
in the
get one
tournament
shot,
coming
that's
in
it.
16 years of age. As the
They're
confidence of
undefeated
someone
in
who's been
Paul.
playing a lot
11
longer.
out of 11,
And
really.
if you want to watch some highlight reels, give her a shout out. She's been making them for 4 years on her YouTube
11
channel,
out of
so
11 on this
definitely
comp.
someone who's been playing the game since day one while being a youngster.
Yeah, quite a catalog to catch up on in the off-season, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a few videos.
Few hours of footage. Well, for Ninetales,
Yeah,
big
I've never seen
investment.
this fade eye.
Rifles come out. Guardian on 3-3-2 or Sammy. Zipto go for aggression down on mid.
I like this
Four
though.
players
Lose over
pushing
towards
up.
A, push
We've seen this
behind.
a couple times. We saw it in the last round where they're willing to give up map control. This time it's towards the B
Pretty
side,
good.
leaving Vito's little trap there to section off that info. Ever knows there's a player close, but the second will catch them off guard. Really does well.
Oh, this tether was
Find
great.
one, but
Oh, this tether was
in
great.
after being
You
seen.
gotta
That
cancel
is
that
a
once the
risky
tether
play
comes in.
and no reward this time. advantage to ZIP.TO.
She's confident. You can't deny the confidence, but that's madness. Yeah.
The spike too.
Yeah,
I mean,
one health after being. I'm guessing she just didn't notice that she'd been seized. Otherwise, that is mental. But
that's
yeah,
just the timing. Yeah, already initiated the slide, and that was.
No going back now. The good thing is her opponents have given up the spike. I'm a little bit surprised by that, just because of some of the weaker weaponry. But I guess when you have the Bulldog and the Outlaw, you kind of sat there going, I don't want to be up close. And now they've been able to completely reposition, and they're basically just playing for rotations. The fact is, though, Graham's in a great spot to try and just deny them. Look at the swing together, but even still, 3-3-2 has found one. The problem is
25 HP.
health, 2 to find. I think realizing in the retake she stands no chance.
Okay, sure.
Turns out she
They
had no
shown
chance
some
either
confidence.
way.
I'm sure that's the right call.
Graham's with another onto the board.
play.
Weaponry upgrades and a 3-0
Dude, the
start for
slide
ZIP.TO.
after getting hit by the tether is absolute
Holding
madness.
that door from so close, but it works really well, whether by design or by coincidence. The 2 shots coming out of the Outlaw, a lot of the time teams are going to think, oh, okay, they got to reload. Let's push it. Let's run it down on that Outlaw, take him down. And there's actually 3 players there, so you see the other 2 immediately swing in, although they did end up losing the initial fight. The trades come in thick and fast. With ZIP.TO on a 3-0 start, that pressure's going to mount on the other side, but the reality is, this is ZIP.TO's map pick, but it is also somewhere we expect Ninetales to do well early. Fight goes to ZIP.TO, and they're going to keep scrapping for this control over main. That's going into Ninetales' favor. They've got the numbers.
Yeah, it is. I was going to say, that one's the big Joe. They might not expect one so close, so they should peek this angle rough. Whoa, I mean, they did peek the angle rough, but...
Quick at her toes is going to be able to trade that out. It's left all onto Graham, seemingly wanting to get as many ghost kills as possible. Another added to the
this
tally.
is pretty smart.
She has been off to a flyer of a start.
It's a shame. Could have chilled with the clone.
Steps of the fake out.
It does buy a lot of time, though.
You could see they are patiently waiting for someone to try and swing, someone to try and give something away. Instead, Graham's was just waiting for the tap. Will now have to play that retake in the end.
Big teleport.
Blocking vision.
Time, plenty of it on the clock for Grahams to clear all these angles.
So,
is, you know,
like a must. Well, it's not a must win, but they would love to win this. I could understand if I saw
you've spotted before behind
tap
you
of the
is now
spike if I
open.
saw.
There's no safe haven to play from him with so many angles that these remaining players could be hiding on. Trying to pull them out into the fight is the only option. The grab well avoids that, though. An idea from Graham's of those positions.
Hey, very, very nice. I would say a little bit down to ZIP.TO missing some shots, but Kgidi, thanks so much for the 15 months. Appreciate the prime. Thank you.
As well. But I think a good read on the fact that ZIP.TO have been playing aggressive.
Yeah, you gotta shoot this fade eye. This fade eye is nice though. I've not seen this fade eye before. Like the top one on the wires.
Kind of was the opposite to everything else we'd seen from ZIP.TO so far. They'd always been like playing the fights together, like maybe giving up a position and then grouping up. This one was much more 1v1, like someone trying to bring back the round after a domino.
Yeah, they got
effect.
some ults to get some rounds in a
Ninetales,
row
but I
though.
do
Here we
think
go.
At the same time, some overcommitment
Dude,
from
every
the
round
other
is
side.
just
Well, that won't happen this time.
absolute brawl.
Yeah,
Dude, is this fade eye just incredible? How?
On mid instead. Again, this is something that we're seeing from ZIP.TO every single round. They get aggressive, and Ninetales seem to have a read on that, leaving players to lurk outside of B and mid while this pressure's made on main. And now ZIP.TO push down on main, but of course Ninetales are waiting again, playing into their hands. The read is perfect for Ninetales. Every shot seems to land. Graham's alone with an op in hand. A very tough clutch to make happen. First will be found though.
Whoa, what?
The chance to pick up a rifle instead of that op.
Picks up a rifle.
Just to get that weapon. Graham's believes that she has a chance.
Six bullets.
Maybe it'll be genius, but we'll have to wait and see. Back the other way, and well, a millimeter away from putting this into a 1v1. The problem now
All tapped?
is going to be
My goodness, what happened?
the amount of time on the clock. I feel like she just accidentally ult-tapped. Because it just froze on the spot in the middle of the clutch. But hey, she decided to get the operator go out of there.
Yeah, I think so. It
Done
might
a
have
little
been
bit
an
of
ult
extra
tap.
damage, but I don't know, trading out the dimensional drift
Not
for
a
what is an extra
great,
kill. I
not
don't know
a
if
great
that's
use
worth
of
it.
the
It's not worth it
your
for an
ult.
extra kill, but look at the potential. I mean, there was a shot that whizzed right past Haste's head, and then the op in the 1 versus 1, but Graham's needs to run, needs to flee. That op is valuable in the next round, but luckily, Haste isn't going to go swinging. 5 HP And that AWP is carried forward, but for Ninetales again, you got to give them credit that they're doing exactly what they need to do here.
Yeah, I mean they're just getting freebie jewels over towards A.
Down that disrespect.
Yeah, I can't believe they get killed by this fade eye. They get hit by this fade eye every single round. It has to be the best fade eye in the world.
They're gonna have to sort of continue the aggression in this round just because of the purchase that they have, but I do wonder if that's going to be a turning point in the match when ZipTo maybe slow down
any games? There was a pretty good veto game.
No contention found outside of A.
Was it Team Liquid on Binds?
The problem is it's kind of an all eggs in one basket scenario. You've got a couple of players here, but not a whole lot to really play with. And then the operator just trying to hold down.
I think you could do something with that.
Still with this aggressive position though, there's a chance.
Ooh.
Ninetales again, that corner is going to be cleared as well. Although Piety does well to still find one in that position. Up shot hits the leg. Dana down to 30. How much more can be found from this spot? Now a lot. Capricious landing a big kill, going back to clear. Full Moon has got the knife out, but the shots don't land. Oh, it's a disaster.
Holy, what is going on? They get so much freedom. They get so much freedom. Nice shots at the end. It was a good recovery. Sometimes I feel like the kills are gifted though. The Angels are so much longer than all the other game changers. Jules.
And then the corrective shots were just fantastic. A linchpin in the round.
Yeah, it really does look like the APAC teams are a lot weaker this year.
Already seeing the climb back. 3-3.
Sova or Fade on Corrode. I've always been a Sova. I was like Sova on Corrode, to be honest. The drone in the middle is too good.
A little bit more dangerous.
They're both great. Both it's a really good map for scan agents.
But this is where things get very interesting because, of course, the buy now for ZipTo is not a great one, but we are still sitting there with an awful lot of ultimates coming into this round. And ones
both teams are rookies. Yeah, it can be Navs as well, but their overall skill level looks like just looks like a drop compared to every other team.
The fact that Ninetales are playing the defaults, baiting in that aggression, waiting for them in the buy rounds and catching them, that's not something I expect to see happening, at least in that same way. A main aggression's been constantly at least slowed with the bursts of utility from Ninetales, so I expect to see ZipTo look elsewhere in the next. But in this one, stacking up the A site, hoping that someone comes walking in, but they've left that gap on mid, as we've seen before. Problem is, losing Grahams and not knowing that there's already players coming into their spawn. Capricious is not going to have a good time. Shut down by Samsami, and there's more of a fight brewing towards the spawn. Great flash, and oh, they got there in the end.
Yeah, a little bit awkward for a moment. Unfortunately for...
Yeah, let's get into the buy rounds. ZipTo save money for AWP. That's the main thing right now.
Where our opponent's going to be. It's not the prettiest fight, but it is a fantastic round. Flawless for Ninetales. That slow start feels like a thing of the past, and a lot of it is off that Vice play. 10-4 right now while lurking across the map.
Has there been so far any upsets? I'm not sure if there's been any upsets.
Doing that, but just okay. Ninetales is now her own island.
I think
that they've got to deal with.
Yeah, I wouldn't say any upsets really.
As well for just containing those pushes. I think you also have to have haste covering that B long angle, right? Because
Nova, yeah, maybe Nova.
Vice wall sitting for the
but
A push,
the thing is, once you actually watch the teams,
so you're holding mid solo.
I don't know. I'm not sure you could call it enough. Call it an upset.
There's only 3 to go towards A main, but with the utility coming in from Fade, they've been consistently able to push ZipTo back. And this is what I said. I didn't want to see ZipTo go for A main aggression. They haven't been able to do anything up against the utility of Ninetales. I wanted to see aggression elsewhere. And they've gone for a 3-player mid push, op holding B. A lot of control here. But Ninetales, unless they are late sending a player through mid, like it's not like we've seen a massive shift from the entire team there a lot. Although we did in the previous round when they walked through the door.
The problem is that the goal, I feel, was for Con to try and delay. There is no delay.
Jeez, I'm glad we didn't see that aim
I
duel.
think she was going to immediately try and grab Weldon, but once a player runs through, there really isn't much of an option for her to do that. It leaves an easy site take with only one defender. And
I mean, it's a nice idea. They're trying to combo fade over Euro.
Doing anything about it is going to be difficult. Maybe a chance to try and pre-fire 3-3-2. That could make things interesting. Leaves a little bit of an opener, but that time is ticking and still plenty of post-plant. And now with only one standing, Precious Mages want to try and save the operator. Never mind, we'll go down to Haste. 5-3 up now. They are running away with this.
A huge round from Haste. I think we see exactly the benefit of this style of play from Ninetales in playing that little bit slow. They had that
Device
player
flash,
covering
yeah.
A in the form of
I don't know if they've.
Full Moon and Haste covering B. They shift towards the A site.
I don't know if they've adapted to the changes or not.
Goes running through. Yumi's easily picked off. Haste ends up getting another as those players that were coming through the top of mid. There were two of them. They get divided in two. And then the late play back around through A-Long. Again, like we've seen from Ninetales, the willingness to go towards mid as a team sometimes, but
Well, I think the up will help him.
the majority of the time it is this slow shift back around with a lurker around mid playing a super slow game, and it's working wonders for them. Zipto left without really.
I mean,
a clue
Zipto
how
needs
this
to
game has slipped
relax,
away from them.
dudes.
Those early aggressive
You gotta
stances
remember
were
you're on
working
defense.
so well for them, but now they've been shut down across the board, and this just looks like an identity diff in favor
Take
of
map
Ninetales
control when you
for
lose
now.
map control.
At least 5 rounds in a row, but plenty more to be played for after this pause.
It's definitely not a death sentence just yet. I'm also happy as well that we're actually, I think Zipto's coach struggled to get here for the first game that they played, but has now managed to show up as well. So maybe more of an opportunity when it comes to these post-pause rounds. Of course, we have seen
Let's see.
past the potential for some decent
Don't need to do
tank
anything
sides on this
aggro,
map, so
really.
it's definitely not a death sentence if this half
Just
slip away from Zipto, but
lose B,
it definitely seems
AK.
like they've kind of boxed themselves in, which is odd because you've got the Astra, you've got the Veto, like some
What
strong
team looks the
defensive
strongest this year?
capabilities, but a lot of what
Shopify or
they've been
Liquid,
trying has
probably
been
from what I've
aggression.
seen.
And I'll be honest, Ninetales
Then
have
G2,
not
then
struggled to do
MIBR,
that
maybe
at all.
in that order. I think
Now with the op out,
MIBR
not the op,
probably
but effectively
just got
from light
snowballed.
shields it could be, and there are plenty of
And
light
just, I
shields
should put them
over
third.
in the
But
camp of Zipto. They've got to be very careful not to go swinging wide into those angles, but eventually someone's got to get curious, someone's got to get info. Con has it.
take some space somewhere else.
3 players,
Then you
I
can
think,
have one.
just spotted
Then you can have the
walking
rotate.
down
You can
long.
have the info.
Spike's being retrieved. There's a shift towards the B side. It looks like
You're
okay, there we go. Spike picked up, and actually they're going back the other direction. I was going to say it looks like they're going to send it fully. They're going to commit to the B site, and that could have been a mistake with the rotations already in. The thing for Zipto is they can always rotate back pretty quickly thanks to having that ult in play.
problem is now
It's a beautiful
they're not going to find out if they're over towards A until they turn this corner instead of this corner.
That's the
On a
problem.
map that takes so
Like,
long
the
to rotate,
prowlers are almost selling
and be
them
hard.
a full city
Your
on the
OTP is
Zipto
going to run
side,
out.
and it's holding players into that side of the map. 30 seconds left. Now the game will be given away, and there is that quick rotation that you mentioned. A third player in
Okay,
towards
they get
this
info
side,
over
but
towards
Dana
B so they
already
can take
taken
the
a large
Euro.
amount of space, but also taking a
DK is
bullet
not
to the
too
dome.
bad.
Graham's rotation has already worked this magic. Full Moon, though, has just sprinted in. Caught with utility in hand, but the trades from Eva are even better.
shot.
Graham still trying to hold on to the back line, but Eva is just better. Only Con remaining. Plenty of guns to find.
Yeah, at least they went a little proactive over
Are
towards
any
B.
of them in a place that can be retrieved. There's one to her left, but getting to it.
Not the great with it's not the best with ults as well.
It's not pretty, but it's got
It
the
took
job
so
done.
long.
Guardian
Took
retrieved,
so
and
long,
it's
and they
not
fought their
bad.
Astra order
3-3-2.
themselves off to walk through it.
Comfortable to close. And what was probably the closest round we've seen in a while still goes the way of the Koreans.
Yeah, after the pause, nothing has changed except, I suppose, the margins by which defeat is
Close up.
tasted. Yeah, but that margin doesn't really show up on the scoreboard, doesn't show up in the second half. There's a couple rounds left to play for. And if this keeps up with an eco coming in from Zipto, we could see a dominant lead by the time we go to half number 2.
Yeah, I also...
God
okay.
damn.
I want to say as well, though, I feel like the economy management in this game from Zipto...
Wait, that was a buy round?
Like,
Then
I
why
think
did
there's
one
been
have a
4 or
sheriff, one have a
5,
guardian?
Like, sort of mixed buy rounds. Like, it never really felt like they have a full purchase. Like, someone in that round was on a guardian or a sheriff. Like, that's happened too much on this defensive side for my liking. Maybe they'll get away with it. They've already found an opening. All right.
Okay, sure.
Yumi's
Maybe
just decided
they don't need.
You doubt my pistol. And my pistol will prove a point. Speaking of proving a point, Full Moon. It's got a full house. 14 kills already.
And bailed them out of a bad situation earlier when it looked like ZipTo were going to make it work in a low buy. It was Full Moon finding 3 kills that changed the course of that round. And it looks like she's done it again.
The Aura ult again, I
1v3.
don't
I mean, the ult
understand
was
it.
popped before it was a 1v3 at least. And with the chance to go long and get that weapon, it was worth it. But then everybody fell. And now Graham's all alone. Left to try to make something of this round. They've got credits for the next, so saving it ain't the name of the game. Got to get in there, but playing through the smoke, already used the flash as well. They're not going to fall for that decoy after the jump through.
Yeah.
3 kills and a 7th round on the board for Ninetales. ZipTo are really
Some of these
stalling
rounds,
out of this game.
yeah,
Keep
it's
in mind, as much as we
rough
said
right
that
now,
this is
dude.
a good map,
It's rough.
yeah. ZipTo came
There's
in
no
big.
other words for it.
I don't
It's
see
really
why.
rough.
Yeah, I guess feeling confident in themselves. Obviously, we
Melting.
haven't seen them
I just
play
think I don't know. It's twice in a row
within this
now,
patch or within the
but I
last
think
few
it's
months.
just.
By either of these
I think it's
teams,
just a
we've
lower
had
level.
seen it.
You know, it's
I do also think, like, I understand retrieving the weapon, but the ult that's twice being used on an eco round, and both times having no impact. Especially when you've been struggling on retakes in general. I maybe would have liked it kept to try and drag home one of these buy rounds. Already though, a very fast
Dude,
take in
we got
towards
the
this
pig
B-side with
crosshair.
mostly A hits, and so a complete different change. And now a Haze is perfect.
You guys have lost from being aggro every single round. You keep going
Wow,
aggro.
this is looking like a completely different Ninetales to the other day.
It's also, it's deja vu for ZipTo because this is the same spot Hayes found a double from a couple rounds ago, and now they go running into her again.
Yeah, I think it might just be
alone, and oh, the knife out!
it could be a map diff for
She
sure,
will be spared the
but
taste of the blade,
like the
but bullet
decisions
does
that
the
are getting
job
made are
just the
crazy.
same. 8-3.
Klutzy Cake with the prime. Thanks so much for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you.
Unbelievable streak, and it might not end before the second
course, dude,
half.
thank you for that.
1 round to play for. They
Ladian
will
as well with
be
the prime.
leading
Thank you so much for the
at the half.
26
The
months. I
question is
appreciate
only
that.
by how much.
I think after the first 3 rounds, I think many people would have expected
ZipTo picked this map? Oh, really?
rounds,
Dude, they picked a map with the
not
enemy
for
team's
Ninetales. Like,
11-11.
it was looking like a scary game.
How?
If anything, since then, it's looked like a walk in the park. Full Moon
I feel like no one on this team is
star
making
of
good
the show, but
decisions.
There's been plenty to write home about for Ninetales.
Really just was
And what is
bad
now
decisions
another
from the get-go,
bag by
starting with map select.
the side of ZipTo.
They said
Judge
11-11.
Sheriff once again.
They have a win rate of 11-11
They
on
can
this map,
maybe
and you
bring
pick it
back
against
at least
them.
a little closer.
Stun in the slide here, but up close there's a judge to deal with. It doesn't matter. Apparently it never does in this half as Ever takes the double.
They just like keep
find
fighting for
themselves in a
areas
5v3, at
instead
least
of
one
like
to be returned.
reacting,
Where's Con's crosshair?
and they just lose all the
noticed
finds.
That's
And their buys are
oh, definitely
the buys are
interesting. Not one I've seen before.
the buys were gone from like 6.
Yeah, as you said, it's
I
done
went
the
for
damage
5-3,
nonetheless. In the
5-2.
meantime, the B-side now under pressure.
His,
Here we go.
his crosshair is
Completely
not slow.
blinded.
Why do I feel like Yampy
They've
would
done
use
it
his
again.
crosshair?
She's doing the work. Maybe it's the crosshair to use. Maybe I'm wrong. Graham's is there as well. And it still leaves 2 standing. The problem is, again, that weaponry, not the best. Operator looked away at the wrong time, and the wraparound from Dana perfectly placed, but taking a lot of damage as she goes 3-3-2. Where are you going with that shorty? Expected someone a little closer. Graham's with one more. It comes down to the 1v1, but she walks out while reloading. Oh no!
Tambo, thank you so much. Tambo, with the tier 1, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
ZipTo has.
Yeah, 9 rounds in a row after a dominant 3-0 start. ZipTo have stalled out of half number 1. All that remains to be seen is if they can bounce back in the next half after the break.
I mean, yeah, they won no buy rounds, but they also didn't have that many buy rounds because they just carried on forcing.
It with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Pacific's best team collapsed and it didn't make it, so it's still surprising. Yeah, but dude, Pacific were pretty good last year. I know they lost a couple of players, but the drop off shouldn't be this bad. Valteris, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 3 months. I mean, Ninetales are playing pretty good. Do you think Chamber will be played a lot in pro play? I wouldn't say a lot, but more than last year. I don't think it will ever be played a lot. Suturai, is this how I say it? Suturai, thank you for doing that, dude. Thank you so much. Are they playing good though? I mean, they're playing up against people that are just fighting them in areas where they're ready to fight.
Report was full moon.
It's like they can't do too much else.
It seemed like ZipTo were getting right back on the horse, and it was full moon to send them flying right back off it.
Yeah, she was just a pain in the ass, for use of better words. She was just in the backline every single time, and with how aggressive this squad was.
I heard you help Liquid 2025 with Sunset. I haven't helped Liquid for 3 years, mate.
Twice with haste as well. I think just a good game plan from Ninetales, and especially with how ZipTo started, I thought they had that under control. But it seemed like as the game went on, it fell further and further from the truth. Still, though, seems like they're in good spirits heading into their
this isn't the roster they had last year? Yeah, of course I know this isn't the roster they had last year. Just saying that the whole region just looks significantly worse than last year, and it's relatively rare.
A team that has beaten Ninetales twice.
Zombie, thanks so much for the tier 1, appreciate the 5 months.
Only lost a single map. This might be the second.
Okay.
All the barriers up, and the second half is underway. Ninetales had a lot
the
of
19 months, thank you so much.
Main when it came to their attacking side, and now on the defense, it's going to be more of the same, allowing those rotations to be a little bit more freely used. You can already see there's a TP that's online towards that B site, and it's going to be taken. There's pressure already applied. Capricious finding the opening will send this entire defensive side.
No vision block. They smoke here instead of the areas where you should be smoking vision block. So fake doesn't really work too much if they were trying to create pressure that they were over towards site.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Haste has still been able to do incredible work, and the last are so desperately low. Only Graham's left once again, but with 8 HP, it would need to be impressive. It's not a bad start, but the last player, she doesn't know she's here. 3-3-2, and she was nodding before
A little nod to the camera. Okay, gonna be a fast one. Does look like a team death. But ZipTo were beating Ninetales in regional matchups, right? So it must be a little bit of nerves as well.
And they started off so well. They took down not just a player, they took down the player that's pulled this squad back into it in so many of the rounds. Our highlight coming out of that first half.
Just full on nodded.
And even though they got rid of full moon, it was still ZipTo left in the darkness. A 10-3 lead for Ninetales. The squad coming in almost everyone's mind as the underdogs. Shout out
wait
me
for
and
the
Jen.
fade eye. Dude, everyone does this fade eye. They do.
Me and Jen clearly did.
Even
We
on
predicted
defense,
them,
they do
so,
this fade eye.
you know.
You can predict an underdog.
Sure.
Okay.
But I didn't. I predicted the clear favorite, Tom.
Right. Is that why you always predict Enzo? Anyway, we are going to have ourselves
my favorite.
the Sheriffs.
Trican with the prime. Thank you so much as well,
we'll
dude.
see
Thank
if
you.
we're going to get much damage done. I feel like ZipTo almost need to make something of this round. Invested a little bit more than you might normally see in a spot, especially when they didn't find themselves the plant. Diving into the site. Full moon this time is available. It's okay. The kill came through. Just not for her, but Eva seems to have turned it. And eventually, Dana is there with the judge. On her feet once again, 11-3. A dominant map, and while I feel like the timeout that's coming is just a last-ditch effort, I don't know what it's going to have to be said to turn this tide.
Yeah, I mean, as much as there's no
I
point
mean,
leaving
nothing's
that
going to change
until, the game
Let's
is
go to the
over,
next
right?
map.
it's going to be very difficult to give them the kind of guidance they need to get back into this game. The one thing I will say is now we're on the attack side, and where there was a consistent attempt from ZipTo to play aggressive in the early stages of the defensive side, which even on this meta, you know, we talk about how difficult it is on the attack because you have these limited amount of bursts, especially when Ninetales were using their initiator utility right at the start of the round towards A. There's typically going to be this 50-60 second gap from when that goes up to when they're setting up to actually execute into a site. And during that time, they were holding, they were waiting, and ZipTo walked into them. I think that this is somewhere that it was a game plan issue, and then in a couple of rounds where they had the right ideas, where the pieces were falling into place, Ninetales had someone like
I agree.
like Hayes
I agree with that. It is a bit of a game plan issue.
And send their pieces scattering. So I do
because
think
they just didn't play
more of a
defense.
chance, all that to say this, for ZipTo on the attack, because
I mean,
they get to play their pace at least. It's not like they're being disrupted the way that they were in that first half.
The buy as well is interesting. You can see the confidence that's currently in for Ninetales, as they're gonna sort of
I mean, they just low buy and keep it as a bonus.
They're just looking to close this out. And wow, that's not a bad start. One of the players that will have no credits for the next round if they don't win it was Dana purchasing up this Outlaw, and she has already done that 140 hit onto Yuumi, the player you'd expect to be going in first.
Yeah, you'd expect her to go in first because sliding in, it's very hard to hit the head, but you don't need to hit the head now, do you?
Okay, and then set one over towards B.
The other side
So
of the
they
map
can either lock, take the timing, go back, join the team as your team takes over towards A. We see a proper default. It was a little costly.
Somewhere now that they have to go back to a plan B, and it's going to be a contact up towards main, and they've actually found one.
Thing is, if they want to set one up here, shouldn't be fake smoking this. It should be fake smoking deeper. It's great done,
now they realize that there is presence elsewhere on the map, the B site, and it's a Yoru that could easily
it's great timing.
a TP to rotate.
Can't get much better than this.
From Samsami is perfect. She's walking up behind them.
The trip
they have nothing to cover their
over
back
towards A.
Used towards the A site in the early round.
Astra's watching
We
that.
saw Con checking and Con goes back. Okay, Con's actually clearing it, but Samsami the one to win the fight. A flash and a decoy ready. And that's
Okay.
sending them into full
In
moon as
reaction,
know
they
don't
pushed
have
it.
control
Okay,
of
I mean,
the
this
long
is much
anymore.
better. The reactions are good here.
For full moon to swing in from the top row.
This is by far their best round,
Back already open.
even if they lose that.
Well, survived maybe a little bit longer than would have expected, and the chance for her teammate was big, but now Graham, I think, putting out that ultimate in a spot where it's necessary, can figure out where they are. Even still, oh, they've been isolated. An opportunity. It's left all onto Graham's once again. Had to reposition to try and get eyes onto the spike. First shot connected.
Three bullets.
Desperately low.
Holy.
It's close. I think just about, yeah.
It still was their best round, though.
It's not particularly close.
It still was their best round. They had to double swing over towards
Another
elbow,
round for Ninetales, and honestly,
at least we saw. At least we saw a
like
better round out of them.
close to ZipTo, but they have let that slip.
It should have been. On the other hand, for Ninetales, really well
Dude,
played.
Ninetales
While the
is-
Yoru's in ult, they say, okay, now
I mean,
our time
is
to
Full
strike.
Moon
If
just
we
on like
wait,
20 kills?
It's a 3v2, but right now they don't have help. They don't have support, and Graham's. I feel like every time we've seen that ult popped, it's just a little underwhelming. Although you can't really pin it just on her.
19 to 9.
That one I don't mind where it was. Yeah, that was the thing. I think where it was popped.
Okay,
I'd
9
like
goes
to
at
fight
it.
with but it just didn't go to plan this time.
Big stuns. They've slowed down this push in A main. They've heard the steps as well. Ninetales know what's coming, but it's a different story to try to deal with it.
Low player on the site as well. That will be the second found. A good start to a round that needs to be the start of 9 in a row. Again, we're going to see 3-3-2 put herself into a pocket that, I was going to say wouldn't be expected, but it will now be expected. Con is just waiting for a singular move, and unless her spidey senses are tingling, they're all coming back. I can actually hear people moaning in the crowd. It's like, oh, why did she have to get spotted? Well, it's unfortunate, but already a fairly heavy deficit.
Done a fever. Oh, dude, actual flu game. That's crazy.
Well, Haste has done well. The thing is, like, with the way these rounds have gone, we haven't seen ZipTo win since round 3. There's always a chance, but Graham seems to have
Okay, it's been a while.
Connected. The round that
It's
Zipto
been a
needed
while.
long ago.
12 in a row.
12
But
to
back.
4 from a 3-0 start. 12 rounds in a row. They call it timeout. Ninetales have called it timeout after winning 12 out of 13
They call it
rounds.
timeout after losing one.
That actually just feels disrespectful. Like, oh, you won. Take a minute.
That's
Celebrate.
messed up,
yeah,
dude.
Good job.
The thing I want to know is
That's nasty.
Is that the coach? Like, do we need to report the coach for toxicity? Because that wow, I wonder what is going to be said. It does feel like proper instructions are being given. So
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to lose this.
realizing that again, they've lost to this team both times that they've played. They've only won a single map against them before, and they're taking this very, very seriously. Of course, elimination is on the line. Coach 972 with an opportunity to really pass on some wisdom here. How to not lose 8 rounds in a row.
I have to say, there is the one side of me which it seems like
The
most
Simon
likely
Smasher, thanks so much for the
that-
3 months. Thank you for the Prime.
This is a disrespectful pause. This is just, sit in
It
it.
didn't seem like he was just sat there giggling.
Nah, I don't think it's a
The other
disrespect.
side of
And
it,
the
I
fact that
see,
they
the
eco
sort
this
of
as
body
well,
language there as well is
it's literally
genuinely-
eco. If you
It's
guys
better to
eco
just
right now,
crush
you
them
have
right
full
here
money,
and now.
heavy
It's better to
armor.
not give them
You
that-
have
The
5
other team.
bones.
The other team.
It's a pretty good, it's a pretty good
Ninetales, you've got
timeout.
to crush Zipto
Like you're just gonna win
to
that
get
round where you have
everything
all
in
your
line,
owns.
to not give them a way back in, because when you start to feel like, we got there in the end, then that second map's a little bit easier mentally to fire up into mid-fight.
Or
Yumi's done well to find 2,
might
but
just win the
it's
eco.
trades out. And on a round like this where Ninetales don't have a lot of cash, invested,
Shout
that
out
is,
with the Prime. Thank you so
that's
much,
all
dude.
that
Thank you,
need,
thank
is
you.
to trade that out.
Info peak. I think Mighty actually with util in hand, and the cover wasn't there. Graham's now looks like she's gonna go down as
You
well.
get a
3, 2, 2,
TP.
taking
If you're
over.
TPing here,
And only
you get a
Khan,
TP to default.
the player to
Is
try
the
and save
safe
them
one.
first. Should be easy. Second player just around the corner though, and she'll get that as well with the spike in hand. But there's already been a rotation, a full read from 3-3-2.
So early on A.
Position
So
to end
early it's
this
done.
map. Here and now, started rotating immediately. The
Oh.
nods out again.
Dude,
into
going
the
for
smoke. She's
going
gonna
for
get
the
that
knife
kill.
is nuts.
That's what it looked like. It's just like
What are we
all the way
trying to
the other
do
side of
here?
the map just to
Surely
escape.
there's no need for
It's a word I
that.
don't
I
think
get it,
I've
it's gonna be
ever said,
knife to
Tom.
get close to
Certainly
the
not
smoke and then put the
unironically,
gun
but
out, but
genuine
you're
aura
still gonna
play
get the
right
gun
there.
out and go into
To
the
go
smoke
for
at the
that
same
knife
time.
to close the map after 12 rounds in a row.
I
After
thought you were
calling
going to
a
say
timeout.
trolling, but
Yeah. You got an 8-round lead. I mean, why not? Look, here she comes.
Okay.
It's
Well,
over.
that's what I thought was gonna be the
4K for
outcome.
Sammy. An unbelievable display down on that stage. The squad.
Okay, yeah, they stomped them.
comes
Dude, I'm
in
really
as the
worried for
underdog.
Zipto. Like watching this is kind of confusing how they beat them in regional matchups.
This team is trolling.
It was a bad game plan. Like they fought non-stop in areas, then didn't have good util to fight, and they didn't break the fade eye, and didn't react properly, and then they just started tilt buying.
Hold on, but that was super impressive. We'll see if Zipto have got anything when they come back after the break. Perfectly placed, but taking a lot of damage as she goes 3-3-2. Where are you going with that shot?
Full Moon played
Expected
really
someone
good
a little
though.
closer.
Yeah.
Graham's with one more. It comes
They
down
didn't
to
get
the
proper buy
1v1,
rounds,
but she
but they also used their ult really bad as well.
Oh no!
An update is required. Financial system updating.
Ash, hello. Thank you so much. Ash, appreciate the 23 months. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the recent modding, I appreciate.
Updated. We will dance to get. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Dude, these guys need a mental reset though, no doubt about it. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit.
Well, all the concerns around whether or not Ninetales would be able to deliver on the stage seem to have evaporated. They looked infinitely more comfortable on the stage there, Dan.
Yeah, we didn't really know what to expect going to this map of Pearl, and they were so dominant. They were playing a lot of these 4-1s around Full Moon, and then later in the round, it just feels like they were really confident taking those duels, knowing that the defense was going to be pushing them, and so holding in and taking advantage of the fact that, yeah, Ninetales, we know them for playing slow, but this time around, it benefited them, holding those angles and shutting down every single one of those players from Zipto.
They really did the most simple game plan, like you're saying. They were just abusing these A hits over and over again, but I think in some ways, going back to simplicity, getting confidence up is all they needed to do. You see there, Donna getting involved, standing up. She was the one who went to the press conference in tears after her debut match and had to make a massive recovery to come into a game against a team that you've never beaten before, that you're playing against on the biggest stage you've ever played. And to see them comfortable, letting that pressure fall off their shoulders was exactly what they needed to do. And it's amazing to see them achieve that early in this series. Doug.
Yeah, in elimination too, no less. I mean, you were stacking up everything, the history, you were stacking up the fact that this is the biggest tournament that they've ever played in, and to do so in elimination is really just icing on the cake. That brings us to the HyperX Reflex moment of the day. It was from Full Moon on Pearl. That was a filthy little 3K that really just kind of set the tone for Full Moon, Mimi, to go off after that. I don't think Full Moon slowed down after this.
Yeah, I was hyping up the Samsung E-Lurks when she gets to play the Viper, but on this map, it's Full Moon filling into the role instead. And because they played such a simple game plan, I think that Full Moon got away with way too much. You saw Zipto, as a reply, they started to try and push players out into mid and flank retake on A. But consistently, Full Moon was either lurking into mid and killing those players, or just sometimes sitting in spawn behind her wall, getting 2-3 kills in a lot of these rounds, that one player in the 4-1 was doing crazy work.
Yeah, you see it a lot right at the beginning as well, and it was catching ZipTo off guard when they thought they could take a little bit of mid space, even in those eco rounds, even after they were recovering and trying to build that economy. We saw round 3, round 4 as well with the operator, and it was shut down by Full Moon. And as we move forward into that first half as well on the attack side, you see a little bit less of those 4-1s, and you start to see Ninetales that even if they were playing slow, they were, I feel like, playing around the map a bit better compared to what we've seen in the past. They were, you know, playing a little bit towards B, leaving that Euro inserted towards Pillar, going towards A as well, and adding a bit more of those layers that we didn't really see in that grand final in Pacific.
I'm still not totally sold because I think they did have to rely a lot on just aim diffing in some of these executes, and I do want to critique the other side some because I felt like ZipTo, especially their approach to how they were how they were anchoring A. I would have liked to see them change it up. They kept playing the double duelist there, trying to continue to take these A main fights, but they just couldn't find success with those A main fights. I would have loved to see them switch the Veto over, play the Astra there as well, maybe buy an Odin onto that Astra, and try and focus a little bit more on full stalling as this exit came in, instead of always trying to fight up in a way that felt a bit uncoordinated throughout that game.
And that is the ZipTo style as well that we've seen, and that gave them success in that grand final for a lot of rounds where they were pushing, where they were getting that space. But now it seems like Ninetales, they understand a little bit of that, and it does seem like it is a ZipTo mistake that they're trying to
Oh boy,
fix.
and they mentally, dude, I feel like they're mentally breaking
Not
down.
what you want to see heading into the second map and potentially elimination map and end of your year. I believe that's Capricious that's being comforted right now. Tough to really say for sure, but Dan, I was going to ask you this prior to seeing that, and I mean, we kind of have to draw attention to it now. How concerned are you for ZipTo right now?
Oh, dude, after seeing that, very concerned.
I am a little concerned, especially when
This looks like a full
you
melt.
don't have a lot of time between maps, and you have to reset, and you see a Capricious that is struggling a little bit. We saw as well that reaction right after they ended that first map of frustration, not being able to get anything done. But this is the first map that they played in that grand final that gave ZipTo the advantage. I am a little concerned. Are they going to change the composition? And even
Might be one of those maps that's done straight off the pistol if they lose on.
For them to when it pushes to that third map.
Yeah, I think that shot was from a few moments ago. I'd be interested to see what it's looking like in the camp for ZipTo now, because showing that level of emotion and letting it get to you in that way, it's so hard to reset. And it's brutal as a competitor. You know how hard these players work to get here, how brutal the run-up was in Pacific to have such an opportunity and feel like it might be slipping away. But all they can do now is reset. ZipTo,
I haven't seen a team win with Veto yet.
Liquid
did use it good.
But to me, Doug, it all goes to that mental.
Ignore the display to my background.
Interesting parallel.
There's no bias here. They did actually play it good.
How Donna looked after the post series conference that we saw just a couple of days ago. Thoughts, Dan, from you on the compositions?
I'm excited to see this because we saw this map in the grand finals, but Ninetales was playing a very different composition with Dana on that race. So now switching up to that Waylay and that composition that we saw in their opening series, I feel like should be a little bit better. She's definitely more comfortable on this agent. It allows him to take a little bit more space as well. And for ZipTo, they keep that same composition. So Ninetales,
Against this
maybe they have
Gonflo.
the time to study, to try to understand why they were so good back then.
We're ready for map 2 of this elimination match. Will ZipTo be able to punch back, or are Ninetales
If ZipTo don't win the pistol, I really think it's done.
Is yours. Take it away.
They look so out of it.
Thank you,
It's
Douglas.
crazy.
Yes,
They're so in their own
Getting into
heads.
the second map, Tom, I have to say, much quicker than I expected. Regardless of who you thought was winning the first, that was a quick and dominant showing from Ninetales that I don't think anybody expected. Even if it was ZipTo winning, to show that level of dominance. And I think kind of, on the one hand, worrying.
Watching the Chinese off-season events? Nah, I'm going to keep it pretty chill.
Very strong emotions down on that stage, but I love the fact that the team was all around there
I think
providing that support.
we might watch like a couple of things in December, but I'm going to keep it mostly off.
Brings people closer together. Best I can come up with.
Yeah, I'd like the
Never
weird
seen
thing
a
is
team
like,
crumble
I
this
think
hard
ZipTo,
mentally. International
They
wise.
come in as
Yeah, dude, I
favorites. They
agree
got
with
as
that.
a team
I think it
that
might
won the
might be
last
up
two.
there.
They have
Might be up there with the biggest we've seen. 9tails on defense,
But
Zipto
it
on
does
attack.
seem like the mental game might be the biggest factor here. Like Ninetales with the crowd firmly on their side, big hero plays, huge dominant victory.
The
and their
Omen
opponent,
Astra is interesting.
while looking a bit mentally boomed, it's going to be difficult to reset that in such a
Astra
short
will
amount
play a
of time.
little
That's
bit like a
it's good they've got
Sentinel.
their coach here
Dude,
now,
look at
but
how confident
can
they
that
are.
make the difference?
No, the timing's outrageous, dude.
That is
I just
capricious.
take it.
Start
Please
like
just
this.
take it.
It's not. It can't be a knife. Okay, it's the spray. At least the bullet takes them down.
Dude.
And an opening pick for Ninetales. And Sammy
Okay.
will be caught on the way back though. Good trade, and it's leaving just one.
Yeah,
towards this B
it was a
side.
weird way
lot
to
of
play all of
pressure
this,
now
I'm not gonna
mounting
lie.
on Full Moon,
Could
but
have pushed
Full
all
Moon's
the
been
way
delivering
through,
almost every time.
read up the
Great
rotate.
flash,
Also
great
feels a
dive,
little bit
still
weird to do
alive,
it
but
with the
finally Full Moon falls.
Vito. One takes the TP. Nice shot.
Nice shot, but an immediate trade. Stun out, ever under pressure,
Yeah,
and gone. And
TP
now it's
goes
left
out.
all
It's a
on
good
to
reaction.
Dana. A chance here. The shots
Oh boy.
almost managing to remove another. Both players tagged
Both
low.
one shot.
An opportunity, but it is baller from
Halo,
Graves,
pistol,
just
they're on the
straight
boards.
across. Finds the kill and an important triple to get them that pistol.
Phenomenal to see. And for Graham's as well.
Emma said, thanks so much for the
3-0
Prime Bridge of the 6
start
months.
in terms of the KD,
They're
a
so
1-0
back.
start for
Yeah,
Zipto,
I mean, they
but
definitely
we need
needed
to see
this. This is
a
the
lot
first
more,
step.
because it was a 3-0 beginning to
Because if
pearl,
their
and then
mentals,
everything
if
fell
their
apart.
mentals that low,
So they're pretty
and they
much
lost the
whole map.
pistol, I
Like,
can
even though a lot
understand
of the
it.
time
It's
I feel
been
like
fully
she's doing,
done.
like, 1vx scenarios. Graham's stats, if you go back to that last map, were decent. So I don't think she's going to be lacking any confidence. It's some of the other players that need to sort of step up alongside her.
I think that's something that was discussed on the
Should
Jazz
I
right
say
bringing
Masters?
in
Yeah,
on
they
the
gave
Waylay,
this to
having
us,
that dive. It's very,
when
very
was
strong,
this?
and I think that's something that will play
Back
in
in
Zipto's
Reykjavik,
favor.
maybe?
That's a little bit late with the trap going down, so it will be destroyed. So no late round control over Bath unless you're putting players there, and Ninetales certainly are. Not quite the fight that they expected.
no.
Sammy takes a double.
There's no one
Zipto.
fully commits. They're all just jiggling one
Third
corner.
player down with a big stack on this A side. If they decide to run into it, they've made the right call to just back off.
Locked them all in.
Now no longer on that.
Let's see if Full Moon oversteps. Full Moon should tuck in here.
So
This
impactful in the
is
last,
an
but still
overstep,
up to the
but
same
she's a little bit
mischief.
fortunate that no one's holding it.
Worryingly,
Like you should just
Dana's
lock him in
managed to get
really and
herself a
let the
bucket.
three, let him
This
stack
is
into the
one of the
three.
few places is perfect, but the paranoia is good. Close angle, nice work from Emma. How has she managed to get two? She was low on HP
Well,
already, and then the flank out.
there goes the confidence.
It's not a 3-0 start.
They
this
just didn't
time.
peek right
It's a
over towards
Mastercard
showers.
Thrifty in round number 2.
After the map they just had, this has got to be so crushing for Zipto. The double kill here was insane.
It's nice shots, though.
Full Moon's timing on the flank, it was being watched the entire time, and I'm not joking. The second that they turned, around goes Full Moon. The wrap is in, and that's why they're so patient then in that bathroom fight later, knowing that there should be one, if not more, coming their way.
Yeah, it might actually be worse than losing the
Thrifty,
pistol.
And a third round now
Let's
that
be
sets
honest.
Ninetales up to
Jesus.
really steal
Keep
away
piling it on.
this early half.
Bucky goes out
From
though.
Zipto. Yeah, you're not getting too close now, are you? Even with the stun hitting. Pulled
Yeah,
back.
and they in theory just cleared this
By
angle.
Dylan.
My goodness, that could have been.
The walk through, not going to find anyone on the other side. Nobody isolated on Ninetales as they just give up this space.
I guess you weren't expecting Dana to be up there. But looks a little
Whoa.
Wow, okay, Dana.
Nice shots.
Crowd open for an ace. Oh, I was going to say it doesn't look possible because of the position. They're not going for a knife.
They're giving it to her. No, they're giving her
They're
the
trying to
ace.
give her the
There
ace.
you go.
That's a
Ellie
good
in the
teammate
YouTube
right there.
chat. Sliggy talks to
love to
Masters.
see
He
it.
talks about Masters Reykjavik like a
That's
veteran
what
would
we
talk
like to
about
see
the
from
war.
Dana. This 16-year-old
That's
gets
messed up.
the ace on the stage. A youngster with a huge amount of confidence already, and that's only going to send it flying.
Eli, I appreciate
I'm
that.
also
Thank you
waiting
for
for the
thank you for the
reaction.
YouTube
There you go.
donation.
We're looking at the coaches. What's Dana's reaction?
Maybe she was just a
Okay,
stone
big
cold
buy
girl
rounds.
in that moment.
She was
Big
celebrating.
buy rounds.
Yeah, I can see it.
Got an ult for an ult.
Well, fourth round and a chance for Zipto to deal some
Okay, should we
damage.
just start
Things
using
are
this
good
as
to
just a
start
full
it.
VOD review for
The defensive
Zipto?
side, they do
Like,
come
it's
in
your
with
big
some
buy
weaknesses.
round to take such a risk to go over towards long
Problem here
when
for
none of your
Zipto
team is
when it
one
comes to
away from an
retakes,
orb
if
doesn't
that's where
make
they end up,
sense. You should
or
just
if
have a straight up
is it too much of a
strat
telegraph play?
that just involves your
The ultimate
Euro
line
ult
for Dana, which
before
no
you
surprise
turn
after
any
the ace in
corners.
previous, have a lot of impact.
It can be a fake, it can be a double fake, it can be a straight up hit. You should just have it. Godson with the tier 1, appreciate it. Because you have an ult advantage and your Euro is like the first to fall. Just feels so risky.
Only have ever to deal with, and those salvos will give the position away.
It's a reveal. That already being pulled
Okay,
in as
either
well
way
by
though,
Capricious
still
Utility.
wins.
A decent
The
recovery
Saboteur,
from
thank you
Zipto,
so much
a
with
round on
the
the board,
5
but
gifted.
you
Thank you
also
so
have
much
to
for
bear
that.
in mind that the economy of Ninetales over the last couple has been sent, well, flying. They've got so many credits.
Yeah,
to
there we
spare,
go.
so you
Channel
still
2,
got a
let's
couple
get the
of
oil slug
weaknesses.
going.
They do a lot of damage, and this needs to be more of a streak of rounds from Zipto.
Thank you
rather
so
than
much. If anyone
a
got gifted,
one
please
and
at the
done
_
blip
Saboteur.
on the radar.
Say thank you as well.
In fact, they've got so many credits. We're going to see
Saboteur,
an
you must be,
operator
yeah,
immediately
135,
purchase
dude.
up
That's
from
loads.
Dana.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Still getting loud. That's a good sign.
Dude, honestly, if they win this and they force them down to an eco,
Look at this aggression.
they're trying to get the vibes back.
Needs to get around that corner soon, but a little too soon. In fact, it's ever trading it out and keeping this even.
Dude, why does it just feel like their aim's a little better? One thing that I like from Ninetales is their reactions are great. They see numbers, they push on the side. This is everything that I wanted from Zipto on the first map.
The steps are heard. The plant will be coming through. This is very, very dangerous. You're going to see these players in spawn make noise. The dog send through the steps behind it. They know 2 players in spawn, and they're worried about bathroom, but for good reason. That player was bath, but now pushed all the way up behind. The timing is insane. Graham's just checked short, and Sammy tucked in, now swinging in for the kill. The advantage for Ninetales just keeps on compounding. They even
Very, very nice. Dude, they got some aimers though.
Ninetales right back into the
I
lead.
actually thought there was another alive.
And they're on their feet again. You know, we started the game out. They're hugging down on the
Winner of
stage.
this game has to face
during the fist
MIBR.
bumps, and I'm
Yeah.
thinking, oh, well, it's all
I mean,
gonna be friendly
Ninetales
smiles
definitely have a way
across
better
the
chance.
stage. They'll be clapping, cheering each
But I
other
mean, that's the
on,
most
but
obvious
no,
thing
this
ever.
has been
Dude,
a-
even
a
body
game
shots
of
after.
mental warfare.
Just go like crying.
Yep.
It's
Genuine mental warfare occurring.
That's toxic. Well, at least we're still giving it back. 3-2.
Falls them down to an
There
eco.
are no friends on the server.
Lead taken. And this is what I was talking about with the economy.
Full moon. Nah,
Only
they honestly,
pistols in this
they all
round
have
for
pretty
Zipto.
snappy aim.
An attempt to do some damage. Some ults to play with, but other than the Nightfall ones that at times can be a little limiting in terms of the actual damage you can do with them. Art Seekers is also going to be gathered up by a Full Moon. Clearly wants a little bit more.
The dog's going to get a lot of info.
Great.
Stun doesn't quite land. Full moon safely around that corner. Even popping a flash to go in. You know, it's a little risky. With Zipto having all these pistols, we're not going to see anything crazy.
Okay, it looks like an
Ninetales
insta
not
call's
pushing
been
up
made.
like they have in a couple of these rounds so far. Say that.
Oh, that's really risky against an eco. Giving up again like
Not
this.
certain about that one, and that's a huge punish, especially when.
Yeah,
utility
I said
can
that I
just
like a
go
lot of their pro scores when they see numbers they push elsewhere, but
missile round where there's one, there's often more.
you should only really be doing it in gun rounds.
Rifle retrieved. Seekers used. Something extra to play with. Cosmic Divide going to be put into place as well. Nightfall also. They're throwing everything at this one, and Dana's managed to duck in between. They know there's one up above, and Yumi's done well. A quiet start to the game. Her first kills. Oh, this is risky. Really wanting to play through, but that is an
God, they're
easy
so
fight
risky.
for Graham's Yumi.
Yeah, dude,
Truly
the
woken
ult's
up,
gonna be
and
done
now
soon,
that is
just
all
chill.
that remains. An attempt to fight versus three.
Oh,
And the first time
my-
in her way, I thought for
Dude,
a second
imagine.
she was about to
The
do
hell was
something
that?
Crazy. Instead, it's the MasterCard Thrifty coming through for Zipto.
Oh, it's
That was
insane.
insane reaction.
Yeah, it really
from her.
was.
It was incredible.
Genuinely
Excited to see this replay.
It's a good demonstration to have not to play
Even if
against
we slow
that
it down,
eco
it's
though.
gonna look too fast. really nicely done.
They just took every single risk you could possibly take and got punished for it.
That really stole our eye. Well, 3-3, and it's a much-needed win for Zipto. We're tying it up early on, not letting Ninetales run away with this. Keep in mind, this is the half they decided to start on, and now we start to see why. Feeling a little bit more comfortable. Graham's on the early TP, catches the opening duel. In comes the convergence path. A player took to the corner, but unfortunately tries to use the utility and ends up paying.
I at least like that it was a lot
A 2 versus 5
simpler in terms of the ult
clean play from
and the
Zipto.
plan.
The convergence path that hit them.
Even getting out that utility or anything was going to be very, very difficult. It is a round done. One of the quicker as well. Like Zipto have done well.
Yeah,
I
mean, it's
Graham's
decisive.
has been fantastic in this map, and I think a good sign in the last round was the fact that I think
Woke
in
up.
the first
Yeah, it looks a lot better.
5 rounds, Yumi was 0 and 5.
I think it's a
3K
mix
in
of
the last.
Ninetales also like giving them
because of how
a
ridiculous
couple of
that
rounds.
temp
Like
was,
they
but
gave him a way back in with that
no
eco.
waking up, even only having a sheriff. It's a pretty
But
big
it's similar
team.
to the
Now they're
fast
trying
map.
to save
Like you
these
can't
guns. So for
can't control what the enemy's gonna do. So it's like
Dane are not going to allow that to
not
happen,
their
and
fault.
the others a little bit further away to really do any damage.
this is a
Zipto
recap
will
of battle,
take
but the other
lead.
way around. It was feeling a little like
The
that.
streak of round from Ninetales. It was looking like a similar story to the last map, but they have stabilized.
Not too late either.
Yeah, I'm not sure MIBR would lose a map against either of these teams. We'll see.
At this stage, Zipto starting to heat up 3 out of 4 rounds. I don't think we're far away from getting a pause out. Probably if this round goes the other way, that's where we will see them just take
Put the
a
cast out
breather.
early, yeah.
They're happy to roll into this where they've got 2 sheriffs, 2 rifles.
Find you.
A Bucky as well, I suppose, is warrants a mention. And this aggression from Dana. They did hear it though. They heard the dashes going down, but probably assumed that the refract would be taken. Like, that's what has happened almost every time.
It'd be
Like,
nice
Dana
if they
with
actually got
one of
out of
the
there
2
and they had to
rifles,
re-clear all of
walking
this.
all the way through,
It'd be
and
pretty
although
nice.
seemed to catch Sliggy
Yeah,
off
I mean,
guard,
honestly, the idea, especially you know you're up against a low buy, everyone's gonna go back to like these angles and hold behind here. You actually left this space and you wanted to take down the timer because you have low guns. It would actually be pretty good. They're just gonna stuck around for a little bit.
Bit of an off angle, might.
Like the original plan's good.
The Tiger.
Be right back.
It's going to give at least a little bit of information. That can start the rotation, but it is start the rotation. And considering how far in Yumi already is, it's going to rely on full moon within the smoke.
Big Joel and showers.
Anything, man. At this point,
Solo
you have
gun.
to think there's a sneaky play. Single player
Oh,
force
it's no
map
summer
can't
flash.
really be it, and that full moon they're waiting for that push out of the smoke. Ever has to make another impressive spray transfer. They all come
Really thought there was another one in
There's
lamps.
nothing going the way of Ninetales.
They might need a timeout.
5-3 up, and a much better
They
start than what we saw on the previous map.
they've been losing a couple of rounds because
They've
they're just
started to build, and you can already see the Ninetales
too
are now
confident.
gonna opt to sort of take a moment. I think it's understandable. There's been a couple of moments. I think that round you can understand the hero play attempted by Dana, but it was more the round with the Cosmic Divide where they're up against pistols. Like you saw the aggressive push on B, which gave a gun over, and then a couple of players really taking big risks around that Cosmic Divide rather than playing the retake. I think the confidence might have got to them a little bit too much, and I think the coach is going to try and rein that in.
Doing the
Because,
fake crying
you
when
go
your
back
team
to
was
the
literally
last
crying
time
like
these
10
teams
minutes
played
ago is
against each other on
crazy
the fan,
behavior.
It was actually Zipto having
I find that
very
crazy.
defensive side. So this is not the greatest sign. Of course, different comp, different meta. We can expect changes as we did in the last map, but realistically, you don't want to allow too many attack side rounds for Zipto.
Yeah, and realistically, we saw it on the previous map as well. Over on Pearl, that timeout from Ninetales, once they made mistakes, the coach was like, okay, no, we actually gotta solve this issue before it gets out of hand. At this stage, like you said,
In the way
it's
they
hard.
always too OP.
They
It's
lost
pretty
the
strong.
start round.
It's
And
not.
people were
It's
waiting
fine
for
because it's like you just play
ball.
off his site, and it's not. It's not wide enough.
Not a mistake
It's not
in
wide
itself.
enough that it's
But,
like a broken
yeah, I think for
ability.
Zipto,
It's like
hard
pretty.
to estimate,
It's
right?
pretty
As
in
you
line
said,
with
we can
ults, to be
expect the
honest.
defensive side from them because
The saturate is the one that is
themselves play
like
different concepts,
busted. It
meta,
pops too fast.
completely. unknown.
Yeah, like if you're talking about the waylay ult round, like it's their fault for playing so close.
The assumption is that with these changes,
Like you just shouldn't be playing like that. Either be fighting aggro here, or once they take this space, you gotta just leave that line over towards site. It's obvious where they're gonna be ulting. Like you have counterplay against it, it's fine. The saturate, I feel like sometimes you just can't counterplay it because it's just it pops too fast.
Great flash, great dash again, just clearing these corners. It's such a strong composition for contesting map control, and you can see that Ninetales have to give that up. They can't really fight for it.
So lose long control in reaction into the drone to see if there's anyone over towards here. Most teams won't exec 4 from long, so you kind of get good info, or 5 from long.
Looking to be the one under pressure again, hit by a couple of pieces of utility, and
Astro's a little bit weird because they have a good crossfire, and then they just took away their crossfire because the Astro.
And in fact, it's going to force a full rotation. 3-3-2 perfectly placed. This could be the moment for the judge to take over, but an important trade by Con. That will now allow them space, and actually the Cosmic Divide is going to help them out a little bit of getting into this site. Dane has taken a risk, and the risk pays off this time, but it's only for one. The spray is wild from ever. From beauty to the beast, as it has gone completely wrong.
Yeah, that one they're going to want to forget real quick. I think for Zipto as well, you know, although the actual push itself towards the A side works wonderfully, it's Yuumi who really rips this round apart, sticking around as the rotations are happening to find one from the elbow, and even ended up getting another one exiting elbow. So dismantling any chances of this squad getting back onto that site, making that retake happen, and then obviously the spray at the end didn't help.
Wait, what does that mean?
Okay, it's not that good, but I know that one.
The crowd did. The crowd definitely did.
This is fuck. Oh, okay. That's good.
It seems like Zipto have found their way back. Ooh, just about escaping. Full Moon also tucked around the corner. And even still, they are not taking any chances. Nightfall utilized just to make sure that if there was a stack up, it would be revealed. And they're actually looking to put the pressure onto 3-3-2, make sure that nothing else goes astray. This is a dominant looking round, and a flank is coming, but...
Dude, I find this so confusing.
How much can this do? Maybe 1 for 3 onto IT. There you go. That's something. Is there anything more?
From here, surely not. I mean, they're grouped up as well. You can see everybody on the backside. No one's out of position. You haven't got an isolated fight in hookah or anything like that. I don't think that went where it was.
They're
supposed
feeling
to
it. Yeah, looks like they have the confidence. Yeah, I think it might have just happened that they fully accepted that they've lost. And then now you don't fear the losing as much because you kind of accepted that you lost. It might be a perfect example of what we've spoken about. Like when you're so nervous and you lose like a 13-1, 13-4 kind of style, you end up just looking at it after and going, well, that's the thing I was scared of, and it actually doesn't feel that bad. And then you can just start playing properly because you're not scared of it anymore because you've had the feeling of getting embarrassed, let's be honest. It's just like, well, it wasn't that bad. I'm playing normal now. Also, they're not doing bad game plans. Like more Ninetales have bad game plans now. Like they were started off well, pushing on the sides, and then they started just doing it on ecos.
But she even gets the kill before fading away. That's nasty.
Already. Just ultimate combo. Graham's, actually take it down, in fact. 3-3-2 has evolved.
I think, I wouldn't say she dodged the ult anyway, so the Vita ult didn't matter, but...
What started off so strong with this?
Nice shots either way.
There we go. Capricious, even a little bit of body spam. Spike down on the ground, though. It feels like it's going to have to be the clear. This is a little bit aggressive, though, from 3-3-2. A completely isolated fight that could have easily gone wrong, but doesn't get punished for it. There's plenty of time for Zipto to play with. The advantage firmly sits with Ninetales, but you feel like they need this round a lot more.
A nice little bait for someone close. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, the timing there on the swing.
Almost
Didn't
again.
know who the last player was. Another on the board for Ninetales, just about. And that almost fell apart.
Yeah.
Sammy, your 3-3-2, didn't know that the angle was a little bit shallower that her teammate was holding, but this opening was ridiculous.
Damn, the double dash there is kind of nuts.
That
with the early Omen flash could be kind of...
I'm going to refract backwards, and then my teammate's going to trade it out. And Yumi just goes, no, I'm going to do it myself, and takes the fight. Quick, clean, and easy.
You'd have to dash back, I guess.
One left to play for. 7-5 still possible, but for Zipto, they're going to want to.
Yeah, the Omen flash near sight. Just take away some of the stuff, I guess.
Early on, and well, Yumi, same old trick.
You can actually see pretty far range now with it.
A lot of ults burnt up in the last round as well, so it does leave.
We saw this TP earlier. I like this TP a lot. I like this TP more when Vito plays actual rotate, so that you can capitalize off of like being in the position to play and fight over towards the site. Like the TP is cool. It doesn't make sense with what they're doing, but
I'll be honest, it seems a
at
little bit
least
early.
nice that we saw it.
Really challenged by that ult. Sure, it slowed them down, but with the advantage, I'm more interested in the position of 3-3-2. This is a spot.
Well,
that
this one gets really weird.
Expecting to see a defender on, and maybe a chance to.
You can do it through TP too. Yeah, and you can have one here that you can get on the TP as well. Like actually going in the TP with Vito is pretty nice.
Fake rotate, but can keep the information. It seems like Piety
Wait,
now
what happened
has
here?
the idea, has the read.
Oh, saw the ankle. The shoelace round the corner. That's unfortunate. Was on the site. Haste falls. You feel like this is Sammy's chance to really have that impact, but
They got to be on top of this long push.
factor
Okay,
at
there we
this
go.
stage, Grahams will be watching it up in hand. Easy pickup. And Zipto, they seem to have done everything they need to not
Dude,
just
what a reply back.
lead at the halftime, but to have a decent margin to work with as well. Again, we have promise, or hope rather, of what that defensive side could be. This round,
right?
not yet done, but 1 HP in the difference. It's just moments
Dude,
away.
1 HP.
8-4 at the
Get him
halftime.
faster.
Zipto showing a much better face here on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, you could see in the early rounds there was still some shakiness, still a player here or there that looked a little bit rough, but the 5-round streak seems to have brought them back into contention. We'll see if this is a return to form or if Ninetales can turn it after the break.
Vito good there. Push out was really early. Like really early. How is she aware of cave? I'm not sure about that one. I don't know how she was super aware of the one behind. Maybe a little bit of crowns. Maybe saw early.
Gives you wings.
She started walking, clearing cave pretty early. SMG playing 4 duelists. That loads this game? Yeah, that loads this game was legendary. And they had been lurking all the time, so they had been taking space when they went pretty heavy elsewhere, so maybe they had the read on it, I'm not sure. Dude, nice to see a bit of a reply though. Actually, they look like they deserve to be here, which is good, because that fast map was not... I didn't see any of that. You didn't see the fast map? Honestly,
much
that might be a
better,
blessing.
standing tall
It was a
after
little,
half
it was
number
a,
one as we get into
it was a
our
rough
core-based
watch.
Econ report, and Yumi really did draw our eye. That performance shift, and we talked a lot about the Waylay being picked up. It certainly has done her justice.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous because we saw even in the opening match.
There's no Viper on bind,
quite a bit.
crazy.
Last battle definitely wasn't there, but
Yeah,
this is
in
the
my
Yumi
books
that we
it's a
sort of
little man,
expected when we've seen
to
playing
be
in
honest.
Pacific, so I think it's definitely a great
I
sign.
think
The
teams
fact that
don't get
Graham's
punished for
also
not having the
kept up
Viper
same
though as
level of
well.
form and had a high amount
It'll
of
be
impact
interesting
in a
if
lot of
like
those opening
Vito
battles. This is a
just
much better
just
looking
hard
Zipto, and from
counter
insane
some of
confidence, it
the
doesn't seem to
Viper
have
stuff, but I think
hurt
you
them too
just
much, still
I think
waving
it
to
should be
their
pretty easy
opponents
to play around.
while waiting for the half, but We will be getting back into things, of course. A pistol for Ninetales here feels fairly important.
On this map,
otherwise
you can
Zipto might just
definitely,
be
like the
stealing
two
their
smokes
map
that you
as
do,
well.
can definitely just get
Well,
insta
that's
pop.
exactly it, Tom. For Ninetales.
Hello, Bacan. Yeah, it is.
Playing on the attack side, eyes on Dana.
Yes,
See
it
what she
is.
can
Old
do.
school.
We already had a solid performance from
It's
Yumi,
actually
and
2-1 on the pistols at the moment.
although the Yoru flashes were a big part of how much space was able to be fought for, I think that waylay, in terms of the dive in and getting out with the refract, you can see on this map, there's almost no position where that isn't beneficial, where it doesn't allow you to get into a nook or a cranny, and alongside some of the other utility, you can get yourself some decent control. Zipto looking for some of their own as they walk down on mid. There's two players here, and Haste, oh, actually catches the timing. Could have ended up with a kill, but it's Graham's to draw first blood, and then they flood around that corner. Numbers being thrown
Nice
at
dash.
Ninetales, and Zipto come out
Yeah,
ahead.
they
in
look so much
almost
more
every
confident now.
engagement.
Yeah, the fact is, after pushing into mid and being spotted, it actually delayed that middle push and just meant that rather than the attackers surrounding the defenders were able to pincer down. Still an opportunity, though, for Haste. The first goes away without too much trouble, but the paranoia is going to leave her with
Very,
not a
very
hook
nice.
in
3
hell.
and 1 on the
It is
pistols.
Zipto to extend their lead ever further, 9-4. I know those faces. It's in somewhere before.
Vilas with the prime as well. Thanks so much for the 27 months. Thank you, thank you.
A pistol round for Zipto here. This is where Ninetales would have been coming in, hoping to find it, but you know the reality is, starting out this map, it feels like the shoe's on the other foot. Ninetales, they lose the pistol, they find early success in like a 3-2 scoreline, and now they're sat
hero
9-4,
Bucky.
getting tasted their own medicine.
Yeah, this gets a little scary. Surely they wouldn't try and
Found their
retake
form. Graham's
this.
again delivering that opening duel, this time with the Outlaw. It feels like gun game in those early fights. Although there's been no upgrade, just continues to find impact. And in this
Are they
round,
back? I think they're back.
a shot to the body is more than
Yeah, I
enough.
do think that. Oh
Now,
my goodness.
We talked about the stinger.
Dude, that's your fault for asking the question.
One of my top three, but
I'm not taking that one.
All I want to say is
it's not good.
Whoever nerfed it, thank you. So I don't have to listen to him go on about it all the time. It genuinely made me very happy that gun sucks now.
Yeah.
No, the gun does not suck now. The gun
It
is
felt
just
like a
as good.
targeted change, I'll be honest,
Honestly,
but
maybe I'm the dev. We'll never know. We'll never know.
you've been sending emails.
Who added that wall onto Ascent? Love them as well. That was
Now
brilliant.
listen now. Don't you
Hurting
ever
the
do
Odin
that.
players? Wonderful.
It's on site.
Portal closed.
And speaking of on site, that's where Ninetales are trying to go, towards the A side. But again, that Outlaw is still just sat waiting for them to make a move. 30 seconds left. They're eventually going to need to go. You don't want to hold on to your classics and your Bucky for the next. And the hope here is just that someone on Zipto gets aggressive, plays a silly game. And they're not going to look for silly prizes. Instead, they want some more orbs towards that dimensional drift. What's going on here?
Well, I think there's. I don't know if this was an attempted ruse to try and get a bomb, but it has not worked. Yeah, almost needs to die at this
Yeah,
point,
and I
but
think
if
just
anything, you might just want to leave.
We're saving a
Dana with
Bucky?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
You got armor.
Yeah, she's gonna hold on to the Bucky for the next round. That's an interesting one.
That could be a first for me. Okay, ideas. Why are you keeping the Bucky for the next? I mean, you could go down and buy
I mean,
the
you
Bucky,
lose.
but, we don't want to give orbs to the Yoru.
You forced
That
anyway.
makes sense.
Instead of getting
planning some
2-4, you get 1,000.
aggressive dive into
I think
Lance.
you're trying to rationalize something that can't be rationalized.
I did. I won't even be 2-4, it'd be
It's
2-9.
a mistake that
Yeah, I don't really
now means
understand it.
instead of having a rifle, then has a Bucky.
Oh no, it would be
So,
2-4.
you never know. Maybe she's about to Bucky ace and all of us are going to look like idiots. And if that happens, I'll be very excited. Unfortunately, it now puts their buy not quite level with their opponents, but it's definitely not great. There's a Bucky on the other side. Maybe she's just trying to match up to the opponents. I'd be a little bit more worried, though, about that outlaw.
Yeah, like
It
the
has been
push them.
fierce so
This is much better. This is kind of what I wanted to see from Pao.
The Outlaw rings out. Haste is out of there.
Just numbers over towards here, react, take some map control. Get the TPs early. Dude, look at the damage. Look at the HPs.
Chance, and that chance faded very, very
Little-
quickly.
little unlucky.
Running for the hills.
Yeah, those are the big impact heal here.
Yumi and Capricious are on their way, but there is a trap waiting for them.
There you go. Now the Bucky's good.
He could save the bucket for another round.
It was the game plan.
Well, the
from
crazy
word go.
thing is, I think Graham's had 2 players on like incredibly low HP, but Eva's now been healed up by Full Moon. Unfortunately, Full Moon can't actually heal herself, so that's not going to work out.
They've smoked it off.
A couple of players are on that flag, but I also feel like at this late in the round, you're going to have the expectation that they could have wrapped around some of these positions. You can even see they put a star down into this.
No, they,
I'm
but
sure
it's whether or
the
not anybody
Vita
else
makes
can get
sense
that
without the
little bit further
Viper.
there.
Oh, for
Whoa!
sure.
The
I agree with that.
realization just comes too late, and actually, Yumi still managed to do so much damage. The problem is the time.
I mean, it's
But
a
it's
lot
the
of
cost
damage.
that has been caused.
It's a lot of damage
That was
then.
4
Yeah, I
guns
agree with that,
taken out at
Bacon.
the last second, and well, even though Zipto didn't win the round, I think they'll be quite happy with that.
I would always
That's the
play
thing,
it
Tom, you say,
with
like, oh, well, they're going to think about
pretty
the
much
flank,
every
right?
map, I
Someone
think.
wrapping around.
They did
apart
put
from
a star
Power,
in there.
maybe.
They were watching it. They were watching the people walking over to Fountain. So if no one's come Fountain and we've got a trap on short, then no one can be in hookah, right? Wrong. And now you get punished massively. That impact is insane. And it all comes off the back of a star. Just one little smoke placed by Capricious, and that changed the round completely from what was already going to be a decent success.
going on
And you
here?
got a couple to
Win the
a
round
big blow
eco
to the
at
economy of their
5-10.
opposition. Ninetales 10-5, and look at the buy. It is stinky.
Yeah,
They've got pistols.
They're almost playing this as a bonus themselves. They've got enough to buy into the next.
I mean, if they win, it's great. Yeah, if they win, it's incredible. But dude, surely,
Sheer direct nature, and
I
actually
mean, they're in a pretty good
Grabwell
spot
is
right now.
Too little, too late. It's not going to do what was expected. What was around where it looked like there was little hope. Now there is some.
The retake over Lamb's not going to be ideal. Instead, they look towards the site. A solid start with Full Moon down already. That flash removed. Nice shot by Ever. That's the weakest weapon in play. You still have the bookie inside Lambs, but if the rest of them go down, what can the bookie do in terms of denying that defuse? In fact, being stuck inside this smoke as well, even with the Sheriff, they're not doing anything to stop it. Hold on! That shot landed through the smoke. Blind fire. Haste has to do the same, though.
You gotta try go for
And
it.
it will not happen, although the diffuser gets killed.
Okay, but they kind of low buyed to
I think they may have
the
also
next
been a
round, so they kind of
Grabwell
accepted they were gonna win this. Well, lose this one
because I
anyway.
think I heard it, and it didn't actually pull a player off the spike. So I don't know.
Why
if
do you
they
want
were
the Vita
blocking
with the
in middle
Viper?
of it,
You
but
wanna
it seemed
you wanna
like
have
nobody
like
challenged
hard.
until much
It doesn't make
later
sense with one
into the
smoke
moment.
because
Yeah, there you go,
you
you
want
can
them
see
to
it
like
again.
hard
Moved,
exec
but not
through
actually denied
smokes
off the defuse.
to
So
use
that was
Uto
why
when you're
you
gonna
didn't really
sample
see
the
everybody
Uto.
running in and panicking because
So when you got a
they didn't
Viper
think it was
that
being diffused at all.
literally just walls
Nonetheless,
off like
what was
both of the
invested,
chokes
it's not
here
too bad, but then you look
and
at the
potentially
scoreline, you
chokes
look at how
here,
much
and you're
more
allowing
would have
yourself
been.
more
Look at
chances
Graves.
for the Vito to actually
Just go and walk
be able
about
to
this
sample the
fake smoke. She
Uto.
is way past the line, but it's a whiff. She gets out though. It's fine.
And also just your attacks are a little
Safe
weak, so I feel like the
towards A
Viper
heaven.
is good for taking map
Push out
control on
a
this map as well.
bathroom from Zipto's gotten themselves an early
It's a
trade
similar
off.
thing with like split. You would
the-
use it with a
the
Viper
of
because
the
you need the
defense,
pressure of
so-
crossing over towards A or creating pressure
Double
on A.
down on, but a second player in this position shouldn't be expected, and Piety's able to
Rough jump
easily
peek.
take this back to level ground. The op, though,
I've got your
no
trail.
info on where it is. As the
It's
Seekers
Sean, thanks
go
so much
out.
for the raid,
A
dude.
lot of them going towards
Appreciate that.
B
Thank
side,
you,
but
thank you.
it's oh, it's dragged the rotates.
Hope your
Zipto
stream
have
is
given
good.
up
Thanks
A.
for that.
And Ninetales, where's the spike going? Okay, it is going to the A side. They're going to have a free plant.
I think the worry though is because
And what a
something
weird
has
round
been
this is.
spotted by Full Moon. They're starting to doubt themselves whether or not this has actually gone their way. In fact, it's a decent
Yeah, once they hear the TP,
rotation
they know.
already. Yumi should have a freebie, but
Oh,
no,
hero.
Dana is playing defense, holding that line.
Hero
He
play.
gets a second as well. The flank in, but
Damn,
Ever now
dude.
watching. There were moments.
Could get close
but
now.
Ninetales make it out.
Could definitely get
The
close
sixth
to
round
that.
for them,
Oh,
still
that
a
kill on
long
sight is
streak
everything.
back needed, but it's a start.
It certainly is. I do like the positions here. You see when Ninetales go for the actual. That was a tough one.
Slightly moving, that's what that was.
But you see when they go for that, the retake, when Zipto are on their way back through and the plant is being attempted, Dana stands out at a different angle, hearing those rotations through spawn, knowing that
Snops with the
ultimate
day
is
one.
online and
Appreciate the
not wanting
22
to get
months.
hit by the convergence
I'm
plant. So
doing good,
yes,
dude. Thank you for
the
asking.
plant
How
is
you doing?
completely stunned up. No option
Awesome.
to
Down to an
get anyone
eco.
close to a kill, but Dana's there.
The thing that gives me a
And
little bit
that's
of
what
confidence for
changes the round,
Ninetales is the
puts
fact
it
that
in
they
the pocket
ecoed on the
of
5-10s. They're pretty confident they can just win all the buy rounds.
The attack, but the defensive side getting aggressive. Capricious is the one to open this up, but then it quickly crumbles.
Well, that's
Obviously,
gonna
with
be
those weak weapons,
that's gonna be
Zipto saving
Teo.
up for the next, but streak that is needed. Now it gets a little bit more manageable for Ninetales. They've got big ultis as well coming online for the buy round of Zipto.
Question is, can Con do any additional damage? Chance is incredibly low. They know exactly where she is already. Even knifing the edge of the smoke. 3-3-2. Having a little bit of fun with it. Of course, was spotted earlier by the chokehold and even being wrapped on from behind. It is something they maybe need to be a little bit more careful of.
That's ult though. 2 kills
lost.
and a death.
Maybe haven't
3
had
away
too
from
much
ult.
fun.
Big win getting fatal here.
Costly. A gap of 4 rounds. You know, I am curious to see because, again, the conversation we had earlier was about that defensive side for Zipto looking solid. And I think when you're running this Yoru with the Waylay, you have a lot of opportunities in terms of how you want to approach your defensive side, whether you want to get aggressive, whether you want to play reactive. But I do think that we're missing that flair from Pearl, where constantly Zipto were pushing down, they were taking control. It didn't work a lot of the time.
4 on site? I mean, surely. 4 on site with fatal. 5 on site, they took TP.
They've gone right down through bathroom, and they've ended up being flushed out of that position. A 5 versus 4 already. As
no one really in a position to get any kills off the fatal. They got good info, but they kind of knew they were all here anyway.
Players ready to dive into it, and if there's a smoke that's popped, or flash that's popped rather, there's going to be a big problem with Con already down. Zipto needs someone to step up, and that flash was perfect.
And we know that they can crumble a little bit as well.
Unlikely. Capricious at least does well, but anything from here onwards seems incredibly unlikely.
Well, that's unlucky timing.
Spotted, well, the cover was there. I think hopeful.
And they got fade out, fatal off of them as well.
Streak continues for Ninetales.
Big win.
On the board.
They're gonna have to eco.
To see that momentum go, and
They're gonna have to eco, and it's a team that I've seen use quite a lot of ults in eco.
Desperately want to avoid. Pause call.
Even in 1v3s eco, I've seen 2 Euro ults.
We didn't really see massive ultimates being baited out, but the one that they used was enough. The fact that Sammy 332 or your veto player. Your veto player for Ninetales can't then be hit by any of the utility that's coming through. It also allows you to, for example, pop a flash inside of smoke while they're running in. Doesn't matter if they get blind because they ain't gonna lose their vision. And so for Zipto, it's a difficult round, but then you have big ultis coming into the next buy round for this squad. Baiting them out here would be great, but the pressure is starting to mount as, again, the stakes of this matchup, there's no longer a lower bracket to fall back to. This is elimination. And for Zipto,
we need to go around.
They can feel it slipping.
I got that one. We need to make sure we go around sometimes, and then maybe left or right.
I'm gonna get coach out of you.
My sign language is actually fantastic. I can say 0 things. Nonetheless, 11-8. It's only going to be pistols once again, so another opportunity for.
Hopefully there was a timeout to say, please don't use this.
3 in a row already.
Please save these, and unless it looks winnable.
With a map already under their belt. This one was looking like it could have been a similar scoreline, but in the other direction. But that has very quickly changed.
Insta Prowler out towards Showers, doesn't see anyone as you hear a dog over towards B. Probably could start shifting the Astro over.
Up against the eco, I think this is the perfect adaptation.
Okay, see this kind of stuff with the veto I like. You're trying to hit over towards B, it's an eco, so you have your trip aggro that you throw instantly. You hear if they try and make an info play.
An easy push through to the B site. They've used one of their ultimates, which for Zipto already is a decent.
No, dude.
Nothing for that. They've now taken down Dana. There's a potential weapon to be picked up.
I mean, honestly,
they
might win it.
Now they've lost Full Moon as well. No. Now Sammy goes down, and this round has crumbled for Ninetales. They need a hero play up against the eco.
Only one.
Oh, that's okay. That's a good Astral though.
They're trying to use that cosmic
Okay, I
divide,
mean,
and it
nice shots,
forces
fair
them
play.
into the
I
fight.
feel like they're way
Kong
better with
with
Sheriffs.
a couple of nasty shots to close out the round, and
The ult was at a 5v5, but at least like they took some space. One thing I will say for Ninetales is when most people do this, they do like a 4-1. The one plays super slow, waits for TPs, and just lay Lux into hookah. When they do this, they don't really have any map controls. They need to try and prioritize elbow a little bit more if they're going to go 5 long. And they had 1 on elbow.
The easy thing to do against an eco is to play back on long.
Like you have no map control. You got to take elbow with numbers.
And instead they go for this adaptation of, okay, we're going to play
having a lot of
little
fun.
ahead of it. We're going to try to force some of those fights early, but what that ends up doing is just giving Zipto these like XV1 fights. The same thing that happened in elbow, it happens on the site. Ninetales are not trading, and Zipto, they also weren't trading because they weren't dying, but you can see that there was always 2 players going for the swing.
I want to point out as well, I think that's the first time that Grams has used the dimensional drift in an eco again.
Well, there was
And it's
one more
actually
alive.
paid off
He was
this
just
time,
holding
so
the whole time.
was able to get them a little bit of information around
Yeah, we
some
did
of those
actually see it at
closer
the end.
angles, and I definitely think that helped them out on those initial site fights. Nonetheless, same opportunity on the other side. It is Ninetales now taking themselves a pause. They managed 3 in a row just moments ago. Now they need to go for 4. Of course,
Okay,
economy
4.
through the roof.
Dude, I did not think we were going to be seeing a 3rd map after what I saw in the first map.
Zipto were going for. Well, the attack side feel the need to pull in an operator to
They're
try
playing
and
well in general, but it's just undisciplined. It's not the.
I see that for one of the first times, Yoru went away.
I don't want to flame them too much. There's a lot of improvements both teams can make.
High, medium, and low setup over on that A side. But it's B where the pressure's coming through. The thing is, it's all a bait. It's a ruse to try to get the aggression out. You can see that the trap is covering off that left side push if they do go down on mid. But then on that right side, you've got 2 players holding, waiting, the op, wanting to get an opening pick as they push down through Bath. Utility coming out over towards this B site confirms that there's still at least 1 sitting outside of B. And for Zipto right now, they've got
This is pretty much what we were speaking about earlier, right? Someone asked if the waylay ult was too strong. We said it was more just positioning, that they were just sitting in the line that you would most commonly ult from after losing long. Until they started doing this, they weren't in that line. Okay, but think about it. You guys were purposely holding off of this line.
On the other side, here is that potential piece of aggression.
But now you're sitting back on the line where you're going to get ulted.
A 2-for-1 combo deal that might have just ended.
It's okay, I mean, they killed too many on showers. They didn't want to ult on this one.
With everything to try and do a 1
I think you still got to pop that ult though when you're at 8-12.
And so much to try, but
hey, very nice. Good reply. It's a really good reply because they were mentally fully done after that first map, I thought. So it's
rightfully so for Zipto.
just to get a pretty good 3rd map here.
On map number 1, but now it looks like we've got a game on our hands. We need to go all the way to split the decider, the 3rd map in this series, to find out which of these teams will be leaving Seoul with their head held low. We're going there after the break.
I haven't had a 3rd map for a while as well, so that's nice.
On Ninetales, as they just give up this space.
I guess you weren't expecting Dana to be up there. So looks a little silly, and wow! Okay, Dana! The position, they're not going for a knife.
They're giving it to her. No, they're giving her the ace.
Okay.
They're giving her the ace!
As you've gotten closer to Radiant, you've noticed you're more on edge in games and don't perform to your full capacity. Dude, you'll eventually get there. Just don't even... like, you want it so bad that you're just overthinking it. Like, just play to improve instead of the rank, and you'll get there eventually. Just don't care about the rank, to be honest. Like, getting Radiant, it's just a little... it kind of means nothing, to be honest. It's just a barrier set. Like, it's the same in theory as just getting, like, Immortal, like Immortal sudden... What's that, Aura? Is it called Aura? I guess it's the same as getting, like, a set amount of Aura that maybe wouldn't have got you Radiant another time. Like, this season it might be enough. It doesn't really, like, change too much. It's just just a set barrier that you're giving yourself. So just don't worry about it, I guess is what I'd say. Just focus on improving. It'll eventually come. It's a good goal to have though. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Keep it on the hash. Keep it on the hash. Yeah. On the hash. On the hash. Oh yeah. What you want? Sorry to bother. I don't mean to be blowing your cover. No, we probably shouldn't take this no.
Hey, this is Grahams from SEOUL, and I'm passing this mic to someone who can't sleep without hugging their teddy bear.
I'm passing this mic to someone who is 6.5 feet tall.
I'm passing this mic to who is away bullying me in practice.
I'm passing this mic to someone who doesn't have a toenail.
I'm passing this mic to someone who has receding hairline.
Go SEOUL!
I have a couple of questions.
I have a lot of questions.
Did we just out someone not having a toenail? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I heard.
And the receding hairline too?
That's it. And then Grams doesn't even get to reply. She's just
Go Zipto!
Go Zipto!
I've been exposed. Right, let's talk about what we just saw because that was a subversion of all expectations. I think Ninetales looks so good. I mean, we talked about it prior to the map starting. Mimi, there were tears.
I love your question, but who are you passing the mic to?
You. That's why I said your name when I asked you the question.
Then I'll answer. Look at that shot that we just saw. And then you see them getting taunted by Ninetales, the crying coming out, and then they turn this around and you see them all smiles, locking back in. That takes some real mental fortitude as a competitor to go from that real low to feeling like it's out of your grasp that you're about to go home empty-handed to then turn it around and be smiling, laughing, having a fun time on that stage. It's exactly the tough turnarounds that Zipto needed to make, and I think they can be really proud of being able to do so in such a short period of time.
Well, remember, she almost got knifed. In the
on
pistol.
round one.
Yeah, she almost got knifed, and we thought, oh,
it was over.
God, it's gonna happen, isn't it?
Yeah, we thought it was going to be over, and I mean, it's hard for teams in general to reset, and you see her crying as well, not even going to the coach, planning on what they were going to do in this map too, and still make it win, and make it a win, having fun, and you know, everything that you could expect for that map was exactly what the team needed to go into this third one.
You know, we saw that player was crying on stage. What we didn't see and what we were told after was that the team never left the stage. They literally just stayed up there the entire time, and whatever they thought about and whatever they were told while they were up on the stage.
Normally teams go all the way back. They have time to talk to their coach and reset off the stage. That is unusual, but they made it work.
It works.
Yeah, Grams. Dan, I want to get your thoughts on Grams because Grams was stellar in that map. One of the main reasons that we're even talking about a Game 3 to begin with.
Even in that map one, Grams was pretty incredible on that. Yorun was the best player, even if they were losing that so one-sided to Ninetales. But going into the second one, on the attacking side as well, with the operator, with the rifle as well, incredible at finding those first openings. Right now, she's 9-1 in first kills in the series, and just in this map alone, it was 5 of them that she was able to find. So there's where you can understand the value that she's able to bring, and this is what Pacific know her for that operator Vader back in the day when she was playing with the Jet, when she was playing with the Chamber as well, and now she's able to do it with the Euro too.
And you see how good her statistics were even when they lost on Pearl 4-13. You look at that final, Dan, that you're alluding to. She was plus 25 in that one. In my opinion, the most instrumental player in ZipTo getting that win. So a huge sign to see her back. And with the style they play here on Pond, they were going for a ton of these fast rounds, quick taking fights in showers, quick taking a lot of execs onto the A site. And she gets put in tough positions sometimes where she's teleporting out into the open and in these very unfavorable fights, but so consistently she is getting out of those situations, confidently winning them, and then just keeping it going for the team.
Yeah, we saw Pearl, we also saw Bind, and now this series. And for one of these two teams, the tournament life will end on Split. And I think really, given what we saw on map 1 and then given the extreme juxtaposition on what we saw on map 2, it's really hard to kind of lean a certain way. Mimi, is there anybody that you even feel you can comfortably say has momentum going into this last
VT with the
I
tier
mean,
1,
I
thanks
do
for the
think you
16
have
months.
to give the nod to ZipTo, because now that
Thank you
tough
for
task
that.
gets turned on its head, right? It was ZipTo who had to massively rally back after a brutal map 1. Now it's that same task for Ninetales going into map 3. But I think both these teams have proved a deeper resiliency than we maybe thought they had after bouncing back from their initial losses, after bouncing back from map 1 for ZipTo. But it's also, Dan, going to require a lot of sight reading, because ZipTo, they haven't even shown this map since it came back into the fray. So big questions of which way they'll head with their comp.
And without knowing what the two teams were going to be playing on Pearl, that's where Ninetales were able to close it out so dominant in that map number 1.
M_Saki with it gifted. Thank you so much for doing that, dude.
Facing elimination,
Appreciate the gifted.
You have to be looking at what each
What do you
one
think of the
them
EG
have
roster?
been
It's got a
taking
lot
in
of
this map
firepower
that
and
we
feels
haven't seen
nice.
in such a long time. Once again, for Ninetales
Feels,
to reset from that last
like a
map,
nice
to me,
upgrade
it's
from
going
last
to
year.
3-3-2
Be
on
interesting
this-
to
on this year
see
once again that
DG
we're starting to
Zin's
see, setting up
English.
that last time
Maybe
I was playing this
they
map was on the
maybe they
range
need
that
a
I
little
think
bit to
she
get that
struggles a little bit with, and on this Waylay, she's
to a good
most
level, but
It's interesting to me that ZipTo is so committed to this double.
are we actually going to see a Vito on this map? I think this is Vito's best map. But I think it's mad to not play a Vito with a Viper on this one. But at least they're playing double smokes. They can create pressure over towards A on attack.
To Grams, I think part of the idea is wanting to play double smokes, keep the util of the Astra, but let Grams still be a playmaker on that Omen. Looking at the other agents as well, seeing that Vito locked in yet again.
It was crazy to pick
not
Astra
super great
over
win rate this tournament thus far, but I think
Viper,
this is a great map for him, especially with the repositions with the teleports on defense.
And it's one that we haven't really seen enough. There's some opportunities early on for ZipTo, especially starting on the defense, for this Vito to get some value, and also for Grams that you know that even if she's going to be on the Omen, she will.
Do you think Common's going to IGL well? Yeah, I have a lot of faith.
Continue to do it. That was the one condition.
I've pretty much come to my own theory that he was responsible for a lot of the set ult strats and combos in the successful EG
It's map
era,
3 and one
so
Pacific squad
I
will
think
be
he'll
the
do great.
first team sent home from the competition for the very last time this series. Here's Mitch and Tom on the call.
Thank you, Doug, and our analyst desk. Yes, Split, our final map between these teams, and some fairly one-sided maps, although there was definitely more signs
They
of
announced
life,
the
from
coaching stuff
Ninetales
for
over on
EG?
Bind.
No, not yet.
Now we come to this map. We've got a Vito on one side. We've got that same double dive coming out.
I don't think it's been confirmed.
Sammy on that Yoru, bringing the Waylay through. I do think, though, starting on the defense with Vito, we're going to really get to see how much impact this agent has. They said on the desk, hasn't been a great win rate so far at this event, but you think about Split, so many choke points that you want to burst out of with utility, and Vito's great for stopping you.
Yeah, I think it can be good. I think...
I mean, Vito should be... This should be the Vito map.
Prefer it, but just off
But the problem is, to play a Vito, you have to have double smokes, which means that you can only have one duelist, and double duelist right now is very strong.
I'm interested to see what they've got.
Nice shot.
That's not a bad start. Gone already. An opening pick, and there are a lot of players waiting in heaven.
A big battle off the back of the power.
Dude, a nade right now. Your nade right now would be so good.
Damage coming in from Ninetales.
Dude, your nade's so late.
Triple on Sammy. But look at the HP, Ever and Haste, so low.
They're going all the way back.
This Ghost could easily make them into Phantoms, but they're nowhere to be seen. They ran back towards this B site. The plant should be found. And Khan should have a difficult retake.
I mean,
Just a
super low
note as
HP.
well, I like already what we're seeing from Ninetales. That wall here in the pistol just to allow them to siphon into the A side if you're playing further back around screens, like playing the information game. Obviously, though, the one downside is they got caught early.
Oh, timing here is going to be everything. If she gets this right, it could be the backstab that wins the round, but gets it wrong, and it could be
The no initiator. Yeah, I mean, it's no initiator.
and that's the opportunity, but fair enough, never mind.
This would be a little bit more viable if the flash used to give you
Emma
flash
will win the fight on
info.
her own and haste. Well,
But they got double
was very far
flash,
behind, but it didn't matter
initiate
in the end.
util,
Ninetales,
saturate,
after
initiate
what was
util,
an
and flash,
opening
initiate
in their
util.
opponent's
Like,
favour,
they have a little bit
managed to
of,
convert that pistol
they have a
back
little
to
bit of it,
3-3-2.
but in terms of like actual info,
Well, yeah,
not
I
the
mean, it really
it's not the
was.
best.
3-3-2, Sammy in there with the triple to open things
If
up
the
there.
Vice Flash gave you
Turn this
info,
in
that
their
would be
favor.
nice.
Look how much damage had been done, as we said. Left in that 1v2, yet still
They
Zipto's
just got to
player
all in
Colin
with
had
bodies,
more
essentially.
HP. And without a big performance like that, it would have went the other way. Pistol round, but we've seen the second rounds, I feel like, not even just in this matchup, but in this tournament, be a lot more difficult to convert than what I suppose historically is represented. Let's see if Zipto can throw a spanner in the works. They have gone for the Marshall, but that is on middle, along with the
Are they
majority of
cooking?
the
I mean, it
squad.
wouldn't work long term.
Only one
I don't
in the
think.
form of Khan, and make that none.
It's definitely a different place though.
Flank coming, but it's okay. I was going to say
It's just a lot riskier than what most teams would
It's
like.
going to be met by 3-3-2 instead. Looking to try and farm up those orbs. Has not farmed up the orbs. In fact, has somewhat delivered a gun, but it's
I would
gonna be Yumi.
I would get an op online as
Section
fast
up
as
the team.
possible for Zipto.
Eventually, they'll look to now group up together. That gun has been taken by Graham. Still utility. Nice shot from Full Moon, but it's going to be the trade back. It's getting a little bit dicey. Very costly at least, but eventually Dana is there.
They actually
on
did
her
pretty
feet
good damage
once
here.
again. And sure, they'll lose a gun or two, but they've converted the round at least.
Yeah, and in the end, being able to carry forward the Vandal, the Bulldog as well, it's something. But yeah, I think Zipto can be very happy with the amount of damage that they got, and it very much does come down to that. You know, if that's one of the players with the pistol, fair enough. But going down there, there's no chance your teammate goes forward to get that right.
Show was
I mean,
nice.
they could have tried, but the player on the other side, I think it was Capricious coming
Coaches
from
are happy,
ramp
it's
would
all
take it
good.
down. Probably more so with how it ended after the bump in the road. For Ninetales, decently strong buy coming into this one. Still a fair bit of credits in the back pocket. Only Full Moon that has a real weak, well, actually Full Moon has a stronger weapon, I think, than ever does. Oh, that's a nice dive by Dana. And
Yeah,
nice
and
spray
Whistle
by
was sending
Ever.
it through
Even
the
with
smoke.
the Stinger able to get that done on medium range, and
Zipto got to prove they can hold signs.
The opener
And
from
against the
Dana was
no
good. You could see
initiator
there was an
comp,
attempted recovery
double
from Zipto,
duelist,
and
double
that
smokes,
attempted
you gotta
recovery
hold
ended
the
up
signs.
Toppling a second domino.
I also think they probably.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
interesting.
TP, but
I mean, it was
I think
hard.
that's
I
definitely
also think they
Yep, the haste is
kind of
the
messed
gun
up
and just
by on the
obliterated
pistol. I think
5T
someone
on
has
the
to
other
save
side.
400 and get an
Colin with
op
a
out
chance.
against this
Full Moon
comp.
just
It
better.
should just
And now
lose every
only
round
one
to him.
standing. A nice attempt.
Ooh, nice shots.
Yumi, that was impressive. Very impressive. But it doesn't matter.
And I said
The
before,
round
the
has
offense
still
is
gone
really
the
showing
other
game
way.
changes.
Can we get the
Yeah, I can
coaches up
see
again?
that.
I want to see if
There's a
they're
lot
still
of
chill after that one.
there's a lot of oversteps, a lot of dry peeking.
yeah, that was another what
I
seemed
can
to be
agree with that.
wide margin that
The
comes
util's not to
down
the same
to
level.
a nail biter. I mean, the fact that Yumi, we highlighted this, you know, in the previous map.
At least,
like, oh, Yumi looks so
at least
much
on
more
some of the teams we're
comfortable now.
watching
The
here,
melee really
I do
suited
feel
her,
like
especially in the first half.
I do feel like
This is
MIBR,
ridiculous, though. Nothing to do with the
Shopify,
agent
Liquid,
play.
and
That's all
G2, I
just
would put
aim.
in their own
As
little
the Guardian
their own
fired
little
off, but again,
box.
yeah, it amounts to next to nothing. The economy
I
is
actually
fine
think they're
for
pretty good.
Ninetales, and more importantly, this is their chance to really build up an economic advantage. They're up
Maybe
against pistols.
I could
4
put Cake
butcher
up there
sheriffs.
if I
They've
see more
lost
of
to
them.
that before. Zipto also have a big old rocket launcher in the back pocket thanks to Yumi making that big play, and that's, I suppose, where the impact could be found of that play in the previous round.
But they also love using their ultimates in a low buy round.
Yeah.
I think that's been a big characteristic of Zipto, which, I'll be honest, I've not been a massive fan of, because I don't think the success has really been there too often. But I can understand when the moment arises, they believe that they can turn around. The problem is, 5 of them are on A, and 4 of the attackers are currently going towards B. So
This map still considered defense-sided? Nah, it's pretty much back to a 6-6 these days.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to do it.
It feels relatively even.
Make that stack.
A lot of teams are playing double duelist and just sight
when
hand.
it comes down to playing the retake. But again, you go towards the B site, you play out of heaven, you fire the showstopper, you can grab one, but in order for... No, you're not gonna pop the ult now, they're eco. There they are, my goodness. But the thing for ZiPTO is they want to pick or two, I'd imagine. I would be very surprised if they just come in leading with that showstopper, and if they do, there'll be an immediate response from Dana, I'd imagine.
I'm a little surprised.
Nice shot. These are overkills.
Well,
Insta headshots.
It's going to be a clean up for Haste. I guess clearly wanting to make sure this is a cleaner round than
Nice shots there.
some of the previous. They lost a few
Okay,
players in the
this is
late.
a big
so
buy
they're
round.
happy
They
to
saved enough for an
commit
op, right?
That convergence
They must
path
have.
with the potential to maybe build up other ults in the process. Maybe that was the goal. I guess as well, if you expect, maybe the expectation there was they're all just going to die to the spike. And we want those orbs on an ult that maybe will have more impact. Maybe they want to get the Dimensional Drift online. Maybe they want to get the Steel Garden online. Don't know if the From the Shadows was the one I would have gone for, but hey, who knows? Maybe Haste has got a set play I've never seen before.
Okay, they got the op.
4-0.
It should become a lot easier now.
To see if ZiPTO have any form of
A
response,
lot
or if
easier.
we've gone right back to Pearl.
Problem is, they're not holding the sight strong. One on sight.
Right off,
They've just been sight hitting.
Straight into heaven. From the shadows, the back side, and in amongst the
I mean,
chaos,
it's a nice
Dana
shot.
just takes a free pick, but they haven't spotted Piety.
Yeah, they can't play like this.
Will come of it. Nothing beyond a sliver.
Okay, they got to insta-save.
Removed from, I think it was Dana. Everyone else in a very healthy position. And a 5 versus 3 where, again, ZiPTO, they have an op, they have a showstopper that I can't see them investing because it would be both committed, essentially, if your op is diving in with a rocket launcher. And even if it finds a double kill, they're still on even footing.
I mean, it looks
If
like
they
they're
find
going for
a pick or
it.
two, it's different. And I see Full Moon going up towards heaven, but the timing is perfect. That's the op down, and they've given it up.
Yeah, it's a questionable decision.
Huge investment. The operator, the 2 rifles, while their players have put their credits down to flat balances, and they lose it for nothing. I'm not surprised.
Okay, you're playing against no initiators, you're low by, you're sitting around 3,000, 3,200, and against no initiator, I should be seeing 2 shotguns.
A little bit whiffy, but a lot of it is just they are really struggling.
I mean,
to
I
deal
should have
with
seen
the
a save in
numbers
this
on the
round,
side,
but
the sheer level of aggression that's coming through from Dana in 3-3-2, they have been phenomenal. Like, bear in mind, Dana's been diving in
it's a
first
timeout.
every single round. She's dived
2
once.
shotguns.
Like that shouldn't be happening. Like
They
she
literally
can get
cannot
out of
clear
there,
corners
but
other
she
than
hasn't
bodies.
been. Like, that's the
Everybody
damning
you
fact
tilt,
that she's been
I can
taking
own
the
them with a
space.
shotgun.
She's been keeping the space.
Even the
She's normally
saturate,
been
I get
finding
one.
frags on the other side. Coach again. Hopefully some wise words to be had, but once more the economy's not really
Why
going to
did
hold
they
up
buy
for
that round?
ZiPTO.
I mean, this round was
As
fine.
we've seen, once
This round was
Ninetales
fine to
seem
buy.
get
They have
that
to buy here.
momentum in their favor, that
They
confidence,
just don't. They're not holding sights,
have
and they're playing against a
nigh
double
on
duelist,
unstoppable.
double smoke comp
Sure, they don't have too
with
many
no
options to play
initiator.
with. That's
The
probably where
the
the
comp
major
literally can't
advantage
take
come into
middle.
this round for ZiPTO with
So
3 ults, 1 away,
they
and 2
should
ults
be
already
leaving their
online,
trip
including
middle
that showstopper, but it is
and
finding
prove
the
that they can hold
situation to use
sights.
them. And when they've lost the opening
That's it.
kill,
And if they take middle, then
seemingly
fair play.
every time, I think maybe bar 1.
I mean, they should realistically have a Viper anyway, so they can hold middle, but they haven't chosen one. Dude, all sheriffs? Why? I mean, they've been good with sheriffs, to be fair, but
worked wonders for them at the moment.
timeout goes in. They've been told to hold over towards sights, and Ninetales will try and prove that they can take middle.
Left onto sheriffs, that was the perfect time to use them. A big swing round that hasn't swung anything in ZiPTO's favor. Dana already in. Player up top, though. Could have a freebie. Capricious in with a chance. It's Khan to find it down below. They don't know about Capricious either. Flying under the radar up high.
Nice shot.
Khan.
Dude, they're
And
incredible
Capricious
with sheriffs, bro.
combined
Dude, they
deliver.
should just
What
fight
could be
sheriffs all the
ZiPTO's
time.
first round on
They win
such
every
a
sheriff
weak
round.
investment. That's a huge catch by Haste, but more is needed. And on 40 HP, even the sheriff is deadly. The body shot needed.
I mean,
but
nice
the head
shots. They get the
connected by
confidence now. They got
Capricious.
some
It's
aunts.
a MasterCard thrifty to ZiPTO.
He might be the greatest coach of all time. Like I'm genuinely starting to believe that's the second time that we've seen that in 2 maps where the coach of Zipto, Sia, has taken a pause and then
it was weird from Ninetales. They sent their Waylay in with no support
is nuts
against an eco.
They
did some. I mean, they have questionable anti-ecos as well.
Alongside Con being able to do magnificent work with what is a light buy. The fact is, though, this needs to be the start of something. The last time we saw them play this map, it was a strong defensive half. The strong defensive half is probably gone, and Dana definitely not afraid. Goes for the early fight. Both come out standing, and this time Graham's peak has worked.
Yeah, strong B main fight for Zipto. Good containment of the space that was being challenged for.
There's so many ults as well. Kind of expecting them to get locked out a little bit.
Posturing's gotten them nothing. They're effectively back and square one. You could see that they attempted even some deeper mid control, but now the call is just a reset. Group is for push to the side. If they can get in, it's huge. They have a Viper's Pit to lock it down afterwards, and although there's a lot that Zipto can put in response.
First person that gets seen is the Fade who's watching Heaven. Why is my first contact the person that's jiggling 2 angles? Okay, that's better.
There's 3 players in position here. Zipto have made the right read, right time, right place. With Full Moon on 13 HP, oh, even the showstopper's going to be put in.
Huh? Don't think it was needed, but...
Swing the round into their hands. I mean, Sammy would need a godlike performance, and it won't be happening today. 5-2 for Zipto. And they do that, saving most of their ults. I mean, I don't even mind the showstopper going through.
I think
just
they used Evolution as well.
Oh, they did? Oh.
Yeah, that was thrown in. That was the one that perplexed me a little bit. it was towards the end of the round, but I guess, again, just wanting to make sure that conversion comes through.
Ready.
Dude, is that going to be able to pop the Vipers?
Second round.
The Viper smoke? I don't think it's aggro enough.
Pretty good for Ninetales. Sure, it'll be 3-3-2.
It's at least going to be able to hold the op.
Finances. This will be the big start, though. At early operator, a lot of utility being expended, though, should leave Yuumi without any vision. Has to try and reposition.
Paranoia's been dodged on site. Capricious catches Dana, but her back turned, and Sammy's in the ground as well. The reswing.
Again, it feels like a mad setup with the one solo sight against the duelist.
The Steel Garden put in. Yuumi's up close, but won't find anything. Full Moon with a headshot delivered. The pit didn't even have an effect. Haste won't be expected here in the late round, but with that pit down, now we're in trouble on the site. Ever put under that
oh my
pressure,
goodness, it's so fast on this.
From that sideline.
A
third for Zipto.
Yeah, I mean, they get away with
a bit of a crazy round with a lot invested, but
get away with a rough one.
Again, going to be stopped. That's 3 in a row for the defense.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe the coach had words directly for Capricious, because ever since then she has stepped up, feeling confident in herself. But it was the kill there from Paiti, just running through, taking out the pit, and it still came very close at the end. Haste on the late lurk with a good opportunity.
Celebrating, should have picked up the op. They got a buy an op, right?
Now to just 2 in the lead.
Wait, did they actually pick up the op?
Still a purchase.
I was looking at the money. It looked like they did.
In the mix. Dana has been struggling.
Whoa, what is that though? Okay, I at least like that they're adapting a little bit though. They threw their Vita thing a little bit closer, took away the smoke this time.
Playing here a lot with the operator now in hand. They can play this one nice and slow. I mean, 1:15 on the clock.
Con shot the decoy as well.
And flank control being contained by the Viper, or the Vice wall rather. Not the Viper wall, it's not going to contain much. I like this idea. Just pump brakes, cover every angle, and know that Zipto are the ones that have to make a move. Being 2 players behind, but well, that clock is running down, and Zipto not showing anything to the attackers. Eventually, the gamble's going to have to be taken.
Yeah, with 2 players in the right place, though. Like, there's not many ways that they could win this. But
We'll say that the Omen is
about to come in. Flash has been
making a play that could win it.
Starts to do a little bit of damage. Constant well, though. Buying some time. Capricious.
Damn, dude. I think just sell the person on site here. Stay alive. Don't go through the smoke. Omen makes a play.
25 seconds. It's patient from Graham's. Already taking down another. This was A 3v5 just moments ago.
No way,
Capricious
they're
has
actually
got
gonna
one
win?
more, still continuing that run of form. Haste had a nice attempt in the last. Is looking for it once again. 70 HP, but doesn't know where that second player is just yet. Capricious has been making that slow move around. Looking to group up. Graham's maybe going alone.
Oh, nice shot. Oh, nice shots. Yeah, that was nice. Bailed them out of it. They actually played it pretty well in the 3v5, was it 3v4?
Oh, that was a big play. 10-5 for Haste as well. I
Three
mean, it's
deaths.
been a good map overall, but that one there was ZIP.TO's foot in the
Dude, what
door.
is that, though?
Their way back into this half. And maybe even to, you know, keep their economy in play, keep
Yeah,
the
that's cool smoke.
chances of an even or even a victorious half in play. But Haste just on fire in that play. And it's that fire that keeps Ninetales' brittle heart warm. It came in as the underdogs, a squad that people didn't expect much from. Up against ZIP.TO in the past, it's what, 5 out of 6 maps have gone the way of ZIP.TO? And yet here they are. A probable lead at the half with an eco that they're up against again, though it's going to be an individual with
Oh,
Rifle
calm.
taking on the pistols.
That's nice.
It doesn't go as badly as before. Full moon down, but nobody there to pick up that rifle with Con in the ground. It's a 4v2. And up against the Sheriffs. Ah, they won't let this one slip.
Gonna fall back here.
Also, just gonna go for info. Even a little stun thrown in, just to make it a bit worse for Capricious. No chance in this scenario. And
Very,
Dana
very nice.
back to feeling confident once again, back to her feet as well. 7-3. The 3-round streak of ZIP.TO.
What they would have an initiator over? I mean, you would have it over the Vice, yeah.
End after that 1v2. Although they'll have a purchase, they are playing just to get themselves closer to their opponent. They've already lost the first half.
It's I mean, it's a little bit unlucky, I guess, as well, because, well, I don't know if unlucky is the right word, but if one of these was a Viper, they would never take middle. And you could literally, I mean, I think they should, personally, I would have the veto trip over towards middle, because again, this whole team is just going to side hit. So, the original, like, macro of how weak their sights is so questionable. Against the comp that can't take middle. Like, they're holding middle so strong against a comp that can't take middle and can only sight hit.
Of course, for Full Moon, she wanted a little bit more than one, but
Every single time I look at the sights and there's just one on the site that's going to get hit.
Eva just goes pushing though. Tries to end the round on her own. But it will just be the trade once
Eco
again.
Infinite, thank you so much for the tier 1.
Perfectly placed to allow a 1v1
Appreciate that,
for
thank you,
Dana.
thank
She's
you.
been winning those. The wraparound comes in again and it's left all onto Yumi. Now knowing, well, where one of her opponents is, needs to win this fight and does.
Wait, not planted.
Maybe able to just get that defuse at least to half. It's going to have to be the move to TP across, but it is quick enough for a 3-3-2. An 8th round
Guys,
onto the board.
please put 2 on
largely
sites.
because of her.
Please put the 2 on
And a
sites.
dominant looking
Why can't
half
NTZ Comp take middle? Dude, they don't have an initiator. How are they meant to take middle? If you have a Viper smoke there with a Parma Omen smoke after, how are they ever meant to take middle?
There was no chance for this. If that flank was allowed to
He's
complete,
gonna dash through my Viper smoke or something.
And right there, it felt though at the end like Yumi had a chance. That TP, if it was faked out,
Dude, stop playing 3 middle.
could have seen the round
They don't like middle.
fall into the hands of ZIP.TO. Instead, a lead guaranteed by at least 4. Ninetales looking for that little bit extra. Drop down from Dana's good, and Capricious completely caught off guard. No punish from heaven. The ZIP.TO's players sent straight to hell. The wraparound from Dana as well. It's not being watched. It's a free.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't adapt at all.
Halftime, they're on their feet again. And ZIP.TO just a few rounds from being sent home.
I look tilted. It's been a game, man. It's been a game. It's a shame because I've watched. I mean, I've watched a good amount of game changers, and this is the lowest level game changer game I've watched for a couple of years, I think. It's just a shame. The most trash talk though, yeah. I mean, they've been given it. They've definitely been given it. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Yeah. It is that. It is that. Jay Harper 209 with the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the 2 months.
Tom, but how far from over? Well, that's what we're about to find out. 9 on the board for Ninetales. They have looked unbelievable in that first half. As we get into our Coinbase Econ report, no surprise, it's Dana, especially with those last few rounds, who is our highlight.
Yeah, the 16-year-old has been flying high. A lot of openers. There was a little bit in the middle of the map where I was like, okay, maybe this is going to fall apart, and she came right back swinging once again. And I'll be honest, other than just some of the individual diff we've seen, the comp diff looks crazy.
David,
like, they had
thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 29 months.
Double duelist, and I've not really seen
there's definitely a couple.
In terms
definitely
of
a couple
of that pace. It might be a little bit more difficult to run those.
Again, I feel like there's a bit of a clear gap of at least 4 of the teams. I think I want to put KC there as well.
In that first half, they kind of got blitzed.
Without a doubt, and I think on that defense, for me at least, that's where Vito's going to bring a lot of the value, and it didn't look like there was much, I mean, especially against this composition. Ninetales often getting past that ability before throwing down Dana's stun, and Zipto, his pistol, it could be everything. They're starting it towards this A site, where it looks like it will be a pretty passive hold from Ninetales, even when challenged. I just expect Ever to back off. Their game plan on the defense was that there'd be a fight around B or mid. So they're most likely going to have to play that retake.
Gian even, I think. The YouTube chat. Thank you so much for doing that.
To get into the post bomb, but I really don't mind it. I said it would be difficult to try those executes. Well, they are.
Okay, let's see the 5v5 retake. Still got armor flash.
Definitely going to be a little bit more difficult with all of the personnel ready and waiting on the other side. Mighty, the first point of contact has been a rough map for her, and it's not getting any better.
The saturate over the top is nice. I'm glad that the Yori white swung.
Bringing a little bit back, trying to fight this one forward into a 2 versus 2. As she now goes down and getting a little bit more troublesome for that defense. They are desperately low. Graham still going forward. Only one more left to find within the smoke.
Okay, I mean, maybe. They've been great with pistols. I think it ends 4-2 overall with pistols as well. So
Graham's with a
very dominant on pistol rounds.
Indeed. I mean, if that goes the other way, we're all
winnable. Yeah, it is winnable.
For Zipto. They've still got a chance in this one. The pistol round is theirs. I expect a big investment coming into the next. And I guess, you know, the thing is, though, for Ninetales, as we've said a couple times, when it comes to double duelists, maybe we expected to do better in this meta than it did in the previous in terms of putting up those attacking rounds. But the reality is,
Via Ninja, thanks so much for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
We need to avoid what has been a pretty big part of this series so far, which is those low
3 months. Thank you for doing that.
High impact, and with the investment they've made, a couple of picks for Ninetales will end up having an effect.
Well, yeah, I also want to see if they're going to.
Yeah, I mean, so Zipto, you got to think that they can't re-clear any info really. So taking these 2 positions at the top is good. Defaulting over towards A Heaven's going to be good. They have to just re-clear with numbers. God no initiate info. And they have to do it with bodies. 3-person stack though, and the Fawns, and they're forcing it. Yeah, and they took a lot of damage from the Fawns. And we're not clearing everywhere, and we didn't feel out the map.
comes! Another big play needed, and nothing will be found. A MasterCard Thrifty!
I mean, it's obviously a nice stack, but
Nail in the coffin and dirt piled on top. Ninetales! That's so much better than winning the pistol. That feels like the beginning.
Dude, I swear this keeps happening.
In Game Changers Championship.
That couldn't have gone any worse. Like, you full invest into 5 guns, and then you lose to what is a sheriff and some classics, and you give all of those guns over to the other side. That is painful.
Yeah, it feels a little weird to
Well,
have an initiator and be the one that's not feeling out for stacks, or even doing what most teams do, where they'll buy like one person with a ghost, feels out sights.
Against the eco, it's just gonna farm. A spray from Hayes to help out in full moon. I thought for a second she was in danger, but very much the danger herself. 11-4 in flawless fashion. And for Zipto, if they go down like this,
dude,
the memory of today is going to linger like a tattoo's kiss.
Thank God, maybe, with the tier 1, with the 3 months. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I have no idea how to say your name.
This is their last chance here in Seoul.
That's it, I cancelled my appointment to see this game.
I think Sen are capable of making 3 internationals. I mean, they're capable of doing it. I don't think that should ever be the expectation of a new young team like that.
Maybe it's a bad day for you. 11-4. Operator in economy, as we already mentioned, through the roof. A hefty lead of 7 rounds, and the chance for an all-Korean team to taste victory.
Yeah, I know, Bacon, but that's their own fault. Like they should be doing that from the get-go. Like their pre-barrier, their bias doesn't enable for it.
Would be incredibly impressive, but it's a young team overall. A lot to look forward to in the future, but potentially a lot to look forward to right now. The team that bested them both times they met in Pacific, looking wounded. The question is, after the pause, do they have enough to get back up? Because as I said, those Zipto tactical pauses have nearly always been followed by a victory. They have to be followed by a victory now, otherwise this game is over.
Zipto are just nervous. See, I can understand the nerve stuff for like aiming and stuff like that, but when your whole strategy doesn't make sense, it's not a nerves thing. It's just an understanding knowledge thing.
Ninetales managed 12 in a row over on Pearl, so it's not like it's impossible. But what we've seen so far, certainly not promising. Rifles for the attackers. Everybody towards this B site. Graham's already made
It's a big play. That is a big play.
It's given them the leg up.
I like this version of this. Most people TP over towards Rafter.
A 2 versus 4.
TP over towards this corner. That's really cool.
Down, doing damage, but not finding the kill. Haste, though, is quick to convert with Yuumi down. And with Con low, one thing playing in her favor is that the op is in her hand. That one-shot weapon looking up top for a kill. In fact, holding that wraparound up close is Piety, but now tag desperately low as well. It's left into the hands of Dana, but the op finally strikes from the back
Dude, that
corner.
Omen play was so sick.
A close round, though, nonetheless, and we need to see these continue to fall into Zipto's favor.
Yeah, unfortunately, the coach of Zipto can't take a pause every
Graham's
single round,
Graham's
so,
been good.
That was the last, in fact, that he's going to be able to take.
I think it was fast map. Graham's was the only one fragging. Nice shot.
Of course, the purchase still going to be coming back up. I was looking at the HUD, wondering if it had broken, because we have an almost identical buy once again. They kept the judge. They brought it up once more. Clearly something Full Moon wants to be using, but just happened to be delivered in round number 2.
They've heard the off ringing out towards B main. For Zipto, a clear idea to not feed those kills to Samsami. And you saw it there. They knew there was a player in the corner. The Gravwell was about to pull Full Moon out, but the judge has repositioned.
Dude,
Sat up close in
the waylay is
around the
crazy.
Stuck now as Yumi's completely surrounded, but the jump is very much there for Zipto. Very much there for Yuumi. Expects the second player, but doesn't catch the kill. Haste does really well to convert that, and now they go walking back into the operator.
What the? That was a double? That's nuts.
Shaking her head, telling them they're not getting onto her site. Graham's the
Hey.
last one alive.
Surely not the Euros.
Ninetales, the underdog, the home crowd favorite, with 7 chances to close out not just this map, but this series, and not just defeat ZIPTO, a team here at GCC, but a team who have defeated them every step of the way. 2 for 2, best of 3, best of 5, and what a time it would be for history to tell a different story.
Well, the coach is having fun. I love the fact that
Okay,
3-2-2
seven
used the dimensional
rounds.
Like, she genuinely
7
doesn't
goes
give a
with
damn
that.
about that ultimate.
And I don't
She'll
think
throw
this
it in
is
whenever she can, post round, post game.
gonna get too crazy.
Don't know if it's
The
gonna come
flash
back to
deep
the
over
wall.
towards B, it's a great shot.
Ever the first and potentially the last round. Look at the buy that's come up for ZIPTO.
Wow.
And she's managed to get one more before falling back. Everybody on Ninetales wants a piece of the pie, wants a piece of that first victory. Graham's has spotted.
Whoa, what is this round, dude? What is this round, though? I'm not even mad if I lose that round. That's crazy. Okay. I mean, yeah, Ninetales just were better. I still think they're going to get wrecked by MIBR. I think that's who they face next, but...
And we'll march on here in Seoul.
A historic victory for Ninetales, for the Korean scene as well, and doing it on that stage in front of all of their fans. It's gotta feel incredible. They came in today up against ZIPTO. Everybody thought they knew. We'd seen this story before more than once. But a different team stepped
Is this
out
the last
on
game?
that
No, there's a game
stage.
after this.
What a time.
Is ZIPTO
to
out?
find
Yeah.
their true form, and now there's no telling how far they can go.
Yeah, it's going to get tougher from here. There's no doubt about it. There's some heavy
I mean,
hitters
good
in
news
the
is there's a
mix,
lot
but
to learn.
The fact is they've already faced their first demon, their
I mean,
regional
every
demon.
single map, there's so much to learn on this.
And we saw it before. Dana
For
was asked
every
the
single
question
round.
by Jan of whether or not it will be an all-Pacific final. She said no, even before the tournament began. Maybe some foreshadowing from the youngster, but what an incredible step up they've had from their first day. And now, as you said, like the sky's the limit. When you beat a team that you couldn't before, everything else will feel a little bit easier, as you won't have played any of the other teams before. For ZIPTO, it is heartbreaking.
Dude, that's
It is
upset.
a tough day, a match. I think they know that.
Yeah, I'm guessing they didn't show their full potential of what they've shown regionally. I'm guessing by their reactions as well.
But for a team that was picked up at the beginning of this year to replace it.
But again, their setups didn't make sense, so
Team, it definitely
I don't think
that
it's
they
fully
can
on them
perform, but today's day belongs
in
to
terms
the
of like on the
hometown
game
heroes.
skill-wise.
You can see it there as they say their final goodbyes. It's a completely different set of people down on the stage versus on the server. But for Ninetales, this is a historic victory, a big day for Korean Valorant in the GC scene here in Seoul. Let's go over to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview where Jen is standing by for Full Moon.
I can see the previous typical. Yeah, I do. I looked at some of their results and they were doing alright, so that's why I thought they'd be fine.
수비 축하드립니다. 자, 불분 선수 인터뷰하게 이쪽으로 와주세요. 여기 서주시고 이쪽에 보시면 됩니다. Hey guys, that was Ninetales picking up their first GCC victory. Now I have Full Moon alongside me to talk about it. Now congratulations, Full Moon, your first GCC win. Now against ZIPTO, the last 2 times you played them, you lost, but this time you knocked them out of champions. Now, how did this plot twist become? How did you guys twist the plot? 승리 너무너무 축하드리고요. 사실 지난번 2번 만났을 때 패배를 했다가 이번에는 아예 본인 손으로 집토를 탈락시켰습니다. 오늘 근데 생존이 달린 경기기도 했기 때문에 걱정도 많았고 또 컨디션도 너무 좋지 않아가지고 좀 개인적으로도 마음고생을 많이 했을 것 같은데 지난번 두 번의 만남에 비해서 이번 점 어떤 점이 달랐는지 그리고 경기 마친 승리 소감도 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 집토를 저희가 두 번 패배하고 나서 저희가 느꼈던 게 다시 만나면 진짜 이길 수 있겠다 이런 다들 마인드를 가지고 있었고 또한 집토를 많이 만났다 보니까 그들의 플레이 스타일이라든지 이런 걸 더 잘할 수 있었기 때문에 저희가
defeat
그 점을
MIBR?
좀더
Nah, I don't think so.
준비했기
I'll give him a
있지 않았나 싶습니다.
I'll give him a 10%.
오늘 몸이 좋지 않아서 목소리가 인게임 브리핑에서 막 안 나오니까 이게 막 콜을
I'd
하는데도
give him a
목이 이렇게
10%.
갈라지는 것 때문에 걱정을 많이 했는데도 불구하고 팀원들도 다 잘 따라와주고 해가지고 이긴 것 같습니다. 너무 행복합니다 그냥.
Well, after we faced Zipto for the last two times,
To
we
get
just
two
felt like
maps?
if we ever had a rematch, then we can definitely beat them. And even today, I was feeling a bit under the weather, so my voice was kind of gone, and I was kind of concerned about how my calls would work with my voice being so raspy and stuff. But I just had my teammates who got my back, and they were doing their job, and I was doing mine. And I'm really, really grateful that we were able to pick up this win tonight. For 4 years, though, and through multiple rosters, that's how many years and how long it took for you to pick up this win in GCC. So the type of perseverance that you showcase in your journey, it just says a lot about how much you wanted this. So what kept you going after all those years? 사실 4년이 걸렸잖아요, 여기까지 오기. 그리고 정말 다양한 팀들에서 이 첫 승을 위해서 정말 많이 노력했던 풀문 선수인데 좀 꽃 피우기 전까지 그 기다림이 가장 어렵고 힘들잖아요. 포기하지 않고 좀 믿고 여기까지 올 수 있었던 비결은 어디에 있었을까요?
아무래도 솔직히 그만두고 싶고 힘든 순간도 너무 많았는데 이제 주변 팬분들이나 이제 가족들, 친구들이 옆에서 너 여전히 잘하는데 너무 아쉽지 않냐 이런 식으로 저를 잡아주기도 했고 이제 많이 좋아해주기 때문에 너무 행복해서 이 일을 계속 하게 됐던 것 같아요. 그래서 제가 이 자리에 있지 않나 싶습니다.
There were a lot of times where I just wanted to quit and I wanted to give up, but it was the fans and the family and friends kept telling me, hey, you're too good to quit. Don't quit now. You can definitely do it. And that really gave me the push to keep going. And I think they deserve some credit for this win too. Now, lastly, when you guys started out in the beginning of this season, you said, you know, we're gonna make it the champions, and people thought you guys were delusional, but here you are. And
The questions
hopefully
have
you
been
guys
good.
make it
Yeah,
deeper
Jen's been
round.
really
So
good
what is your
questions every
mindset,
game.
Facing your next opponent?
I agree, it's been nice.
이제 처음에 팀을 꾸렸을 때 구치리 코치님 방송에서도 챔피언스 가겠다, 진출이 목표다라고 얘기를 했는데 다들 그렇게까지는 힘들 것 같은데라고 얘기를 했잖아요. 근데 첫 승까지 거뒀습니다. 이제 앞으로 더 높이 올라가야 할 텐데 다음 경기 MIBR이잖아요. 각오 들려주시죠.
일단 오늘도 솔직히 그렇게 완전 만족스러운 경기는 아니었지만 좀 더 보완해가지고 MRBR도 이길 수 있게끔 더 열심히 노력해서 다음 경기 재밌게 또 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, I would say today wasn't our best form, so we're just gonna build on what we learned from today and make sure that we bring our strongest and best game on that day when we face MIBR. And thank you everyone for your support. And congratulations, Fullmoon, once again. And good luck to you in the next matchup. 이렇게 해서 나인테일즈의 풀문 선수 만나봤습니다.
Can KRU beat Giants? Yeah, for sure. From what I saw,
Really well to convert that, and now they go walking back into the operator.
I think this should be a pretty good game. Thanks.
For Sam Semi, shaking her head, telling them they're not getting onto her site. Graham's the last one alive, and not for long. Ninetales,
okay.
the underdog, the
Back in a
home
little bit, chat.
crowd favorite.
I'll be back in a little bit.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with Valorant Game Changers to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
to be blowing your cover. No, we probably shouldn't take this no further, but you beat the cookie up like no other. I seen your whip was parked in the lot out front, you was fine on me. I know I could never be a Cinderella. Together we starting a messed up telenovela. I like the way you rock my whip. I like the way you lick my I like the drugs you let me hit. Do me so good, I'ma pass out. Love it when you keeping your mask on. Love it when I'm running dirty with a rough boy. Guess I gotta take my mask out. Ice, money, sex, trees. Everything's bliss when I'm paying my bills with the money you give me for free. But being tired down, we make sure you can do you and that I can do me. I feel like Rapunzel, I am your secret treat that no one can see. If you wanna have some fun, call 415-1999. I'm thinking it's another way to call it my line. I'm out and five, this cookie ain't free. Oh yeah, but it's something about you. Love the way you giving me, babe, but he never gonna say, cause that's gonna make me go and say, hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah.
Call my phone all like that.
Hey, I see you stuck in my page. What you doing up so late? I be loving the trade. I got this one on the way. Big head.
Welcome back to day 4 of Game Changers Championships and our second elimination match of the event. It's KRU Blaze taking on GiantX. Doug here. Gonna go ahead and break all of this down with Mimi and Dryad. We've already seen one match and it delivered in ways maybe we didn't expect, or the second one
I
should
thought
be
the
just
game
as
was
good.
sick. They showed such resiliency for Ninetales to be able to, you know, stomp map number 1, get have that comeback happen against them, go all the way to 3, but show how good they could be right at the end. I'm especially happy for Donna, who had such a tough debut on that stage, to show up and play such an amazing game here to get her first win in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, it's just so poetic, losing 2 times against Zipto in the Pacific, but when it matters the most for that elimination match in Game Changers Championship, that's when they win.
Yeah, you can tell it meant a lot to both of those teams, but let's go ahead and turn our attention to this next match. This is a 2024 rematch. Both of these teams met in the lower bracket last year, and KRU walked away with the win. Meanwhile, now GiantX is going to be facing the second South American team in a row. Dan, I know it's very early here. You were obviously you were working the show last year as well. What do you make of the fact that we're back in a position where KRU and GiantX are fighting for tournament life?
It's really interesting because you look at most of the squads here and they have made pretty drastic changes to the roster. But for these two, they remain pretty much the same. KRU only make 1 change, and for GiantX, they make 2 changes. So that core, for the 3 players at least, remains the same into this matchup. So I feel like we should expect something slightly different to how it went last year with how close it was for that elimination series. But still, I feel like KRU got GiantX's number.
They do, but it was a very different context then, and I think for KRU, this is a game that is about breaking through. They've been on this kind of slow upward trajectory, of course, attending every GCC that we have had, getting 7th, 8th the first couple, and then starting to get 5th, 6th these last 2, but they've never gotten higher and actually broken into that top 4. So you know, especially for these players like Kinnear, who have been there since the very beginning, how much it means to have that opportunity again. But Doug, that's the exact same story on GX for their veteran players that have been waiting for that opportunity. And I think that puts all the more pressure on the CLIM game.
Yeah, I mean, GiantX put up a really good fight against MIBR. It seemed like, especially after the first map, we thought, hang on a second. There might be something to talk about here. Almost pulled out the win on map 2, but ultimately, yeah, GiantX just fell. They succumbed to the pressure that was MIBR, and it was not enough. I think if you're looking for maybe a takeaway that GiantX could walk away with from that series, what would that be, Mimi?
It's A, they can come back from almost anything. Remember how bad they were down to start Abyss? It was something like they lost like 9 out of the first 10 rounds on that map. Nearly got completely stomped out. And then they nearly bring that map back to a 13-11 loss that they only lose because of one eco round and heroics from MIBR. The lesson for me is that they came in with a great game plan on Haven. Their players were stepping up, and they almost 2-0'd last year's finalists. Even in the loss, I walk away impressed by GX after that game.
With the way that the players talked about it as well, it almost seemed like they were impressed over that performance against MIBR. And I mean, we were as well. We thought that MIBR were going to be stomping, but instead it was very close. And what happened at the end, according to Ness, was them maybe they didn't believe as much in the last series. When you start losing a few of those rounds into the map of Split, it seems like they kind of knew that it was over, but having that reset, knowing that every round is winnable as they did in that first map, can be the win condition today against KRU.
Yeah, it almost feels like that's one that got away from them. Maybe they were supposed to be able to pull it off, but unfortunately weren't able to do so. Ahead of GCC, Ness spoke about some of the challenges that she faced adapting to the IGL role, which is difficult for really anybody. Take a listen.
It was hard because Nami was calling, like helping with mid-call, and then when we swapped roles, we didn't really have someone to help with mid-calls. It was really hard. Then we tried to like put that mid-round calling to someone, but that also didn't work. So like it was hard. Then now I'm like a bit fine. Like I'm learning as well. Still kind of scary sometimes, but I'm trying to manage it. And also, like when I play Sentinel, it's kind of hard to see what's going on. So I'm not with the group, so someone needs to talk more, or otherwise, like I will have to like check my map all the time. So it's like, to me right now, it's kind of hard, but I'm also like managing it, trying to manage it at least, and yeah.
Often easier said than done. Eva's another player that we have to talk about. Stand out across all 3 maps that we last saw them play on. And, you know, Mimi, a lot of these stats, I mean, Abyss is a dip, you could argue, but the stats speak for themselves.
It's a weird place right now for Initiator players. There's so much changing so quickly. A lot of those agents getting nerfed, and the timing's changing up. But Eva has been so impressive on that role. Despite that, I love the pose in that one for her. But she's really been excellent for this team. She was one of the best individual players when they played back home in EMEA. She steps up massively in these international events, and she just continues to prove, Dan, the amount of talented players that come out of Turkey is just ridiculous.
Even last year when she was playing for Falcons, she was incredible, and she is absolutely one of the best initiators and the best solo players that we have, not only in EMEA but also in this tournament in specific. She is incredible at closing out rounds, at getting some clutches, and she was doing it regionally, and she was doing it a little bit in that last match too.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that too, because there are many teams that have already struggled. I mean, just in the last couple of days that we've seen on closing out rounds. So massive out from Eva to be able to do that. We actually spoke with Eva earlier today. She spoke with Jen ahead of the match. Take a listen.
Hey, it's GiantX, and hello, Eva. Okay, so here's the thing. Despite the loss, I feel like there were a lot of takeaways for you guys in that MIBR series. Is there anything from that series that you're planning to maybe lean on tonight to help you guys get the revenge against KRU?
Of course, but like after MIBR loss, like we learned a lot of things and we like fixed our mistakes. And about KRU, I didn't lose against them because like I wasn't there, you know. And we're gonna take our revenge for the Giants.
You're like the good luck charm because you've never lost to them.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, that's so good.
Well, confidence certainly bodes well as they head into this next match. Another couple of players that we have to talk about in this match are Smurfette and Dodds. They're going to go ahead and clash. Mimi, and both of these players are so, I mean, instrumental, both integral to the success of their respective teams.
Yeah, I think it's especially true for Dodds. I think that GiantX, their style is really good when they're playing these slow rounds. Ness, we heard that interview earlier about how she was feeling some struggles in getting into the IGLing role, but I do think they do a good job of working them out properly, giving themselves options. I think that KRU, well, they tend to be a little bit more reliant on that duelist player in Dodds. They play a lot of maps where she's on the Neon or on other other roles like that where it's go, 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 and they basically have to get it done correctly the first time. But most of the time, Dan, Dodds is good for it.
She has been incredible, and we got the chance to see it for the first time last year. It felt like if they were to go on a run, it is because Dodds is doing incredible at finding those openings. But even on the other side for Smurfette as well, is very similar to a story that we talked about yesterday with Petra, where she was not playing at the beginning of that stage 3. Now she has the chance to prove herself back in the stage and also trying to make a run for the team.
Yeah, let's actually send it back to Jen, who's standing by with a very quick word from Dodds.
KRU Blaze and Dodds, thanks for joining me. Now here's the thing, regional dominance is where you guys have hung your head all season long and all year long, but internationally it looks like you just need an extra push to really break through. So what are the talks around unlocking your full potential to make a deeper run here at Champions?
So we just need to have fun in the game, because in the last game we was a bit nervous and didn't have fun like playing, and we just need to have fun in the game, because when having fun we can play our game. So it was the talk that we talked, and yeah, that's it. We just need to have fun in the game.
But that's the hardest thing. Like, how do you have fun? What are your plans to have fun?
Because our team is a team like we joke a lot with each other, and in the last game we was a bit nervous, a bit serious, and it was difficult to play. So we just make jokes with each other, laugh a lot, and yeah.
Okay, keep the energy up.
Yeah,
right?
the energy up.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, scream? Okay, I'll be expecting that from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the question on everyone's minds after we saw their last series was, have we seen the real KRU? Was that the real KRU that we saw? Dan, your thoughts?
What I know for sure is that they think that that was not the full version of them, that score that they got against Liquid was not really telling the full story. They think, according to Munch in that press conference, that it was a lot closer and it was all about the details.
But what do you think?
What I think is that they're going to win today. Now, that I feel like their version that they have is enough to win against GiantX.
Okay. My counter is that their aggression got absorbed and they struggled having second options, which I think is a good recipe on how to beat them.
All right, let's send it down to the stage and bring out these two teams that are about to clash. It's Visa KRU Blaze and GiantX.
Comfortable, cause any minute now.
Visa KRU Blaze.
A ton of history stepping out onto the stage, particularly on the side of KRU. They've been here since the very inception of GCC. Kinnear in particular has been a repeat performer on this stage, but probably facing maybe one of their biggest matchups yet here, Dan.
Trying and bringing a few more reinforces for these two teams since we last saw them
Who do I have
against
winning
each
this?
other last year.
I think I might have gone for
Side
KRU
of
here.
KRU was that change from Romy going all the way to Munch, and massive upgrade it seems like when it comes to finding those timings too. But also a big highlight is not only Smurfette back on the stage, but also the support that GiantX has been getting. Lato, one of the players that they had to face against, that they lost again, has been supporting and has been
Haven, Paul.
there for the team,
Back-to-back splits.
kind of being there for them, and I feel like that could be a little bit of a difference maker when you have that extra point of view.
Looking at the maps here in our Roman map select, and what I'm seeing with the start on
Either hoodie to work out in. Oh, I've got a
honestly,
recommendation.
it has to be
I'll wait
the
until
turnaround for
halftime
Dodds.
though.
It was a slower first game. Overall, that was just a really rough showing for KRU, getting dominated in their opener. But these are maps where they're very reliant on her performance on that attacking side. And on the defense, when she gets the open hand, is also one of the
Appreciate
most
the setup though,
pivotal
Brad.
pieces.
Thank you.
So Doug, really looking to her today.
Yeah, I think Dodds is going to have to deliver in a tremendous way if we want to see this.
Will he forget? Oh, that's a good one.
Last year where
I'd give myself
GiantX was able
50-50
to
odds.
send Visa KRU Blaze home
Actually,
packing, and I think for as much as we
might
talk
lean,
about Dodds and we
might
talk about
lean a
some of the
little bit
experience on the side of
60-40
KRU,
maybe,
Dan,
with
there's
forgetting.
a lot here on the side of GiantX as well, and I think as we turn towards split first, is there something that you're really kind of keying in on before this map starts?
I'm thinking about what the players were talking about and how off they looked when they went into that third map for GiantX. That split, it was the most one-sided for MIBR, and it seems like even though they had some ideas that they wanted to execute on the defense, they were not able to implement
is pretty
it.
good
Like
right
I said,
now.
They lost the confidence in themselves.
Yeah, GX are playing the same Raze Waylay comp that we see them hovering now, and to me, Dan, I didn't
I mean,
feel like
both
it was
might
a
do the
loss
same, right?
based on any of the game planning or the comps. It's like you're saying, it
Yeah, I
felt
feel like
they just
these
ran out of steam
these comps
after
make a
losing
little
that
more sense
13-11 and
in comparison to
couldn't
what we
get into
just
the
saw.
game mentally whatsoever. Looking over at Visa KRU, though, it doesn't look like they're going to go too exciting in this composition. But the Sage actually getting slotted in. I think Sage is in a very strong place in the game right now, with practically every other Sentinel
Sure.
getting a nerf.
Actually, kinda like the
and
Sage,
we're
yeah.
having 16 full seconds of stall with the 2 slows plus
Gonna
the
be a
ball.
little harder
She's
to
the best
attack,
agent in the
but-
game, in my opinion, at full canceling an exec.
Mimi, you mentioned earlier that
Still,
it felt like GiantX didn't
still
lose
nice with their
necessarily
fast
because of
execs
what
as
they were
well.
doing on the server, but because maybe more so of what was happening mentally. How do they fix that coming into this map?
I mean, it's a different series, right? It's a new context. It's a total reset. I think this is just talking about going
Drink your
back
early
to
morning
your game
coffee.
plan,
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
back
if that's
to-
what you
to the
need.
strengths of that game of
I think you're meant to
almost
wait
beating
before you
IBR.
have caffeine, though.
We'll see if they're able to pull it off as we see a couple of agents getting locked
Dude,
in.
170 stream
on
streak.
Ness and
No
on
way.
Smurfette. Very often they'll be
Biani,
inside,
that's
separated
wild,
by
dude.
slow orbs.
We've got high stakes match. And we've got
Jay's
just
out with the Prime.
casters for
Appreciate the 2
job.
months.
It's Potter and Pansy on the call.
Thank you so much for the Prime as well. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Happy to be back with.
Why? I can't remember why you meant to do it.
I mean,
It's something about
I'm doing good. I'm
something
doing
to do with
good.
the brain
Excited, yeah.
with
We had to
caffeine.
pry you away from over a year coaching.
Who was it?
Didn't go
Huberman,
well
maybe?
anyway
I
last
can't
time
remember
round.
what I
Luckily,
watched.
new roster looks good, dude. Looking forward to that. I'm kidding, bro. I had to start with that, but let's. I appreciate that. I'll give you the distraction of talking about the game in front of us,
Let's
right?
do it.
Now we've seen this
The
game
pots
before.
and
Yes,
pans,
we've
yeah,
already
pots and
discussed
pans
that
is
as well.
back.
This is somewhat of a repeat matchup. Small roster adjustments, but a similar structure. But both coming off a loss leading into this one. I'm a bit worried now. Like, where's your mind going coming into this?
I was definitely worried, just like you, Lauren, at the start of this day. But, you know, this first match that we just witnessed with Ninetales coming through, getting those first match jitters out of the way.
Okay.
I mean, these girls were activating on the stage. And having that sort of international experience, I know it's only been a couple days, but they look like a completely different team. So my hope is that KRU went back to the hotel, regained, recharged, and now they're ready.
I like that. I love that little idea that, hey, look, well, this other team's done it. There's no reason that KRU couldn't. And I think in some ways, losing to Liquid in that aspect, I don't want to say I'm super surprised, but I think because of how drastic it was, that's what worried me. How stark the scoreline was, how quiet KRU looked. When we know when they activate how good they can be. And actually something that Mimi was discussing as well is Dodds as well. They've got to get active. I want to see them be proactive, be
Foster's
influential
casting of
in this
ED's
game,
biggest fan.
have
That's actually
impact
true.
off the rip, but
That
again,
is
it rolls
true.
back to that confidence building, feeling out the game a bit. I know it sounds so silly, almost wishy-washy, but for a player to bound off
actually
that,
have a
I
nice
kind of
team
need
this year
to
as
see
well.
it from the start here.
I agree. I completely agree. And at least for the KRU side of things, this time around, they've got a flash. And last time, they slowed themselves down. This time with the Sky in Dodd's pocket, should be able to activate in those mid-rounds, adjust, and make those kind of audibles, playmaking audibles.
Right.
So I definitely
We got
expect
KRU on
KRU side of
defense,
things to get
GiantX on
activated those
attack.
retakes. It looks like for GX side, they want to start with a little bit of misdirect in mid. Both their duelists, both
Where
their
do you think
divers
Jonah
are
P
starting
ends up?
towards mid.
I think he will sit out. He'll either play at the beginning for Envy until one of the players turns 18. I'm not entirely sure about age, or he'll probably just wait until
Definitely keeping all three defenders towards that
after
way.
the first
You saw that
Masters, which I think is
Smurfette
probably the
wasn't
smarter
in. She did
move.
Send that boom bot as kind of a distraction to make the defenders think that the attackers would be taking and gaining space.
He's in
but
contract out. I
right
thought
now,
he was a
Biazik,
free
she's got
agent.
that
I thought
long
they
line.
said.
Even though there's a hole in her stage wall, she knows.
Honestly, I haven't
what
looked
it
enough
is.
into it.
What
It's a nice
shot
shot.
from Michaela.
Yeah, that's lovely as well. And it being Ness, I wonder how much they've maybe read into that pressure in middle.
Tier 2?
being
Nah,
main focus of those duelists.
that's
Again,
career
at
suicide,
this
I
point,
think.
Though, they can reset a little bit. No over rotations.
He should
no
just wait for a
overfights
tier 1
either. You can
team.
see that A side happy with 3 still
The
there.
only way he would
Two
play
on
in tier
board
2
B
is
as
if he
well.
had a contract that
They gotta
is
now
a month
scale
long
into
or
this. And
something.
look, Paranoia Prime, they're very prepared for this. Off that contact, they can easily stall. There it is. Paranoia goes in, slow comes out. This is hard now, getting labored to try and build towards site. 4 players now
Dude,
on B,
everyone's
held
here.
back by a smoke. They're gonna have to go in uphill. There's no other way to cut through
It's a
this.
nightmare.
For
How are they
sure,
even
all
meant
the
to get over here?
defenders are
One
rotating,
flash?
except for that Sky.
Oh.
4
Oh.
defenders here ready.
Oh, this is going to be
Yeah, hold
so
up.
difficult. Again, you've got to be looking at these guys now, trying to fight on the side. Smurfette gets him a bailout. Goes down to the 1v1.
22
Michaela is still
HP.
alive, healthy, flash in hand, has options, doesn't need to take too many risks. Eva needed that plant, and there it is.
Ooh.
Wait, hold on. A small chance given, taken away.
Yeah, you got to stick on the
Crew
headshot
with the
pulse
first.
there.
Very well handled in
Nice
the end.
pistol.
Got dangerously close though.
Dude, I'm surprised I got it so close
especially
with the
considering how
4-stack
easy
here.
it was to find that opening kill.
Didn't
and
choose
all
the best angles.
rotations
I like the
coming
free
through,
wrap
but
right side.
GX, they were so grouped, doing pistol round things, swarming onto the site in succession and almost making it work. That was a beautiful double kill from Smurfette, and Smurfette is exactly the player I'm looking at for the GiantX side of things. She had such an explosive opening in their opening map on Haven, on that Neon, sliding around, being aggressive. She can be
It's public
just as
knowledge they
aggressive
stated
on
the
this
zero
Blaze, and
buyout.
that's
Yeah, that's what I thought.
exactly what
I
wanna
swear
see
he
for the side of
tweeted the
Giants.
as like a free agent, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the fact that Smurfette was able to even bring that round to look close after the start they had, the stall
It's
they
a good
had on
pickup.
B,
But yeah, he should
everything
just
looked
wait,
so
to be
well
honest.
in hand for
There'll
Crew.
be a team that is like high level that doesn't make masters that will want to make a
is
change.
a good sign. It's a tick in the box, right? But overall, it fell the way it should. If you're playing the kind of traditional game of Val, that's kind of what you expect to see there. It panning out, but only one surviving. It's certainly not a perfect purchase. And a couple of upgrades, nothing to, I say couple, it was only one in the end, just the Frenzy. So this should be a formality of a round, but a very pretty...
Whoa.
Wow, I mean, that was ambitious, Ness. I don't know what the end goal was.
I gotta respect it though. You
Do
know
you?
that,
Yeah.
you know what?
Yeah.
And Ness
It's an
is
eco.
trying to be a distraction, and they're trying to grab
It's
the
an
orb
eco,
from
Pansy.
Smurfette
Come
at
on.
B. She's already 4 orbs after a pistol round loss, close to her ult, but she decides to go for a pick. Hey, she knows what she's
Yeah,
doing.
you know what?
Grab the orb before you leave, Smurfette. Come on now.
I mean, the wall's there. Why not? You've even got some more security, maybe a little bit paranoid, someone's on top of it, but still.
This would be an impressive feat on
Dude,
the
you
macro side of
should for
things,
sure
Lauren.
be.
GX are able to get away.
Oh, dude. Ooh, I don't think the dog saw
Oh, I
it.
didn't
I don't think
see.
it went down deep enough to
And they know they have a
catch
good
players.
timing, 1
Yeah,
week.
No one's rotating, so...
And Michaela got picked on the pistol round, this time with the knife out.
Yeah, it's
swinging.
nice. Don't play the well, got the info.
That mid pressure as well. That's me Smurfette trying to maybe catch a late lurk, and does get caught in the end by Monch. So this now should be in hand. Oh my god,
Ooh.
overwhelm. The Dodds is there. Luckily picking up the pieces.
Ooh,
but
nice shots.
Sarah did a little bit of damage, but didn't check. Man, these rounds are
A
sketchy.
little,
Christine,
little
look how
costly.
close this is.
Yeah, they're so low HP. If you're GiantX right now, you're absolutely happy with how things turned out in that round.
Yeah.
Absolutely optimizing everything. And Smurfette, she's only 2 orbs away from her ultimate, so
Oh, second
getting
shot's
the
11.
best out of a bad situation is Giant. For Crew, at least they've got a judge in the hands of Konir, and that's a dangerous thing.
Yeah, I guess it's, you know, see how much you can achieve, because
3
like
passing
every other
aggro, and
market,
they're
just
ready
converting
to react
the
in the
round. I
right
think GiantX are up
site.
against the way that they've been handling those first 2 rounds.
Ooh, I say
think
3
it's
passing
box,
aggro. It's actually
but
just a hole trying to make sure they get the orb. I like this. You got smoke on the box,
or you can have that
with
space
the
taken
one way.
back in here, so that's we posted up with that judge.
Boombo
He
clears
towards
close,
B
set the
main.
judge
Happy,
up
that's
early,
it, right?
then
We
get the
now rotate
rotate
those
out.
players
I
up.
like this from
Feel a bit
Crew. This
happy
is a nice
with
round.
3 dedicated towards
I
A
thought they were
between
going to
the
send it.
weapons.
This is way better.
So again, this is bad from Crew. They've got a lot to happen though.
You just saw Michaela, the Sky, the A anchor in the side of A, shooting that dog with the Bulldog. That's a dangerous thing to do, especially because the attackers have double duelist, double dive. As soon as the anchor
Yeah,
gives away her
might have to
position,
Sage Wall
she's
this.
got to be ready for the hit. Right now, though, GX, they're taking things slow. They've got that A heaven control. This is definitely constricting the defenders.
Wait, where is this kill? Bottom middle. Bottom middle. Cleared all of this.
Down deep middle.
There's an extra
Great
extra
idea of
gun
what's
as
going
well.
on. You can look at the way the map is. It's a
Nice shot.
Okay.
Nice shot. My goodness. Oh, nice shots,
I mean,
dude.
you shouldn't be getting away with it.
What a round.
I don't know what I've
That was
just
sick. The second
There
shot
is
was
no
so
way in
nice.
hell you're meant to get 4 from that position.
3 shots with the Sheriff and 3 kills. Biazik is making it look easy.
No, get.
Dude, what a hold.
No, there's gonna be a yeah. Show me this one again. Like I'm like, okay, this is already sketchy. When you get that pick in middle, you're like, right, they've got a good read on the map, but suddenly, what the
Oof.
hell are these shots?
Yeah, and I mean, if you're
Ooh.
GX, you are disappointed in that round. I was just mentioning they've got 2 duelists.
TGS98 with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate that. I miss Jarvis as well with the tier 1. Thank you for the 7 months.
It was too easy.
I appreciate that.
For
Thank you,
too
thank you.
easy for Crew.
I was surprised it didn't feel more of that pressure, and now it feels desperate. Stingers, I get it. You want to get that gap closed in,
Ooh.
but this is looking rough. And once again, similar
Uh-oh.
position, similar scenes. Only 1 casualty so far for the Crew. KRU side, even with this discomfort of position, they still handle that pressure very well. Reclear with the Dog, see nothing close towards ramp, but already they've scaled up past it. Dogs is ready, gonna find just one remaining.
Too busy celebrating, didn't grab a gun in the run before.
Not even collected, yes, a pickup, but
That's
damn,
rough.
I mean,
I mean, it matters a little bit, but
the first 2 rounds that you won.
okay, big buy round. We got a Razor.
Decisive, and that's a stark difference on the crew side of
They're
things.
snowballing a little bit.
Considering what a slow start they had. Dodds is looking free and loose. Yeah, collecting those eco kills, getting closer and closer. In fact, they've already got their ultimate. So
How's my
GX,
pick'ems
they've
going?
got the
It's
top
going
out, they've gotta
okay.
stop the bleeding.
I think as the tournament goes on, it will get better and better.
The GX side of things right now, that third map, that last series.
I underestimated the Chinese team and I overestimated the Pacific teams. Other than that, everything else feels pretty in order. I reckon as the tournament goes on, it'll get better.
What I want to see though is decisiveness as well, right? Something you noted again, having that double duelist there, play to that strength. But we've already seen. I don't want to say hesitation necessarily.
The only thing I'm not super confident in is I think KRU will do a little better than I thought, and I think from what I've seen, Liquid will beat MIBR if they rematch in lower bracket.
And in the server, you want to try and forget about those things. But when you're starting now at 0 to 4, you've had a couple of opportunities to have a close couple of rounds, and then fall away from you. I get a little bit nervous. They're still feeling some of that bleed on from that previous series. Whereas Crew's come out.
And if he's playing a puck Tony, yeah, I saw this Tony that they're playing. Dude, there's some the Tony that 100 Thieves is playing is funny, man. It's just some free stats.
These 2 teammates to find an enemy and apply that showstopper.
You want to boost your VLR stats? Honestly, it's a good tournament for it.
They had their eyes set on mid.
There's one spotted. Dodds trying to be careful to not maybe overstay welcome. But I want to see where they decide to try and shut down on. Again, this is early contact. Didn't fancy it that time.
Yeah, and I still don't really like how indecisive and kind of timid that GX are being right now. They've got a powerful ultimate in their pocket. Good news for them is
A nice boom bot over towards middle. It's actually like a good boom bot.
see that they're waiting in mid and
Just like line up to clear all of this. Clears close with the boom bot. Flash deep to clear all of this as well. Dude, crew look nice at the moment. I do think this fake is going to work pretty well though. See if they over-rotate. Dude, it's good Omen flash on top of this as well. They hold strong with 2. They still got a Sage with slow. Add a Sage with slow. No way. Landed on top as well with the ult. Okay, you have crazy timing. If B players called numbers, you might be tempted to go for that.
communicating through process elimination, but Michaela is in such a power position right now, waiting for her teammate Dodds to regroup with her, and none of the players of GX are.
I mean, they're not going to consider this. They didn't hear a Satchel, it's just ult.
Timing in this round is going to be so crucial.
Yeah, I want to see if Smurfette feels brave about this, maybe with the back of that. No, he's still going to hold space up towards heaven. Smoke will dissipate, but Dodds trying to use this as a way to get into the set, but it's Michaela finding Smurfette. That's the heaven pressure removed. You got to look towards
It's unlucky timing, but
Eva's here, but taking her time. This is bizarre. GiantX down into the 2v2, making it 1v2 as Dodds. The last one alive, the seat goes in. Great.
Dude, this is nice though.
Hey, but they're not going to take.
Yeah, I wonder if the comms are a little better from what was happening over towards B. I do think there was a timing on A to be made here.
You mentioned it earlier.
For sure.
They've got to keep track of this agent. She's still lurking around in mid, and she ends up backtracking and just securing the entire round for GX. And that was a round for Crew that things were looking at. They were in control of it.
Yeah,
to be fair, I think the individual timings of Ava really saved them here. But it was a lot of confusion in the beginning of the round for GX. Thankfully, that Raise Rocket really.
I will say it's a lot of damage done. 3 people come by next.
This round with no big ult in play, they're gonna have to find the open
No way.
kills.
This is nuts. You're so dead. Yeah, not sure about that one. Against a Waylay, you can't do that stuff.
Oh my god! I mean, what the tag on Sarah, but the shot too good. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Okay, this is getting a little bit scrappy, but the plan's going to be in play. The time's going to be on their side. They can find stability and kind of calm down the round. There shouldn't be too many threats from this point onwards. You still have a judge in play, far from ideal. So at this point, this could be nice building blocks for GiantX. Keep
Yeah, I probably should have played a little
building as well.
safer, I guess the word is, with the Sage ult.
Eva under a lot of
Like,
pressure.
not just the Sage, but the whole setup in general.
But it's Ness. Easy contact there, a bit messy in the end, but GiantX 5 stay alive. Stability
Yeah, and
on the
I
horizon.
see one that can't buy
Doesn't
here
feel
as well,
even
so they got a
obvious yet,
decision to be
but
made.
it's getting the rounds on the board.
Absolutely. And being clean like that, all 5 players staying alive, getting some of that money.
But is a caster? I mean, she was a caster before. Caster analyst.
Absolutely going to mean a lot for the Sign of Giants. We'll see exactly how this round turns out, because these kind of low buy
He did everything player, casted.
And starts taking more risks. Things can get
Analyst
really
desk.
dangerous. So I'm
Mostly blast
hoping
events.
For Giants side, they have actually stabilized. This
still
round will
feels-
tell a lot.
Yeah, it feels a bit fraught still, right? And this is a really early
Player?
shot.
Yeah, I was in the first DG in Valorant.
It's so messy. Kinnear gets away. 5 HP, and Kinnear is out of there. Can easily trade over that Vandal if needed, but gets the heal off instead.
Double heals.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Look at how many ults are online as well. These eco rounds, they get so dangerous, Lauren. Already one of the duelists is down. Now, for GX side, they've got to be thinking about how much more util do we have to use to secure this round.
Well, they've still got like Eva's util to maybe try and set up Ness, but Ness has certainly burnt everything. We saw it on B main. So shouldered up towards heaven. That's the first contact, but no one's going to overly bite down on that. The
4
temptation
pass and
is to go
stack.
towards A, right? There was a lot seen towards that B approach, but with the Seekers coming in, this should be relatively
Yeah,
telling.
the Seeker kind of sells it over towards B. It's an easy call to go A right now.
We can't quite forget about
Oh.
that. Toki over there slowly taking space. Could allow for rotation. 38 seconds though.
Okay, really trying to sell the pressure.
GX reading this round well, and actually, but
shot.
then Dodds just finding a long range
Yeah,
kill.
double satchels picks up the gun as well.
This is huge. Dots can, if they can just play their life, this is great. Just keep that
Omen
space
ult to
secure.
clear main.
CT
Got
gets
2 of
taken
main right
down.
now.
That support from Kinnear. Monch gonna watch towards CT. Great fight.
Boy.
Ness is having a nightmare of a game so far. Sarah and Eva gonna have to put together the pieces. It's a very uncomfortable post plant. We already know where Dodds is. Kinnear already in position, double swing on CT. A valiant attempt, but it looks to fall
Ah, it's
short,
really
and it
nice.
does.
They played
You
this
were
really nice.
worried, Christine, and rightly so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my goodness, KRU just do exactly what is the most dangerous thing on these low buys. Change the pace, start peaking, and Giants, they're just not ready for it. You saw also in the middle of this
The
round that
walk
Giants, they were
push
forced to
through a
spread out. All
one-way
5 of them
against the
have to
low buy
actually
when there's a Sage slow on the
spread out
floor
the sky wing towards that A
is
main, and
a choice.
there's no real right answer on these
That is a
anti-ecos.
choice.
It's either you 4-1 or you spread out in your default, and in both of them, there's RNG all across the board. So I definitely feel the round for GX, but man, what a moment for KRU to just capitalize on, and their money is right back where they need it.
God, I forgot about the double heal as well. Like I was like, oh, Kinnear's dead. That's the Vandal gone. Nope, sitting right back on it. No sweat. It's crazy.
Yeah, I would expect for KRU too. For Dodds, they're gonna want to go forward and go for those scrappy little
Okay, well,
plays. and
bailed
lose
earlier,
some
so let's
HP
do it again.
they
I think this
know
time they
that
have to go to the angle a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah. And again, I do want to highlight.
Dude,
how
1 pass and
Dodds'
fake,
skill was
and
there
with
as
the
well.
boom bot not seeing anyone as well, you could imagine if they over-rotate on this one. All goes in, they hit 2 shoot, but it's only 2. And honestly, the Sage might jump peek this. Dude, Sage jump peeks, clears the pressure, it can hold strong. Dog spots too.
Good information spot here.
I like how KRU play the map, to be honest. KRU have been pretty good. The only round I didn't like is when they went aggro with the Sage war against
defaulting right
the
now,
Waylay.
trying to figure out exactly where all
With
these
Sage
agents
res.
are. They now know that the sky is playing towards that A site. At least the dog has been wasted.
Dude, time's gonna get pretty low on this.
With each other, but it does seem like for GX, they definitely do want to end towards this B split. You can see that Waylay's trying to go towards that B main. And Ava still got that flash.
30 seconds left.
I like these rotations though. I think the pennies dropped for KRU. And there it is.
Oh,
That's
I'm not
scary.
sure about that one.
That's a scary sound to hear. But
Gives them a lot of space. It's good with the time, but they just get out.
try and path around frontside pillar. Pop flash. It's good. It's actually great.
Oh, dude.
Standing in
Nice
4
shots.
kills, denying that lovely adjustment they wanted, and they're reading the lurk in middle. They're going to try and set her up for this one. Classics out, baby. She wants
Go on.
2 bullets. Oh, no. Oh, it's getting messy.
It was so clean until it wasn't.
I don't blame you for going for it. But man, that flash and swing.
Dude,
just
the
reading,
the
they
4
wanted to try
kills
and get
though.
around that Viper's pit.
Second, third
So
again.
well done.
Super
Yeah,
clean.
and I thought for a moment that Viper's Pit, I didn't know if I liked it, Lauren. I didn't know if I
Yeah,
liked the music
I was on board with that as well. It's like it gives them so much space in the end.
Coming out from Michaela, it doesn't even matter that she didn't get
Dude,
the ace. You
third
can see
kill
that
is-
they're
That's gorgeous.
vibing out. Yeah, I love the fact that Dodge was trying to be her bait. That satchel did sabotage her. I can't lie, but it's all good. Just laughs on the side of crew, enjoying the moment and just soaking it all in. And man, for Giants,
Or Nora with the prime. Thank you so much, dude.
they're being
Thank you
too
so much for that.
indecisive
Appreciate
right
the prime
now. I think
usage.
During this timeout, they've got to be talking to each other about, hey guys, let's just loosen up a little bit.
By the classic,
Let's
only
get in
2
these
bullets.
right spaces and let's apply the pressure.
You talk about the
because
original
they are not
swing,
taking
I
advantage
think.
of having 2 duelists on their side right now.
And I don't want to kind of put this directly on Ness because I think that's it's unfair. But again, when you've seen kind of the compositions built around that way,
Yeah, it does look like crew look pretty nice on this.
Towards it, I want to see that synergy there. I
I'm
want to see
impressed.
that in unison because it's so oppressive to handle. It's very hard to get any sort of spacing behind it as well. So if they can activate that little bit of synergy, I'll be incredibly happy. Even if it doesn't result in a win in this map, I know this is Crew's choice. I just want to see that aspect come online because again, if you look at what the desk was kind of leading in with Dodds being impactful, having an aggressive play here, looking confident, I think that's a tick in the box for me.
Okay, lower
The
buy,
other
make sure they
side
can
of
buy
it,
next.
I do want to see that.
Looks like a
Ness
straight up B here.
perfect combination. Something again. The desk
Might be a
touching
really
on.
nice
Let's
round
now
to
see that. That's
boost
what
on
the
this
timeout
one.
In your mind should have been maybe building towards a bit more of that direct, confident approach. No more hesitation about it. Let's see that in practice. Again, the ult is here for Ness. Got the buy, got the Vandal as well. So investing in towards this.
And all 5 members are grouped.
If
very
Dodds
grouped
gets a
towards
kill,
this
that's
B main.
Razor.
Yes, that's her last slow orb.
Oh, gets hit by the ult. Oh, this gets weird. The slow's big though. The slow's really big.
The waylay dashes, you can't just check like you can with the jet, so Dodds is able to get
Really, really nice though.
That's just everything.
There's a
you
great
could
setup
have
for what's going on.
hoped for, right?
Dude, the
That
Sage against the
little
double.
adjustment,
I'm
man.
glad that
And I
I
guess
said
that is
someone
the
asked
one
in chat.
difference of it not being
How
a
do you like the
jet,
Sage
right?
at the moment? I
Can't get
said
that
map
little quick
dependent.
look
I think the
behind
Sage
you.
against
The
double
flash
duelist
doesn't
is
tell
really
you
good.
everything. Yes, someone's there. Sick.
Starting
That can be
to
anywhere
starting to
back
see
further.
like a little bit of what I'm
Double
talking
backside.
about. They just
Man,
stopped
that is
so much
chaotic,
of this
but
hit.
A great read, though, I want to say from Crew as well. First time we've seen Dodds up in that position. So
Like the Sage is
really
the Sage
heads
is
up
so
work.
nice right
It
now.
might be the one negative
Especially when you got to
aspect of
prove
Waylay right
on
now.
this map
Waylay's
that you want to
looking
kind of hold over
fantastic.
towards
Probably
the
best
Saints.
duelist we've got, but
Really, really
even
strong.
the Raze is
Just
able
means that
to
no one
kind
can
of look
follow the
around
Waylay
at
out,
their
and as long as you
satchel
have
again.
nice
So
crossfires, it's not
unfortunate
too bad.
For the side of Giants, I mean, they
And
definitely
then you're kind of forcing a double
burned and
duelist team
invested a lot
to
into that round.
default a little
doing
bit
that
more
off
and
a
force
timeout
through mid.
mentally is so booming as well.
Both timeouts, yeah.
Right? Like, you gotta
And
be
then they
thinking
might
that
use
was
that
ult, that was
saturate,
everything.
and then
Now
it's pretty
Dodds
good.
feeling
Nice shot.
confident. It's
Oh, chill now,
clean
chill now,
work in
chill now.
middle. Smurfette again punished. Spotted another
Oh.
player, and they're on the hunt.
What?
Dodds once more. He's getting too
Dude,
far.
their aim's
Back-to-back,
kind of
big
insane.
impact, and the map is getting so small. They've lost down on middle. They've lost down on B main. The only bit of freedom is over towards A.
It's so much higher level than the game before. It's crazy.
Man, this is
It's just oppressive. I mean, Sarah is just sat back wondering what the hell just happened in mid. Now
General
has to
Taz with
force
the
and
Prime.
go
Thank you so
forward.
much for
Look
the
at
9 months.
HPs
Thank you,
on
thank
Crew.
you.
Hardly anyone has
Untouchable, yeah.
lost any HP there.
Oh,
Yeah, the aim on these rounds have been so
Dominant,
good.
and the money on the Giant side of things, they haven't planted in a couple rounds either.
as a coach, right?
The self saturate's not great.
I mean, it was absolutely like Ness, where are you meant to go? Like, right? Like, what are you meant to do? There's no escaping. But as a coach, you've got to be feeling like there's just like a pit in your stomach at that point, right? You've burnt your timeouts. You've had your chat. You've done your work. I've done my part, Chief. I got mine, but then you're
gotta
like, well,
pray. Gotta send that energy, you know?
send the energy out. Okay, got it.
Ness was thinking about it.
I mean, and at this point, I don't say 8-2 is a lost game. It's not, right? We've seen. Oh no, that's not. Well,
I'm not sure about that one.
That gap is.
Dude, why do they keep walking
You know,
through Sage slows?
I will say that you don't play against Sage that often anymore. Not as often, and if there's a
Things to get in
slow
the
orb at your
protocols.
feet, let's just reset. Let's wait a couple seconds.
Hey guys, let's just pause. Hey.
That's unfortunate.
But
Oh,
again,
that's a decent gap for Smurfette.
does it matter? And does it matter? Oh, dearie me. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Put a fork in it. This one might be done. 8-2. I mean, I said I was kind of alluding to this until we saw the disrespect the slow play. It's
See
not
these
my
peaks as
favorite.
well. These peaks are rough right now.
But at this point, I just want to see them take
They're giving them a heads up that they're going to be peaking before they actually turn the corner. Walking through stage slows.
Everything they wanted, they've got everything falling into place. And it is their map, so that's fine. You can kind of chalk it up sometimes. And I don't know if you'll agree now, because you've been on the other side of things. A quick loss is sometimes easier just to get over. It's their map. You just like, pull off the band-aid, cool, no worries. Move on to the next. Think about Haven. It's 9-2, but I think it's how we've got to this 9-2. I just want to see them get confidence, take some high risks, try and get active, try and get Ness online here, try and get Toki playing up a little bit. It just feels flat. It just feels flat to me.
Same for me as well, and it is really important to just take it round by round and warm up into it. It's definitely a huge series and not a lot of value coming through for
They
this
use so much utility.
I wish there was a raise right behind to follow up.
Follow into
but
it.
the Sky ult
Some of the
is
flashes are
propped
really
and-
nice. Hit a lot.
The paranoia was still good. Look at the spacing. They can't make the most of the pressure coming out.
Yeah, they're just sending it for a Viper money. But I mean, they just don't slow play.
There's so much value on this utility.
They just absolutely send it.
The most of.
But I guess they got double
Toki
duelist.
has got 3 kills to find, a spike to recover, and probably a player to locate as well. Not really got the beat on where Biazik is, who has the res. And if she can slip the net, that's going to be another player up and standing. A clear through heaven. Spots nothing. That's a big call. Could be CT care. They've already repositioned over towards B main. They've got the spike they can play around. They don't have to take risks.
Is the
Still have
casters
the
up
flash,
slightly?
still have the
Yeah.
ult.
Done
There
it.
you go, another
Should be a little
player
better
added
now.
to the mix. It's hard work here, Toki. Let's go. Show me a little more.
Yeah, it's info though.
What you got to lose? Last round of the half, you might as well play it out as best you can. 35 seconds, going to try and readjust pathing.
And I love the reposition that you mentioned, Lauren, going back into the B
30
main, not
seconds
leaving
left.
any chances for Toki to find and
Very,
dodge.
very
That's
nice.
clean.
Dude, what a lovely half to watch, to be honest.
Been clean, Christine. I kind of want to get into it after the break, after this halftime, because it does seem as though we might have some treats coming up. I'm hoping we have more than just this half, however, as this
For
has been
much?
an
Yeah, let's do
absolutely
that.
one-sided affair.
One down. One enemy remaining.
They're giving it? I mean, they can give it after that half. That was a nice half from them. Okay, someone was asking about hoodies earlier. Sliggy.store, we've got much. You want to check it out? Been doing this a little bit now. Got mugs, t-shirts, jumpers, bags, and eventually mouse mats. Probably for next year, we'll test them out. Throughout December is the plan. So if you want to go get some merch, go check it out. I promise it's nice. Hearing some nice stuff of people that have bought it as well. So I appreciate everyone that's been buying it, supporting the channel. And yeah, it's just cool to be able to do this, to be honest. I didn't really think this would ever be a thing, so that's pretty insane. We all know. Yeah, but dude, there might be a couple of people that don't know. Can you get a display of me and it's just a zoomed in A4 of my face? I mean, yeah, you can do that. I wouldn't recommend it. You can do that. The technology's there. I'm not gonna sell it. I'll say that much. I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. But
Farming out here, Lauren. We'll see how long KRU and Dodds herself can keep up this
if you are
energy.
gonna do
I mean,
it,
it is high
code
pressure right
Sliggy.
now. Dodds didn't
At least get a
miss
discount on
beat.
it.
She was everywhere, satcheling forward,
But
getting
please
more
don't do
of
it.
her kills.
Get someone else.
It didn't seem like she wanted to ace every round, every single round.
And look, the amount of times I'll talk about killer instinct in a player.
Can you get a display of what he sent me
I
on
love
WhatsApp?
that. You gotta back yourself,
Yeah,
you
you could
gotta pull
also
up
do
your
that,
number
Bacon.
sometimes and take those
You could
high
also
risks.
do that.
And you felt her just kind of feeling out the game more and more and more as it went on that mid play, getting aggressive with the ult.
I wouldn't
playing off the
recommend
back
it
end,
again,
taking
also,
the
but
space. It was just gorgeous to witness.
Your house.
And then coming back in here for GiantX, get the ball rolling. I don't care about the scoreline now. Feel out the game. Start getting yourselves into this matchup.
Is
because,
it though, Bacon?
We've seen the best of Ness. We know how good she can
Okay,
be when
1-0 on
things
the
happen to her.
pistols.
Smurfette, one of the classic names in the scene. Another talented player, but just not quite been here yet. I want to see them active. I want to see them at least put up a couple of good fights and good engagements, but As it stands, it's KRU on the attack now.
And they have to get active. I mean, I would argue that they're on the harder side now because they have double
Okay,
duelists. At least
default
KRU
over
had a
towards middle
sentinel,
in reaction.
But it looks like
Fake.
they are getting active.
Ah,
A
the
nice double
flash
peek
went
with the pickup,
behind
but
the
it's still
pillar.
not good enough.
The flash went
Dawes
behind
just
the
taking one lick
sign
of
even.
damage.
They seem so ready for it.
It's a nice
They seem
idea on
so
paper though.
aware
Oh,
of
that always feels so bad when the classic is just shooting a save wall.
I'm trying, man. I'm doing my best. But there's still a player on this site. Hold on. Yeah,
the Astra
Eva's
smoke.
here. Good timing on that.
Ooh.
That's a spike now noted. And just needs to be slippery. Can you buy time for
Big
any
Joe.
of your other teammates to get by time?
Nice shot.
Impact! Eva again, brilliant. Kinnear going to try and cut off his cavalry, but it's Kinnear
Hold that.
with it all to do. Now down to the 1v1. Eva made the
Oh
difference.
boy. Well,
But it
double
gets
pistol.
shattered into
Eva did pretty
pieces. A
good.
Red Bull clutch
Unlucky.
to kick off the second half.
Go near.
Man.
I would say the pick
calm and collected
from
in that moment
this
too.
is
I love
KRU's
the
map
fact that
pick,
she
right?
didn't
This
rush
is a
it.
pretty good
She
map
knew
pick
that
from
that
them.
blind caught both players.
They
She
pick
knew
one of the
that
maps that got
player at
rotated
elbow
in.
didn't hear her
The
drop
Giants
or
have less time
reload,
on,
so just
and they just look good
dissecting
on
that
it as
last
well.
duel. Beautiful, dominant stuff from KRU, and I love the fact that they're,
Wait, what
they're
got?
doubling down. I mean, all
I'm
on
not gonna say out
aggression,
loud, but
on
what
the
got
in-your-face duels, not
got deleted
slowing
from
down
Achilles?
at all.
Yeah, and it's not just one. It's not just Dons. They're all there. Right? Every single player's got
That's
a little bit
crazy
of fire
behavior.
to them now. And right into the bite. On the other side, Sheriff with Sarah, Frenzy with Eva, Smurfette, Sheriff as well.
You
But
could make that though,
it feels
Achilles.
like a bit of a whimper.
You might have to use AI for it though.
Time to talk. Time to get yourself right. Alright, I mean, what are you meant to do at this point?
Hey, at least Ava got one. That was kind of one of those moments where you really just got to force the trade, and afterwards she can say, I got mine.
I got mine. It's the silver lining. We're all a whole.
Oops.
Oh my god, they're
Viper versus Viper.
Ah, they're just here, bro. No, you can't launch. Everyone's been toxic recently.
Wow.
Dude, I love how the observer just stuck on her. It's like, well, we know what's gonna happen.
The fines will be flying out at this point. The spirit of Rob Wiz.
Stayed around for an extra
around
12
in the
bursts.
venue. Smurfette 1v4. It ain't happening
very
today.
nice.
12-2. This could be a very quick map.
Yeah, and for GX, they can't even afford an op yet. Would have been wonderful to get that in the hands of Ness here. That waylay op, I'm such a huge fan of it, Lauren, but they're going to have to do with just the 4 rifles, a little bit of half armor. And it goes back to what we talked about on pistol round GX. They've got double duelists. They've got to get active and try to find an opening pick for some breathing room on this defense side of things. These last couple of rounds, they've been trying to get B main control on and this A main control. Hardly any
Okay,
defenders
10.
towards this mid, and it looks like they're going to do the same thing in this one.
10 goes at it. They got a really nice split.
Interest over towards a quick ramp approach as well. 3 crossed over. It's pacey. You still have those 2 players slightly disconnected, and actually Ness gonna this time find Kinnear, right? So B-main control there. Sarah trying to stall out rotations. This is great work from
I mean, the
Sarah.
molly was really good.
I thought you had more, but music could have Smurfette in the heels.
Didn't
Suddenly all of
check
that
close,
tempo and
right?
pressure through middle feels like it might fall away here.
That tunnel
KRU
vision is
does stall
wild.
out slightly.
I mean, it doesn't matter too much. I mean, they're going to lose the map
Absolutely
anyway, but
devastating.
that tunnel vision
Sarah
is
was set
insane.
up for a multi-kill, but it's just come down to a 3v3, and we saw Ness opening up this round with a B main push, and
Are ready
she's
for this
finding
push, are
herself
they?
in a beautiful position. Depending on the timing here, there it is.
Pretty good peek.
I mean, better from Ness, right? Getting involved, getting their faces, trying to put up a fight. Does lose out in the end. Now 2v2. Eva's got to be careful to not overdo this one. Oh, you're so desperate to get involved here. Quick check on the side, not toward that default plant. Spots out the cross, makes a mess on the shot, and then goes back for seconds.
Nice
Oh,
shots.
there we go. Suddenly, a lifeline. I don't think you get that every round, though.
But coming right in the nick of time at least, and for Sarah, I mean, listen, that was a feels bad round because she deserved to get multi-kills there, but she was in the right place at the right time, and honestly, KRU handled that round really well, playing around with those ropes, so it's the first time for Giants side where it was a clean round, all things considered at the moment. Each player stepping up.
But I want to see a bit of that we just saw on the cameras too, trying to build up the confidence because they look quiet, right? Like obviously when you're in a scoreline like this, it's hard to try and keep
only
that,
2 though?
you know, motivation up, try and
But it
stay
might
a
be
bit,
worse
you know,
than that.
confident in it, try and keep the spirits high. But I want to see more of that. Try and keep yourselves with your heads held high. Music trying to open things up with the Outlaw. The light shields are out in effect though, but the flash is great. The swing actually going to be
How?
denied. Kinnear still
Someone's got to swing heavy on this. How? I gotta watch that back.
Sarah, control in middle only so far. It feels desperate now. It's down to Ness and Toki. And Ness is still scrapping it out. Gonna have to dig deeper though. Has to keep going.
From what I can tell, they didn't go wide.
Can't quite get involved either on a bit of an island. Is Ness a player on a solo adventure? KRU's patience pays off, and this.
God, what an
might
absolute
just
stomp
be it.
this one was.
Yeah, you can see that Monch is already
God.
scaled in their spawn, completely securing all of that A site. But Toki, she does hear all of these footsteps.
Toki. This
KRU are aware though.
The glance they gave it.
Oh.
Wait, the time.
Oh, it's fine. Oh no, it doesn't feel fine, Toki. Can't escape it.
Okay, dude, what a stomp this was. They got a nice split, and I think the pick of split against a team that they had like double the time off to prep this map makes a lot of sense. I think the map pick is great.
But man, GiantX need to wake up for map 2, or this one will be a quick series as KRU looks back in business, and we'll be back after this. Zika, they're just going to tuck in towards the corner. They're going to try and path around frontside pillar. Pop flash, it's good. It's actually great. Michaela, outstanding impact. 4 kills.
Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit.
I love you deeply, more and more every time. Your voice ain't left a scar. You say you're crazy, but baby I'm crazy, yeah. Now you get to look and see. It has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Yeah. I wanna watch you burn. I wanna see you burn. I wanna hear you burn. Yeah. I wanna watch you burn.
Did you get what you wanted? What you were hoping to find in me? A willing victim. Maybe I needed you. I know that it scared you. Remind you of your insecurities. So you took it out on me. Do you remember the time you left me out in the snow while you were having your fun? I waited quiet and cold, and in the back of my mind knew you were letting me go. I'm sorry.
has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn. I wanna see you burn. I wanna hear you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn.
KRU Visa look incredible in this elimination match. They come out of the gates, they stomp on map 1, and now we're starting to think about maybe we did. Maybe we didn't see the real KRU after all. Welcome back to Game Changers. An incredible bounce back game, Mimi, from Dodds. How do you even compare the two from what we saw them do last time?
It feels like not only a different player, but it feels like the Dodds that we expected, that KRU needed to show up because she was so outstanding in this game on this defensive side. I loved how her play integrated in with KRU's comp. I think they made a great choice by going into this Sage composition, which had such incredible stall utility to isolate the GX duelists. And once they got out on sites, most of the time it was Dodds fast rotating, getting out on these sites with her satchels, shutting those duelist players down, and then throwing a nade into the choke. Here's one of those rounds I'm talking about where they're just flooding through and Dodds is set up in the perfect position to shut them down. Look at those stats, Dan. She was pivotal this game.
Insane, and that is what we needed to see for this side of KRU, because last year they talked about it, they weren't really playing like themselves, they knew they had more to show, and in this map I thought it was so smart going and picking this map, knowing that this is the map where last time GiantX was struggling against MIBR and proving a really good defense, not only when it comes to how they were holding and delaying a little bit of that push with that Sage, with the smokes as well, but also with some aggression as well, like we saw for Kunir sometimes swinging, that like Dot as well, trying to push towards mid, and every single one of those plays was going their way.
Yeah, I think the reality of the matter is that KRU surprised, and it really felt like a top-to-bottom situation where everyone contributed. One of the members that contributed in a massive way was Michaela with this Verizon high-speed moment. This 4K was, I mean, picture perfect. The flash out and then the swing into 4 Mimi, it doesn't get much better than this.
It was so beautiful. Dan, did you know that this was coming? You knew?
Yes, of course. Of course. It was going to happen. It was bound to happen. They talked about it, I believe. And I feel like it's coming true. It's coming a reality.
The Krupium is no longer needed.
It's not.
It's not
never
Krupium.
been. It's never been.
Yeah, I think the thing is for Dan,
I would
it
say
never
at a time it was.
For now, for Dan, I don't think it was.
KRU is gonna go on a run.
13-3, man, that is crazy. I came into this game and I thought this was going to be the GX bounce back on split, that they would show us something more. And I even could have seen KRU winning the map with that comp they picked, but never would I have expected it to be this dominant. This is a statement win for KRU. Doug.
Yeah, I think even Kunir having really big moments, but another player that we've got to touch on again. I think we hit on every single player on that roster was Monch. Dan, some of the value that Monch was able to provide was, I mean, when you're winning as big as they did, everything looks really good, but Monch in particular was just lights out for KRU.
And she specifically was that player that said that that opening match against Liquid didn't really represent what KRU really is. So now you get to see her standing up, be confident, and also have some incredible plays. This is the Monch that we wanted to see all along, and it's the Monch that might take them to the finish line and this potential 2-0.
Dan, we were having an important discussion between the maps talking about Monch, and I said she's the Lisa of KRU.
Yes.
Do you agree?
I would say she is the Lisa of KRU. I understand, and I feel like it just clicks together. It makes sense, and the way that you see her, she's just giving Lisa. She is.
She has the aura. She's standing up. She's playing incredibly well in the server as well. There's something about her. I think we can officially say she is the Lisa of KRU. Or maybe Lisa is the Monch of Liquid.
Yeah,
tough to say.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick look at
Ooh,
agent
we got
select
a-
here for map 2, which is Haven.
Got a
we
Waylay.
Neon up against the Waylay. Any other surprises here for you, Mimi?
not necessarily surprises, but just more questions of how are GX going to recover from such a brutal map 1. I'm looking to Smurfette after the initiator changes, playing Neon in a double smokes comp. That's hard. You don't have a ton of tools. All you really have is a paranoia and a dart to follow up on. So I really believe the pressure is on for her to spearhead GiantX's recovery.
And things move a little bit because we've seen Kinnear mostly on
Genji
that
comp
Omen,
of
that
a Waylay?
entire
Yeah.
stage in Latin
I mean,
America. This time
good work.
around, playing a little bit of that Sentinel, playing that Killjoy. They were playing a Cypher instead.
It's
that
a
was
little
playing
harder
Raymond,
to maybe
that is going
hit
into the Viper,
C
and then
and
you
stuff
see
like
Biasi
that, but
picking up this Omen. On top of that, you have Dots as well, going for, instead
And
of playing
honestly,
that Jet
eh?
that she was often playing, for a little bit more of a meta composition with the Waylay as well. So it feels like everything is coming together, and they have really understood how they want to play this meta against GiantX.
But we haven't seen a huge amount of Waylay on this map, so I'm very excited to see what Dodds has cooked up. They have got to be so hot off that map 1.
Well, let's find out if this one makes it to a map 3, and we're going to go ahead and send it back to your casters. Here's Potter and Pansy on the call.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the composition here is what we're going to start by looking at, right? We can kind of go into the minutia once we get past it, but where does your mind go now seeing these compositions come into play?
Immediately, I'm loving what I'm seeing from GX. We already witnessed them just destroy and dominate on the Haven last time. Smurfette was having a blast, just speeding around us everywhere. For KRU side of things, it's kind of reminding me and giving me PTSD of the first time around we saw Dodds on Waylay with no flashes to help them get into the sites and find value out of these dives. So we'll see exactly how KRU have compensated and band-aided whatever those issues were last time where they weren't getting any info, any of the pings from the Fade util. It wasn't happening.
And again, if we've got that
okay,
as
we
a
got
takeaway,
KRU on the fence.
hopefully they
We have GiantX on
As a
attack,
team, we're holding
and
them to a high caliber. We've got that
wasn't a great start for
Rubium, as the
GiantX,
devs
but
were
again,
saying,
they had
we
such
need
a
to see that
time diff on
adjustment.
this
It
map
is such
that
a clear
they're
issue. Now,
expected
whether
to
they can
lose
do
the
that or
map
not,
at
we're
least.
yet to see, but we like what GiantX are running. We like how they look on this, but they have to then ignore map 1, right? They have to pick themselves up here on the attack. GiantX leading the way in. Smurfette going to be slowed down slightly.
Top of the
so they
molly
don't have
before I
that
got hit by the
instantaneous
shark.
burst towards the site.
Recon
Love the fact
misses
that
the mark,
GX are
right? Is this
starting
not
on
a
the
deeper
attack side.
recon
They
than
get
what
to
you need?
Control the pace here, and all 5 members are in the site. This is such an awkward moment, Lauren.
Yeah, it certainly
that's
is.
good info.
And there's still a lot of players backside, though, for KRU, right? Music getting a little bit paranoid about that, maybe push up through Garage, but it's a crossfire held on the back of the site. They're going to give up the plant. I'm seeing a fast
Whoa,
flank as
whoa,
well.
whoa,
That's
whoa,
going
no
in,
one
but
looking for a
again,
jump
that
up?
little peek above on the back of Platt, and Dodds is going to find one through Garage. This is dangerous now. Trying to double
look
swing
at the
towards
HPs.
backside, but Music seems aware. Loose the fight, but Kinnear is here, and Smurfette
Very, very
falls.
nice.
A fast
Dude, 3-0 on the
flank
pistols
sent
at the
in motion
moment
by
as well,
Dodds,
looking
and
kind
everything teeing up for
of
them.
easy from
And it
them.
felt like GiantX were willing to allow them to have backside control
Yeah,
as
they just
well.
struggle against
Yeah,
they struggle against the wall at the back. They got
Ground. I mean,
no
even the fact
no
that
flash
the spike
agent.
was planted when
You just
all
gotta be
members
sending it
were
with
on
someone.
The site. It seemed like it was a 4v4
And
or
someone normally has to be the
5v5
Neon.
all on that C site. But either way, at least the spike does go down. And man, I mean, if just a couple of these bullets landed on this backside.
Yeah, this might be one of the better, if not the best example of like why teams use this wall as well.
That value we were
Pass
talking
flood
about
over
on this
towards the
fade
back of the
that
site so
I
you can get the
landed, I
numbers.
loved
Actually means you can
how
hold
BSA
back a
peaked
site.
at the
Pretty much
exact
forcing a
timing when
comp
that
that
eye
doesn't
was
have a
landing.
flash to
It
try and
resulted in a freebie
take back
for
a site
her.
through it. You
Love
gotta
the fact
take the
that they're using
timing,
it as a
really.
crosshair displacer.
Or just the Neon sends it.
Oh, there we
Hero,
go.
hero
Love that.
outlaw,
Love
and
that.
everyone
Such
can
a
get one
meta
shot.
play right now. GX, they force bought the Outlaw and allowed Smurfette to have that full armor, already finding themselves an opening. And at this point, all GX want to do is just group up, allow Smurfette to slowly look at these
I mean,
lines,
this would be a
slowly
Vandal as well.
dissect, and try to find one more pick.
Take your time on this one. Still a little bit of utility as well.
Double the guns
You've
up,
the
got a
dart
Bulldog
there,
now.
You know, you've got the smoke still ready. One towards that kind of tucked in
Nice
quad
jump
side.
spot,
You've got
saw one,
towards
at least, maybe
backside.
two.
Looking to maybe try and get the drop on this though, but
it's a one-shot, one-kill.
That's gonna work out as well. Dodds does get a trade towards Nest, but there's still the threat on the side, and Dodds is farming. Good follow-up, that's 3, but the
Is it
problem
enough,
still
though?
persists. Smurfette still alive, there is threat just about
Dude, the
everywhere.
walkout?
Kinnear
Oh, the
and
walkout is
Beerzik
crazy
trying to
timing.
gap close in towards
They
it.
don't know.
Kinnear's position, it should be the checkmate.
Still
Man,
a
I
little
love what they
costly.
tried
We'll
there,
see
though,
what the
GiantX.
one
They
buys
look
aboard
so
the
much more
Outlaw.
comfortable in this, but then you still had to get past Dodds, who's
Yeah,
been a
Dodds just
problem.
won the round,
and
really.
Look at that, Lauren. Right afterwards, either way, GX, they're going to have a healthy purchase. Smurfette is going to get dropped a Vandal. and Ava being a great teammate, taking the sacrifice on the Stinger. So KRU right now, they're struggling on the money side of things. So either way for Giants, they're fairly happy with this round. But I got to give props to Konier because multiple times now, she's been able to snake her way into the site and really just solidify that
so
round
Eva takes the
win
hat.
when things got a little dicey for KRU.
Replay stacked down towards long though. This could be a little bit dangerous. KRU going to dismantle that pretty swiftly though. Couple of warning shots posted. That shotgun
Interesting to
is
see
getting pretty
a
close, though. Oh, no,
fade.
Toki.
Got a fade
He's
Sova
aware there's
Def.
a chance, right? You could already see that kind of aim
Again, I
adjustment
think fade is
downwards,
really
potential
good for
Seoul
holding
push-up.
A, but we don't
This
really
is
see like the insta fade eyes on the floor. I mean, if you turn the corner, it's
like
strong.
what they've seen. Toki's still trying
But
to find
even
that
just like
information
fade eye in the
on the right
corner,
spikes here, though. If that
it would
gets
be good as
overwhelmed,
well.
a tough position to
Once you
defend.
cross out, it will get you.
Always so dangerous when the
Fade has a lot of
shotguns
potential
are
on
the board.
A, I guess is what
GX
I'm
are
saying.
doing
It's
a
just a little
fantastic
weaker on
job
attack
knowing
hitting
that
C.
Shotguns are on the table, but Ava's gonna want to use her drone, use some util to clear these corners.
Please clear the corners. You're getting baited in. You
Oh,
don't.
boy.
No, we're not falling for this. Dots, come on! I thought she had Toki.
Yeah,
down
I
as
thought-
well.
I thought there was a
Genuinely,
double here.
Smurfette trying to pick up the pieces, trying to make
Ooh,
up for
the
that
tuck into
little bit
the
of
corner.
mistake here, but it's now messy. It's a 3v3. It's still not
Okay.
perfect, and GiantX just brawling their way forward, getting a bit of stability to maybe allow for a plant. That's all you can
30
hope for.
seconds
Trying
left.
to chain these smokes, maybe add a bit of that paranoia. Music looking to slip through, going to be found. Sarah reading that really well, playing into the smoke, leaving just Konier alive.
Yeah, extra kill would be good for the damage.
Pretty impressive.
Oh.
That's a good start.
Wait, kind of becomes winnable.
Double stack though, little high-low setup.
Timmy the turret.
Timmy's slacking on the drum, man. Timmy's tired.
Yeah,
Timmy's
just didn't see the
tired.
angle
But
fully.
I got nervous. That clear through sewer got sketchy, right? If Dodds hit that second shot, if that Bucky lands towards the, who was it who was down there? I think it was, I can't remember who it was. If there was one, I think it was maybe Toki who doesn't fall. Yeah, if that hadn't happened, I don't know what I'd have done.
Yeah, Dodds definitely had a moment to be able to absolutely take over on this bonus round. I wish she would have used her bubble in that moment, and you notice that the Whaley ultimate came on board right in the nick of time too. So coulda, woulda, shoulda converted a bonus round, but for GX at least they're rewarded for that map
Big
control.
important
It looks
rounds,
like Dodds
especially with the money.
wants to go
And we got a
aggressive.
giant
Look
ult
how
diff.
far up she is. She's got that Whaley ultimate.
Got a giant ult diff and the Waylay's taking a little bit of a risk, but it pays off so heavy. But the fade up over towards A.
But I like
They
this
can
with
rotate with the
prototypes,
ult now.
A long space now gathered, put into the hands of KRU. They can kind of leave them on an island, free up that rotation, put some more bodies towards that BC side, supplement the utility in play. This gets tougher for GiantX. If they want to re-clear this, it feels uncomfortable in a way, but they are stacking up towards this side. Still trying to show a bit of presence.
If
clearly towards potential on
it's
B
a
side,
shame.
but
I thought
hesitation
Dodds
here with
was gonna
GiantX. They
go
don't
long
wanna
and
go
try and
blind.
bait it out. Then
There's
this would
danger
have
to this,
had
but this is an
multi, but
isolated player until now. Look at Dodds' reposition. Back towards sewer. On contact, could swing. Michaela played in. Tried to hit a bit of a pre-fire on it and makes a meal of it. But Dodds is still here. Dodds is still around and unchecked on. Being
Good
kept in
Omen
place by
flash.
one player sitting deep, and that's about it. Ness could be done for. No.
Very, very
the
nice.
barrel giving away the game, leaving just 3 alive.
Biazik?
How's Biazik
30
here?
She snaked her way into the site.
How are these players doing this? But they're still getting found. Munch gets a trade, but by now the site should be secured. Quickly, you can see the rotation from Nestor trying to get there as fast as possible. Try and deny any threats. A 1v2 is not impossible. It's just difficult. It would need 4 kills, though, from Munch.
10
Time's
seconds.
pretty low. It
The
might be a
time
to
is
isolate
ticking
one.
away. Munch has an opportunity to isolate, come out, but Timmy the turret finds her and a
Yeah,
nice
very nice.
double swing
John's
from
played this well.
GX.
I mean, this
And these feel like
all comes down to
hardcore
the first kill here,
rounds, right?
really.
Have to re-clear A
If they
long, doing that default around,
they got to a
clearing util
position
on
to
B,
bait
doing these
for the
longer,
fade.
more painstaking
I think it might have been worth
actually
a
getting
bit
some
more.
reward now for GiantX. That's gotta feel
It was
so
weird to
good
tuck
after
a
map
fade
one.
into a
KRU
corner.
did a pretty good job
But I
in
get
that
it 'cause
round.
they have
I mean,
Waylay
Dodds
out.
definitely made it back in short A
I
in
just don't think I'll
time,
play
and
that committed.
It's just unfortunate for Michaela. That little gun barrel sticking through at A main baited her. Those shots not landing. So unfortunate for KRU, but GX, that was a slow round for them. They went first in mid, pushed back garage, and coming back
Skinap,
towards that
thank
A
you so
main.
much, Skinap. Appreciate the 10
Very
mums. Thank you for
rewarded
doing that.
being thorough across
For
the
the
board.
prime usage.
Looks like 5 Deagles. No shotguns this time around on this anti-eco for GX.
If I said Deagle, I'd get a Reddit thread. What the hell? You get away with this? You win one champ, you can start calling it a deagle, huh?
Yeah. You know?
Okay, AK's on the other side, all good. But now that you are right, it is just those sheriffs out to play. So again, I want to see GiantX keep that diligence, right? Don't fall for these. We didn't actually see too many of those kind of like issues on these sort of like half buy-ish rounds, these Shikos coming out. There wasn't too much of that in map 1. It was pretty one-sided. So didn't see too many turns, but at this point, this is where the diligence of GiantX should kick in, right? They have really good history on
Rotate's
this map.
coming
They should
in.
have that, composure to
Maybe.
be able to deal with as well.
Maybe it gets here in time, especially if this Omen smoke goes
There
down.
for the crew. Music would love to get a nice stall on this, buy some time as soon as contact's in.
Big
but
flash.
They can walk line. Yeah, they're going for a contact play,
Oh,
and that's
Lose.
risky. Contacting up through long.
The big flash
drop on
though.
what's
It
now
only
a stack.
didn't hit the one that was close over towards sight and then hit a great shot
See it with
after.
hindsight, but can Ness and Smurfette make up for these mistakes? Gonna pop the ult and pray. There's an outcome, Smurfette.
Very nice on this. This is impressive. Hit 2 gun upgrades as
A
well.
MasterCard Thrifty coming through is devastating.
I gotta
I think I missed it on the
respect
minimap. I think the
from Smurfette.
Killjoy
she
took info over
almost
towards
made it
long with a
work,
jump
but
peek off
damn,
the alarm,
what
but went
a round
off,
for
I
Crew.
guess, is what went
GX,
down.
It looked like they did enough. I love the fact that they started towards C. They took care of Konir's utility, broke the alarm bot, dotted their T's, crossed their
no,
eyes.
but the Prime.
but
Appreciate
it
the
all
fatty
comes
team
back
ups.
down to no flashes. I mean, the dart got broken, and you've got to be able to over-util. You don't want to leave anything to chance on these low buys, Lauren.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's,
straight up
that's gonna
C
take the
here.
wind out the sails, right? That kind of brings you back down to earth a bit off of what was a fantastic round. And
Ooh, that's nice though.
stick it on that angle. Really wanted a bit more. I mean, you know, take your fights.
At least
still.
it's a kill
I'm an
on
old
this
fast
side.
rotate.
Should buy
I like
a little
it.
bit of time for the defenders to rotate and give Biazing some help.
It's getting messy though, but the support.
That's really nice. This Omen was great as well.
So
Yeah, they just have a lot of delay here.
motion, all
Change
good.
their
That Viper KJ combo
change their
is
wall
just
up and
so
actually had delay in the
deadly on
choke this time.
defense. You know, it's actually just, it's made Haven a little bit more defense-sided than we've ever seen in these past couple years. So Crew showing that right now, giving enough time for this Waylay to be able to rotate. Because if you think about why Neon was so sexy on this map is because they're able to over-rotate. I mean, it's either the Neon or the Yoru, right? But this Viper KJ definitely buys time for the Waylay to get into the mix. I prefer whatever my duelist is best on, Lauren. Whatever my duelist is going to get the kills on.
That's crazy you've learned PR answers now. I hate it. It used to be so much more fun. But for now, it feels like a bit of a ruse, right? You're seeing this big investment of use, so this big show towards C, but no one's there to really see it. You've still got Biazing.
Oh.
My God, the
what the
timing.
hell?
Finally, it felt like
Right.
a penny dropped at the wrong time here, and GiantX gets the reward. They get the jump on them.
Really thought it
All
was a
that
C
show
here.
towards C was for nothing, but it still worked out. Dodds makes it towards the site, though. It's Dodds against the world, pretty much, at this point. Spike on the way towards long, 2 up towards quad.
Ah,
that's
dude. Couldn't have got much worse, to be
now
honest.
launching Kunir. Okay, an isolated fight.
Oh, hold up.
No. What is this spacing? What are these fights were taking? You thought this round was done?
Whoa, whoa,
You put
whoa.
all your faith in Smurfette's flank, maybe, I get it, but still, you're playing risky
Okay,
here.
recovery was good.
Smurfette with a safe pair of hands at the end, but that got, that
Yeah,
had
I
me
mean the
nervous.
Sova ult fake with the
definitely
neon
got dicey
hitting over
towards
towards
that A,
A
but
really
what a
sold it. So
response
much the soul
coming
that
through
the
in
A player is getting a
timeout,
knife out,
perfectly
dude. It's
timed
like
here
what
to
the
just
hell?
buy themselves some time for Crew side of things. But look at these entries. I mean, GX, they found everything they needed all the way on their side of the map, on their territory. So that gave a little bit of opening for Monch, but beautiful shots for Smurfette. And, you know, we talked about Smurfette being on this Neon on the side of GX on Haven to be the spearhead to kind of turn the ship around for Giants. They had a slow start, a slow
Lost
opening. They lost gas
lost a
in their
couple
last
of
series,
rounds at
especially in
A,
that
so this
third
could
map,
be a
but
talk
Smurfette
about that.
has been that kind of, that
Getting 4 on
one-sided
defense here
beacon.
is
She's
not
such
too
an
bad, I
aggressive,
think.
decisive player, and that's
But I guess with the
exactly
way
what
that it
GX
becomes a
need
little weaker on
to
attack this
get
comp.
back into things.
I mean, she can exactly be just that, the spark to reignite GiantX. And after map 1, you do need it too. You need someone who's willing to take those
The plays you're seeing
higher
today.
chance or higher
Yeah,
risk
it's a big
fights and
difference from
back herself
yesterday.
in it, take
You're not
these kind of
wrong.
more aggressive stances, and the reward's there perpetually. I mean, even at the start of this though, Eva did fantastic as well.
Yes.
She was towards the top end of things, kind of picking up the slack slightly, but once we got into these buy rounds, we started to see Smurfette really pick up the pace, so exceptional to see. But a good time out here for Crew. Time to maybe get a bit of a grip on things, try and get a feel, a nice little check-in for the coach. They still have a couple of ults to play with. They have a buy here. Even if it's lacking in some areas, you're going to see what the Guardian coming out, and that's about it. But beyond that, still a decent purchase. I do want to see if there's something in mind. They were very hell-bent on getting that A-long control at the start of things. Do they then switch this
Just
up? Is there
into
other
this
looks that
wall if
Crew
you want
can
to
go
into the
to?
Viper ult.
Looks like Monch wants to set up that Viper ultimate towards the C.
Deep alarm bot's nice
So
though.
really allow the defenders to slice the pie and only have to worry about 7%
Maybe in the
of
pit
this
would work
map.
better, but
On the defense side, Dodds tried to find an early opening using that recall and the fade utility, but GX, they've got their eyesight set on this front B.
Yeah, first time we're seeing them explore this as well, and genuinely quite a good read. Considering we've seen that kind of almost shut down of that C side with the Viper's Pit, you've got that aggression on A-long. This is a good idea. A nice concept. Now, see the hit
yeah,
coming
looking like a
through
good call
here.
here.
TP in.
The Gen G Classic,
Counter
got a
ult
Viper ult,
pretty
you
much
head
at
over
this point
towards
on
B.
that entrance of B.
It's slow to get the
They're
spike
being
down.
respected by Crew for now. They're not really taking too many early fights. Holding the extremities for the lockdown. That was something they
Dude,
had
the Killjoy
in hand.
ult's pretty
So
nice,
Crew
yeah.
being aware
Forces
this is
them all the
potential,
way.
Going to invest that, and it has
Killjoy
to
ult's
be
really
respected.
nice.
You can't really break it. Too many bodies behind this.
Yeah, but
And the
Sarah,
Viper's
she's
gonna
decide
just
to just
get
stay
hit by the
inside
ult.
this KJ ultimate, tank it, drop the molly, and have her teammates do the rest.
Good stall though. They're going to try and
It's a
buy
great
time,
Viper
right?
molly
Allow
throwing
for a
down as
chance to
well.
fight back in, which now
Into
they
the top
have.
of the spike,
Smurfette
they're gonna be
is
1
here,
HP.
half is achieved. The fight now breaks out. Smurfette still putting up numbers, putting down bodies. Monch and just Kinnear, the judge, could be good, but Smurfette better.
Yeah, they handled this well.
Enough to
I mean,
do
this
it.
is a Gen G
Sarah
Classic. You
even
get the Viper ult over
surviving.
towards attack and then you just go over
GiantX
towards
had a
B.
plan
This
and
has
they
crazy
executed
success
it
rate. That
so
Viper ult is so
well.
strong.
And you said it perfectly.
You
I
need
mean,
to try
GX
tap the
found
spike
the one
early,
gap
but
towards this front B. It
yeah,
seemed
I mean,
like
you got to
me
deal with a
Crew
Viper
should
that's
have
just
had a
protected the whole
decent idea
time.
of that's where they were going to go. They had the long line at A. They had the information that the attackers weren't inside that A main, but the timing here, GX perfectly executed onto this B and just dropping their Viper ult of their own. And even though that KG ultimate was ready for this retake, I mean, it's such a strong thing when your Viper can just sit in there, drop a molly, and buy 10 more seconds.
Already going to see that Outlaw out again. Loving this. It was something that stood out to us even in the early rounds from Smurfette. Just the audacity to go for it, but we saw the
That's what are you
Keeper
typing?
being a bit of an issue before, so let's see if they can now fix that as well, right? This is a small checklist, but it'd be a good tick in the box. Smurfette willing to apply the pressure towards C. All goes up. That close in, dart towards backside, and it's respected. Crew not willing to really stick around to take a further fight now.
GX know that the
Yeah,
site
I'm
is
not sure
clear
you
and
can
that
leave the
smoke
side
will
like
cut
this,
off
but
all the defenders.
the
They
hit
can't
fast
get back
flood.
in without some sort
Top of the
PC
spike will be
utility.
Omen flash
There's that.
send.
There's a dive.
Where's the rest of it? Where's now the flood through? It's going to be here. It's going to be
Ooh.
now. Smurfette still standing. Toki
Ooh.
in unison. Sarah on
Didn't
the
look
swing.
super convincing.
GiantX is getting a bit dangerous, but they have the
Yeah,
numbers.
it didn't feel-
Sarah
didn't
has
feel
the
great.
kills. Again, that little lack of utility to burst off. Crew having to work so hard just to step out of that smoke.
And these C-site duels are just so chaotic, but controlled chaos coming from both sides of things. We've seen it on pistol round. We just witnessed again. It's just a brawl over here towards the C-site. I love the fact that Biazik was coming through with that crosshair display. You saw that she TP'd
Heck, maybe.
on towards this
I
backside.
bet she was getting
just
told off, to be honest.
Party with her teammates. It looks like both Omens in this round just coming through huge. But another timeout coming through. No.
No,
Oh,
Lauren, I know
No.
that color.
Oh, no.
I don't even need to speak the language. It transcends language at this point with me. Sorry, Chief. Welcome to the curse. Rough times, eh?
Well, it looks like it's your day one and you've brought it
Day
with
one.
you.
Yeah, no, I mean, as said, it's contractual at this point, but I think it's headset because saw the little admin coming over, little point to the old headphones. I think it's GiantX as well. Maybe an in-ear issue. Had an exciting round. We stood up. The in-ears come out. It's a classic. It's a classic. We've seen it before. Water spillage is always up next as well. It's a brave choice to go for the water here. I like what you're doing. I see it. I see it. Have you
There was
Have your
spillage
sip.
yesterday as well, actually.
Really?
Yes, a lot of
Oh.
spillage.
It happens, man. It happens all over the desk. It's fine. We're all good. It was only a short one. It's fine. You gotta get one in, right? Shake it off. But still, 4 to 5. Map 1 certainly not going to be repeated here.
Okay.
A much closer affair between these two.
Good couple of ults.
And we have to see if GiantX can keep coming up with these new ideas, new approaches, these great looks that we've seen thus far that have been impressive to witness. Again, looks like a show of force towards
I like
A-Long.
this idea.
They
They tried tether, trying to tether in front of the wall. Then you have an Omen that can see the tether clearly, to see the lines of where they would be to spam. That's really cool.
That's an awkward KJ ultimate to use. I think they want to go B instead of A here.
That's what it looks like, right?
Yeah.
But sticking around on this
Oh,
top doesn't want that to happen. And
Oh,
does
that
get
was
away as
nice.
well. That's ridiculous she got out of that.
It's just all a distraction, though. The spike will go down, but KRU, they're okay with it, Lauren. They've got a fade ultimate for this retake.
What does Smurfette do now?
Fade hits only
you've been
one.
noted, you've been
Are they ready for the
but
push through?
pushing
Kind of
through
looks like
towards
it.
that C-connector side, Monch
Dude, the
wasn't
gun
aware
bait
of it,
turned out
looked
to be
asleep at the
incredible.
wheel. I thought Monch had that ready, but then going to keep brawling, keep going. They're winning out now. This is sketchy times for KRU.
Oh, they
Don't
have a
come back
good
into this
crossfire.
fight. They're going to see the crosses. Smurfette doesn't need to see him to kill him. It's just BSing. and
Okay,
it's
very,
too
very nice on this.
easy for
That was a good
here.
little double push.
I was worried
End up,
that Christina
the bait
looked like
ended
the
up being
plan had fallen
incredible.
short, but
The
apparently
gun
not.
push through the
Yeah,
smoke.
just a bait and switch.
I still
coming
like the
through
idea
here
from
for
KRU.
GX.
The
As soon as
Teva,
that AJ
the Teva with the
ultimate got
TP
placed
up at the
down,
top
I'm
is
sure
nice.
even the defenders are like, what the hell is going on? But either way for GX all the time, they knew they just wanted to pop towards that B. But it was the ceiling play, the double push, the 1-2 through the smoke. I mean, sure, if Monch was able to get that double kill, it would have been a worse push. But even for GX, that sort of a mid-round audible and adjustment is exactly what you need in post plants just like that. And the money, it's broken once again.
And it feels like KRU just don't have the same depth here, right? It just feels like they're a little bit unsure of how they want to find solutions to this. The problem solving not quite in the same caliber as it felt like on Split, and the confidence as well to support that. Gonna now post up Biazik in towards the corner. I mean, Biazik's been kind of filthy on those sheriffs too. Like, the shots have been pretty nasty. It doesn't get affected by the stun either. So
She's gonna get another
reposition. Biazik is nuts at this. Breaking the ankles down.
There's 2 guns here as well.
That's 2
And
rifles.
they're both the
Actually, no,
orms.
it'd be the outlaw as well. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you'll take that at this point. But a 5v3.
Yeah, and they don't want to plant here yet. They're just going to get
Good info.
overwhelmed. I like this A-Link push coming through. They want to find a little bit of something before they're just forced in the middle of the map.
Rentan, thank you so much for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Feels risky, but the reward. Sarah gonna isolate Biazik, who did so
Oh.
well. The paranoia to follow.
Good ultimate.
Dodge, trying to make something out of
Damn,
nothing.
just got around the corner.
The
Oh, Toki's
banner!
savior.
What the hell, GiantX? How do you have all of these answers?
30 seconds left.
So Kinnear and Michaela hot on their heels, trying to be aggressive, trying to be a threat, trying to be a nuisance, but it falls short again. GiantX in full control here. Even when the odds look bad at the start, still having what they need. Michaela, ain't nothing to be done
I
here,
mean, that was a
man.
big savior
GiantX.
on there. They could have gone so much worse.
Yeah, the fact that the ultimate from Waylay from Dodds barely just missing Toki, and I love how quickly Toki reacted there as well. Just get down, Mr. President, and figuring out exactly how to protect all of her teammates. I got a feel for KRU though these last couple of rounds. I mean, just barely missing out on a couple of these kills, but I think if I'm KRU either way, I'm pretty satisfied with just 5. So yeah, 1 more round left in the half.
Finally
To
see an
do
operator
exactly
out.
that, yeah, and that's going to be huge here to find an opening pick for the first time.
Yeah, we haven't seen almost no operators
Oh,
out,
through
but
the molly.
pace, the tempo change.
Oh.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Biazik getting that is huge.
Yeah,
that
just peek
slows
before the
down
wall.
everything, right? You look
Could
how
do it
far
over the
back
top,
the rest of the
but-
pack is. Eva, Ness, Toki, it's going to be very hard to burst on the site. All they've got is really an Owl drone to play with. The paranoia, even the smoke's burnt up at this point.
Yeah, and both those smokes really just slowing everything down. GX, they've got to do a little countdown, wait for their Omen to get closer up on that
Why
short
is there no
A.
Omen smoke there as well,
There
I
it is,
guess?
Paranoia.
Oh, and a catch as well.
Oof.
I mean, you talk about impact. The last couple of rounds, she has been putting in serious work. Now just Toki, 1v4. These angles, not easy to try and divide and conquer, and that spike even harder to recover. And there it is, found in the end.
Still though, with this comp, I feel like 5's pretty good. It's an attack-sided comp.
Decent scoreline, and now it sits close enough, right? Close enough. There is still hope here for KRU, but GiantX look revitalized. They look like the team we knew they could be, but can they close this one out? That is the question that will be on my mind as we go and get ready for the second half.
Let me read that. Get a third map. If they win a pistol, it's probably done. I also don't know, like it's attack-sided because of Viper. Obviously, Viper gets over towards the site, free sights, but I don't know if the fade is better with the Waylay on attack. No smoke because the Omen ulted. Oh, okay. Yeah. Then you got to do a more passive wall then, a safer wall. They're winnable for KRU here. I mean, if they if they win pistol, they're in control. Like they're favored to win. 5 with a Viper comp is normally enough.
The Coinbase Econ report probably won't be as one-sided, a much more even affair here, as GiantX decides to turn the hell up. They look so much better, Christine. Starting to see the strength there of Smurfette, Sarah, Eva, all of them starting to hit a little harder. KRU able to stabilize enough to keep the scoreline within touch, but I mean, that includes a pistol, right? Like, this is still not a comfortable affair for them.
It's definitely not. I mean, GX have definitely turned up the
What's
dial.
your overall thoughts on game
Smurfette
changes?
on
I mean, the
this
event's
Neon
good.
that's really been
It
picking
kind
up
of
the
needs
pace,
to happen.
setting the tone.
Just so
And
that
now on the defense
those
side of
genders
things, I'm
can
expecting
catch up,
KRU to do
really.
exactly the same thing. Dodds on this melee should
the
be
skill
finding
level
a lot of
varies quite a
value
lot,
with these
I would say.
dash plays, recalling, and
I think there's
crosshair
like 4 or
displacing
5
with
teams
Michaela's eye
that
as well.
are
But you
a
were
skill
worried
gap
about the
above the
utility,
others.
Right, you were a little bit worried it doesn't have that flash, that
I think
sort of,
that's always
the,
gonna
the
happen
kind of
as well.
hard utility to ignore. There's still a lack of that to an extent, right? There's still going to be this little moment where we're
But I
looking,
think the 20 is
okay,
good,
that
it's fun.
punch there to support Dodds? Because it's very hard
Vincent
to
with the
get
Prime,
that
thank
next
you so much
layer
for the
of force
39
inside.
months. Thank you for
exactly,
that.
but you know, we did see that adjustment coming through for KRU from the pistol round. Music has just been explosive for sure, but they're absolutely dialing it up and pressing the issue when that fade utility is coming out, making the opponents have to
And the
decide,
skill gap's
do I
likely to
shoot
close?
the
Yeah,
util
yeah.
or do I
It'll
shoot the
close.
enemy? So we'll see if KRU are able to keep that pace up, but it looks
Slowly,
like
though.
they are. They're going straight for this front B.
They seem so aware, though. GiantX in the right place for this. They had 3 players ready, kind of ready with the paranoia, everything primed for it. So a good read at the start and a little bit of a stalemate to walk away from. Look to adjust through Garage, maybe change up the pathing, but they don't fancy it. Maybe a full reset here.
Yeah, that Viper wall and the paranoia for paranoia slowing everything down. That's a huge break for Ness because Smurfette is in a power
Nice
position.
chance. Nice little
These
play on this.
swings back and forth of the contact. GiantX have them dead
Yeah,
to
should
rights
look
in
easy for them
every
if they get
aspect.
this.
That is stunning to see. Again, all eyes on the player who broke the eye in
That's
towards
the whole point
Garage.
to build
No,
up.
you
Yeah,
still got
exactly.
one
They're just playing
towards
catch up.
window.
That's it.
Then the reswing comes in. Everything is in place. The T's are being crossed. The I's are being dotted. And Munch can really do nothing about this. This has not been around for you guys at all.
Ava's so aware as well. Wait, those are your teammates?
Was aware.
Was
The
aware.
awareness-
Oh.
Oh. No. Relax,
Honestly, though?
relax. It was a clean round. What's going on? But still, look at the
Kind of
start of that
impressive.
round, that kind of mid-round aspect, that little adjustment that they tried to go through for Garage. GiantX was so ready.
Yes.
So ready.
The crossfires coming through so strong. Those defense fundamentals, you gotta love it. And I love that how they handled this front B pop as well. I mean, immediately, as soon as KRU didn't show on that A main or
I
that
think
C,
SRG
no
players have
extremity
tier 1
info
potential.
found, so
I mean, they have
GX, they
potential. It's just that
knew
there's better players.
Trading paranoia for paranoia, that stopping power coming through huge for the defense. So
Like
no
they
outlaw
would
force
they probably
purchase
hang
here on
pretty
the side of KRU that
fine.
we saw
But
for GX, but we do see a
It's just-
Bucky. So
it's just better
Dodds
players. You
really
just wouldn't
wants
take
to
the risk.
dive in there.
Where's
Try to
that-
find an opening.
Yeah, where are you going to find that, though? That's the bit I'm looking for. Like, I mean, Sarah, I guess, is the most vulnerable, right? It's a 2-1-2. If it's going to work anywhere, this would be it.
There it is.
Sarah still going to find good value, but good.
Love it.
Nice work from Dodd. Sacrificial from Bierzik almost, that we were kind of discussing, that could be something we see into the bigger buy rounds. But for now, they've got themselves a plant. They've got one upgrade as well for Kinnear there, picking that up off the corpse. But I'm
Yeah,
still waiting
the-
to see
the
results.
Bucky
Dodge just
back
took a
aside,
boatload of damage down to 8 HP.
not
Should
the
be
ideal
dead. Paranoia
position.
goes in. Smurfette, Ness clearing out the back of B sites.
They got some
The rest of
mollies
the
here.
push plant should be obvious, right? What do you have to stall this out? Not a great deal. Michaela just being dealt with. Kinnear with the Sheriff at least. But the diffuse is happening.
Oh, no one hit the molly?
The molly
Hold up.
is going to be respected. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. There's still... I mean, Munch is so low,
Ooh,
though.
this
They
is-
made that a little closer.
Yeah, this
they
is
made
scary.
something out of that round.
They did. I love this eco coming out from KRU. I mean, they even dropped off the Viper Q orb onto that spike, really making that Killjoy molly do double the damage there. And I mean, this 1-2 punch to find the opening for Dodds, you saw it. We talked about it on Split. If you're the anchor and you shoot at that dog, you best believe there's going to be a waylay diving on top of you. And that's exactly what happened for the side of KRU. So all things considered, this is a great eco round. They got the spike down. They've got the money on the board.
No, Lottie,
so
thanks so much for the
through,
prime. Appreciate the 4
handling
months. Thank you for doing that.
bonus with just a few pistols. This should be light work for KRU.
We always say should, don't we?
Should.
But you are absolutely spot on. If you weren't going to get the win in those rounds, KRU have done everything else they would have wanted. They've done everything to get themselves set up for this. Now, it's not easy, it's not comfortable, you're not feeling great just yet, but you have the best opportunity you could have garnered. Now, looking at GiantX, though, they seem ready for an A approach. They have 3 players posted towards this. B's pretty open, still got the alarm bot there, so they can bank on that. They're going to take a couple risks. Again, you look at the weaponry they have, it's far from perfect. It's Eva and it's Smurfette who have the higher hitting weapons. And as it stands, it's just Monch drifting towards A, which could be incredibly sketchy here. That could be a recovered weapon if it falls.
Smurfette, you mentioned the position and the weapon, but I love this angle with that Guardian. Just on that headshot position. She's going to need a little bit of help if she wants this multi-kill, but this crossfire for GX on the defense side of things, it's going to stay strong unless KRU do something.
Yeah, I've been in this angle for a long time.
Right? Almost lulls
Oh, you're kidding me. Well,
this full sense of security.
The stun slide.
It's
the
so
tension
good.
pause.
Calm, cool.
Dudes, surely not. As all the action happens, it's going to fast forward. We're going to miss it all probably.
13 seconds, and
Yeah,
Access
teleport
is
to
gonna be
B.
hard fought for. But somehow, they're still putting up numbers. Michaela, though, lost out her teammate Smurfette is just doing the dance.
What is going on?
Time's on her side with 4 kills once again.
Okay,
Smurfette is instrumental.
Could be pretty
in
easy
pulling
once
GiantX
after winning a
up to this
bonus.
10th round.
Beautiful stuff. At least they secure it.
Looks
Things
like we're going
got
third map.
really chaotic there at
Which
the end,
was it?
especially
Pearl, I
considering
think.
that was a 3v5 with these 2 huge openings from Smurfette's side. KRU thriving in the chaos, but at least GX, they were able to secure this one.
Yeah, and KRU looking
Dude, just
worried.
fell into
Now,
the
this is
molly
when
at the end. That's
if we're going to
devastating.
remove ourselves from the maybes and the talking about, you know, the small odd chances. That is so cute. This is when you do think this map is now in GiantX's hands, right? That round felt like the big opportunity
Yeah,
for
for
a
sure.
build back from KRU. That gets completely shut down. GiantX back on track fully here. This is now, I don't want to say comfortable, but by all accounts it should be.
It definitely should be. I will say
Do you think
that
the
GX,
new
at least,
champs
that was
format
their
makes it
bonus,
less or
so I
more
think that's
competitive?
probably why
Wait, what do you
they
mean new
gambled
champs
so
format?
heavily
Is the
onto that
champs
A
format
stack
not
and
the same?
allowed Smurfette to just be out on the deep lines. You saw that KRU weren't really expecting that at the moment. So right now they're just telling each other, hey, let's make sure we clear all our corners. Don't let these guys just walk up into our territory. We'll see how this round looks. It is a broke buy.
I'm seeing stingers, I'm seeing sheriffs.
But,
Not
you know,
seeing a lot.
these KRU low buy rounds
Am I gonna watch
so far, what
Project
we've seen on
Blender?
the attack side have
Nah,
had a lot
it's
of
just
good choreographed
I don't really
set
enjoy the
pieces. So
gimmick
I'm
tournaments. I don't
expecting
have
this time
fun
around the
watching
same
them, so I
thing.
don't really want to
Looks
watch
like
them.
the group towards the C. You can see the Killjoy Molotov lineup coming
If
through
I wanted to
Draconier.
watch
She
gimmick
wants to allow
tournaments, I would
her
just watch
teammates to
someone
get into the
stream
site. Don't let the
and watch their
flutters
POV and
get
ranked. It's just the same,
back in. But man,
probably
this
more
C
fun.
site has been so chaotic, Lauren.
It has been.
It's not that gimmicky.
And
I agree,
just to
it's
add
not
into
that
the
gimmicky, but it's still
Smurfette now has
gimmicky.
ult ready to go too. We look like the burst is coming in, so Ness, good luck, can you live? Let's see. Sees to follow, does get caught, but there's no punch. There's no second string to this bow. It is just that first look, and then what you get, nothing. Beheaded on the
Yeah,
way
looking
out.
like a
It was a
shutdown.
valiant attempt, but it gets them no further towards the site.
Yeah, KRU, I like the idea. That definitely a lot of moving pieces, a lot of layers in that hit, but something went wrong. I think GX was just able to break one of the pieces of util a little too early, so you saw that Dodds wasn't willing to linger into that smoke, immediately taking that recall, getting spammed to the smoke, so that's unlucky. Didn't even get to play this round. And Ava in a power position towards this short.
watch
A.
any
You can see
pros
that
play
she just
ranked?
asked
Nah.
for that smoke to cut towards that long, buy
It's,
herself some space, allow Smurfette to get
it's
back
not really
into
for
the
me.
site. And right now, GX, I mean, these crossfires have been so
30
strong.
seconds
They've
left.
got another one towards A. And you can see KRU, they don't want to deal with it again. They need to work the map. They need to kind of break these defenders, make them over-rotate before they hit. This seaside re-hit, hey, this is the right choice at least.
It's the best of a bad situation, but it's still a bad situation. Ness able to try and keep some space here. 8 seconds to play with. Might just go for a mad play, might be patient. Now has
Dude,
help.
planter. There's no time.
Wrap it up. This is
Planter
11.
in the open.
GiantX didn't look like they broke a sweat this round. 11 to their name.
Yeah, it
KRU
looks
held
easy
on
for them
5.
right now.
They look fully in control.
That timing with the Viper wall going down at just the most unfortunate
So no send
time.
invitational for you? I mean, that's not a
to
gimmick
perfection
tournament.
That round.
They don't. When I say gimmick tournaments, it's like some little twist that makes it
unfortunate.
more
Again,
fun,
the
I guess,
operator
is
now
their
out
plan
Smurfette.
for other people
She
to
already
watch.
had her ult as well, so she's just snowballing at this point. Gonna have the lockdown for Ness. Couple of ults on the horizon. Sarah's almost got hers.
Like
Queensland
I'll
Mod
describe
does
you my
have hers
nightmare
in
tournament.
hand,
My
but
nightmare
still,
tournament is
this has gotta feel like a brick
like
wall
two
that
good
KRU
teams
can't
are playing
climb
up against
over,
each other,
run through,
but
get
there's a
through, get
wheel,
under. They are
and if the
held
wheel
on this
lands
5.
here, they have to lower their
this is that
sense or
last
turn their
chance to go
sense
for
up.
it.
Don't like how
That's when
KRU
I
just used
that's when I instantly want to
Michaela's
switch off.
Fade Eye to get this long A control. Now they've got to wait 30 plus seconds before they're able to actually
That's
go into the
my
site at
example
all.
of like
Maybe just that
a
paranoid from the fact
big
that
over
Smurfette
the
was
top
down there,
gimmick
what,
thing.
a couple rounds ago.
I can't watch that. I can't have fun doing that.
Kill, cool. Where did Toki get caught out? They're just on B, maybe? Yeah, they just had the angle. But Sarah, I mean, I don't think we need to be going for this.
A little overzealous for sure. They definitely had the control, but I guess for GX, they thought that KRU were working that A, but all 4 members, Smurfette has ult, remember?
And she can take some risks here. She's got to be feeling confident. Put to bed by Kinnear, who's having a belter of a round. No right to be doing this so far. A slip through towards backside comes out from Eva, but it's Ness remaining in a 1v2. Oh my god,
It's
that
got
too close.
it's got really
Watch
close as
though.
well. Consider it as a
Keep hope
3v5.
alive with KRU making it up to 6.
Oh, almost got the spike down for the extra money as well. That definitely would have helped for full armor going into this one. Everything is so tight right now for KRU. Everything matters if they want to get this comeback going. But huge opening kills. That certainly helped. I want to go back to this A main control for the KRU side of things. I would like to see them just get this A main control naturally. Take advantage of this Viper. You don't need to use utility to get A main control anymore with this Viper comp. You just got to kind of work mid a little bit, make the defenders move, and you'll naturally get the control of A main. Another Fade Eye used towards this A main. They want to make the GX members think that they're going for this default, going for control, but you can see that Toki got the long line. They know that there's nobody working this side.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they're sticking with so many players towards A at this point, but again, you think about the pressure that
I mean, they
comes
picked
from
the right
flank.
site.
They do go for this B plant as well. It
We
feels
have
like GiantX have a
the idea is to insta head over towards B, but then we have no info from an A push with the Killjoy util.
And the Viper's pit on top, man. Jesus.
They're throwing everything.
Yeah, kitchen
Big
sink.
1v1 and spawn here.
But it's all a
Not
fight
even
on the
looking.
back lines here.
Dude, that feels
Smurfette
so
did get
weird.
in early. We saw that at the very start of this round. Tried to be slowed down by the Seas, but it's having none of it.
It's still the classic though, right? Viper ult
rewarded,
over towards
but the
B.
lookout from Sarah.
People have been watching Gen G.
Leaving just one, and with the Viper's pit still up, you got a good idea where she resides. One's gonna do well towards Sarah. You got 2 more though? I mean, the timing on that just ships in the
Timing
night.
on that is
passing
nuts.
by each other, and now it's dangerous. The drop. Oh, she does that weapon. She's playing gun game on the site.
No way. There's no way. That's how it ends. That was
Every
nuts.
gun, every pistol. The only option was the knife.
And she makes it work. She makes it look good, Lauren. I love the fact that there was just a Vandal on the ground waiting for her to pick up and keep going. Man, the Viper's pit making all that possible. Every ultimate was used and thrown into this round. Invested to be able to convert it, and KRU needed this round badly. Oh, there's the blade.
Unreal, man.
Force them down to an eco. They're still
starting to build up a bit, right?
they're still a go at
Breaking
this.
the money, breaking the buy of GiantX.
Cairo, hello
A
mate.
little bit of hope here for KRU.
Appreciate
It
that,
felt
dude.
like
Thank you for
was
the tier 1.
dwindling.
Thank you for doing that.
But back to business, back with a chance. And another test towards A long, a bit of a deeper search here. Maybe just off the back of having those sheriffs try and do something with it for Dodds.
Pick.
Very
Wow.
nice, opening up that C site.
Oh,
Easy for Dodds, and just going to be able to reload. You can see that the rest of GX want to respond. That's a good blind, but the crossfires from KRU coming through.
Face your fear!
Yeah, it's an in farming
dude,
here.
fatal. Really?
Ultimate invested.
A little surprised at that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if that it gives you security at this point, sure. Obviously could have min-maxed a little better, but Sarah, the last one alive now in a 1v4. For KRU, they'd love to find some financial stability at this point. I mean, who wouldn't? But still, Guardians in hand. You can see, the light shields are out. So again, for them, you want to see them keep full control here.
Every kill is huge here for Sarah. I hope she just takes her time and looks for some exits. The money on KRU right now is tight.
Don't know if she's going to give them much. Ooh, nah, that'd be a Dodds. I mean, great start from Dodds as well. Kamea catching that flank. It was all
Maybe a timeout
good.
before
8
this
to
one.
11. Scoreline's getting a bit closer now.
Yeah, things are heating up. I mean, KRU, at least these last couple rounds have been fairly clean, all things considered.
Yeah.
And doesn't seem like that ult was used. I guess I saw something weird on the screen, but
fatal, huh?
I thought so, but
maybe we're tired. Jet lag's a thing.
All good, all good. I think this is a perfect timeout call for GX side of things, though. Things have slowed down a little bit. Smurfette has been the spearhead, that aggressive player that's
Come back here.
set the tone
Maybe.
for the side of GX. So I'd
They
like
got
to
some good
see if
ults though.
they move Smurfette around
They
a
go
little
way
bit. It
out.
seems like these last few rounds, she started the round towards that A. I'd like to see her go for maybe a front B walk down, go sniffing around towards that garage for a refight in the mid round. Start the round away from A this time. We'll see if they make an adjustment like that. But for KRU, I mean, they just gotta keep talking about this A.
What am I
default,
benching these
right?
days? I don't really
these
do
last
too
few
much. I don't
rounds,
try and
Michaela,
push
the
more,
Fade
like
has
more
used her
bacon. I still
utility
just do
to
80.
be able to get this control. So let's see if they continue to do that.
I don't try
but
to do 1 rep max. I
this
could probably
Waylay
do
ultimate
90,
should be
maybe
coming into play
95,
this
but I don't
round.
know.
This A main is going to be such a huge point of contention. Ava with the Sova ult as well. A lot of trap plays
Honestly,
from both
I
sides.
reckon I could do
be a
95.
possibility here.
Well, Christine, it may seem like you know what you're talking about because I'm not seeing Smurfette start on that same A line.
Pounds of KG, no KG.
Oh,
You're right.
love
You're
that.
right.
Love that.
You could be a coach or something. I don't know, man. That's kind of crazy. As it stands, though, let's see how this looks because, again, for GiantX, they've had that check-in now with the coach. Hopefully, can get themselves in that right mindset. Maybe
Pounds would
make
be
some of those
crazy.
adjustments they were looking for. Find a couple of new looks here, but it's
Should
not
I just push
aggressive
for
from
100?
Smurfette
I just don't do
It's
1 rep
similar
max. I don't
crossfire we
care.
saw almost on that pistol round start, right? On the back of this, the paranoia gets sent, and Dodds this time. KRU learning on the fly, finding out the solutions to the problems that haunted them earlier, and an instantaneous loss on 2 players.
I'm not sure what caused Sarah to peak so early there, but she definitely got latched onto the dog, and now Toki trying to make heroic plays gets wiped out as well. And the snowball in a round like this is just, it's so hard to stop. Once you get contact, you try to help your teammate, and that crossfire just falls through. So unfortunate because we've been talking about how strong these defense crossfires have been.
Yeah.
And as soon as after that timeout, they make an adjustment and it just falls.
Straight up save
all
on this. Be waiting for a little
flat.
bit.
So, but GX right now, they've got to just cut their losses and they got to make sure they save these weapons. I don't want to see any NA savers here.
Is that what you're calling it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, from now on, that's what it's called. Fair enough. Again, at this point, I do worry that GiantX
It's
might
2-9
stall
loss
out a little bit.
bonus.
Now, I hope that's not the case, right? I hope I'm wrong. I hope they're
So
fine.
you would imagine another eco.
I'm a bit worried because that's not how you want to see them coming off a timeout. It
Or a
feels like
low
it's a
buy,
little bit
at
of a
least.
fumble, but
Good
maybe
low
you can
buy.
just chalk it up to that. You still have rounds to play with.
Yeah.
It'll be 9-11. It's still not super scary yet. The ults will start building back up. Dodds did not have to invest hers, so that's something that can sit in the back pocket. You're going to have Kinnear's not a million miles away. On the other side, they can start building theirs as well. You're going to start looking at this. Yes, Smurfette invested hers, but you've got Eva's there, you've got Sarah's there, you've got Toki's. So for GiantX, they shouldn't be in a massive hurry, right? You've still got hopefully a decent enough purchase building up behind this knot, maybe in the next, but we'll see what they can achieve here. At the end of the day, for GiantX, they shouldn't rush things too badly. I want to see the buy coming out here. I think it's going to be lacking in some areas. I just hope they don't get caught into this weird, like, force buy, half buy scenario. It looks like they're going to be going behind this. I think Ness I don't know what Ness can even get in this.
Especially from a round like this when you know, two players just get wiped out that fast, that easily. It's really easy to kind of reset from a round like that. You just type to each other, my bad, oops, and you just move on. Eyes forward, you're a goldfish, it doesn't matter. So for GX, I think they're going to be able to do just that, reset. We talked about this Sova ult coming into play. That's a huge
big rounds
power
here.
play for the defenders to buy time. So
Big
Ava
rounds,
across
couple
the
of light
map
armors,
should be able to provide
big
support
investment.
if Crew decide to actually poke and prod through here, but there ain't no way. That's a KJ Viper ult
Don't go
setup.
close enough. Don't hit the alarm bot.
They're
Ooh, it's rough for
backing out
them.
of there. They don't like what they're seeing.
Yeah, the spidey senses are tingling that something is not nice. And probably the right call. So let's see how Smurfette looks this time around. A much different approach. And actually, Toki going walkabouts down C long. So kind of maybe be in that kind of first position to really get the information. Good spot on the outer end too. That's at least 2-3 players noted there. So decent information, implying it's going to be this B look again.
Yeah, but I like the position from Smurfette here. Hearing a lot of action going on, can choose to re-aggress at any point.
Yeah, it'd be Kinnear keeping that
that's a
position
free
safe for
sight.
now. Slightly disconnected from the
Sova
others.
all for the
Smoking
tap?
towards B main.
No.
Kinnear's attention then turns, right? You've got Toki here, drawing those eyes away, but Smurfette's still pretty stationary in this. Wait and see that
Keep
next
an eye on the
big
luck
drop,
over
but
towards short.
what's
It's
the
not going to
instigating
work as
factor?
planned
Are they
because of
waiting
the
for this
alarm
flank?
bot.
What are they waiting on?
That's a
It's
big
not
kill.
coming now.
Alarm
Kinnear
bot goes
all
down. They
too
know there's
aware,
one here. They know there's one here. There's only
watching for
3
that
max
push
on
up from
site.
C.
Got to speed
And
up.
now they don't have much to really build off.
Oh, GX looking
Sova
a little lost at the
late.
moment. The ultimate going
it's
off,
good
but
though.
the teammates aren't flooding.
And actually now there's issues.
Ooh,
Smurfette
here we go.
just cracks down,
Double
breaks down the
mollies.
door. So the
One
post
molly
bomb,
goes
can
in,
they
they still
try
got
and
killjoy
be
mollies. Is anyone going to shoot
frustrated in
it?
this, though?
No.
Good stall on the site. Munch with a quick pick. Kinnear as well. Going to take down Ness. It's down to a
That's done.
2v3. Numbers in favor to Crew, and that's in the time
And they put the
itself.
Sova ult in as well.
Round done. Crew back
it's a little late on this
business here.
retake
10
as well.
rounds found, and there weren't worries until now. Double digits made. GiantX need to find their footing again.
They really do, because Crew right now are being so thorough. You know, I thought it was really risky the way Konir was peeking out and exposing herself like that, but she does not want this Sova to shock dart and break her mollies too early. She's there as the insurance plan to make sure that this round is won in the post plan, and she does exactly that. I think she's already gotten
Forcing
2
down.
molly kills
I mean,
in
it's
this
actually a
game in
pretty-
the post, so
it's a
she's
pretty good
doing
low
exactly
buy,
that. For
considering.
GX side of things, they've got to reset here because it's been indecisive for these past couple of rounds.
This is the pulse that
And
won a minute
Smurfette,
earlier.
she was rewarded with 2 kills in this last position.
Basing's really up on this.
knows.
So
Biazik
ready.
is so ready.
Yeah, this time around, so switched on about that spot. They've kind of left A
Ooh.
alone for a minute, and they've come back into it on what's going to be
it's
this
gonna get
half-by
close.
confident, right? They've read it really well. Do they further commit now? There is going to be players here. There is going to be Toki backfilling the space. There is going to be Sarah. The Crew, super
What ult's
clean.
going to get online?
Whatever
Pretty
they've
much
done
nothing
in these
else.
last couple of rounds, they have
Maybe closest to a
unraveled
fade.
the brilliance of GiantX that got them up to 11 in a heartbeat. Ness can't really do much about this. You have a shotgun. That's done
Even the
for.
Bucky's not hitting.
Crew, clean round 5 standing. And I want to see how the money's sitting with GiantX, because they're going to have to try and put up a fight where they've been absolutely under the heel of the opposition. Timeout hits. I don't know what you say at this point, because that's 6 rounds in succession.
That is tough. That is tough because Crew right now, they're warming up and they're looking so clean. For GX, they went to their tried and true. They went back to what worked for them early on in the half, and it wasn't even close. Smurfette wasn't even allowed to shoot her gun this round. So definitely, I think the confidence is shot. So this timeout couldn't come in a more perfect place for GX. They've got to reset right now because Crew, they're heating up. They've already been heated up.
Yeah, it just feels like they've kind of refound that alignment almost, right? Like getting on the same page, getting an understanding of how
Free
GiantX
A?
want to play,
Yeah,
but
I can
finding
see
their
them
own
fighting A
comfort in this
here.
because they looked a little lost to how they wanted to deal with certain areas of the map. But
I
that's
could see him
been
walking down mid
already
as well, to
solved.
be honest. But
So looking at the ults that they have in hand here, there'll be a buy on both sides. Not lacking in too many areas either, so actually doing okay in that regard. Kinnear still has that lockdown in place. Michaela 2 away from the fade ult as well, so that's something that could be in the back of their minds. On the other side, look, Smurfette's building hers up, it feels like in a heartbeat as well. She's quick back to this. But for now,
Here we
Crew
go.
do have the upper hand coming into this. Still great money behind them. Look at their finances, 8.5, 6.6,
Looks like they pushed down middle.
They are sorted. They don't have to sweat about it. So GiantX, it's kind of now or never.
A bunch of Warren Buffetts on the side of Crew. Just saving for a rainy day. And looks like GX, they're going to go back to what they did after the last timeout. 2 members in front B. And a nice spam from Toki, and Ava finds a long-range A-main kill. Monch, that was never supposed to happen. Monch is the player to lurk around and cut off that long line of sight. Now, without that wall up towards A, that's so much information for GX.
Doing a thing. Yeah, now I want to see how they decide to approach this. Sarah
Good
stay.
Molly.
Sarah does stay, banking on that
sticking on
Molly to do well.
sight.
Dodzo quickly pathing towards it. The support not quite there this time. Music going down. So now Dodds has to kind of puff out the chest, right? Hold that space, look threatening. The lockdown trying to secure some security.
late plant, though.
Plant needs to come in, they're going to get it, but the post plant won't be anywhere near as threatening.
Oh, that's such a
But
big
Kinnear
kill.
catching Nest drifting
It's
over
such a
towards
big
Garage.
kill.
That's
Got
a
turret
mistake.
behind for info as
Huge
well.
mistake, deciding to stay, but then wanting to leave at the last
That's
second.
for low HP as well.
Kinnear, come on!
So much value for Konir.
Every single round, she's finding incredible kills. Dodds on the front line, Kinnear on the back. And now Eva and Smurfette have to do some serious lifting.
Damn, dude, what a
Kinnear
round.
is kicking off. And yeah,
Dude,
that is
it's
a
all
round
four.
to save the day. I thought that could have been lost on Monch falling at the very word go.
Hey, one go at
It's
it.
just
And dude, this is a
absolute
lot of
brilliance
rounds in
from
a
her.
row.
Yeah, and you saw the placement of that Killjoy ultimate going down, and I mean, GX were
The
stuck
garage
between
kill
a
is
rock
so-
and a
this
hard
one.
place in that garage.
Yeah.
Do we force break
And
this
saw another on
Killjoy
the way
ultimate,
back.
or do we tuck tail and back out? Both players just couldn't decide, and Konir was just eating that up, finding those timings, finding those gaps, and you can see how hyped it's making her. Konir, she's the only
Money's pretty
player
low.
on that stage right now that's on that list of giants, the Mount
The attack
Rushmore
judge.
of GCC.
But they're going for a risky play now, and maybe this is what
Huh?
you wanted, right?
And my
Aggression
attack
down
judge
middle,
swings
maybe it
fast.
feels desperate, but it's got a
I,
player
I like the mid
connected
push though. The mid
towards
push is so
window.
big here.
Right, this deeper push. The perfect chance to strike. A Monch suffering in the last couple of
Wait a
rounds,
minute.
but it was recovered before. Kinnear still alive and
Goodness.
breathing, but Toki doing some serious work. Maybe OT's on the cards.
boy.
But Kinnear,
Oh,
no
boy.
way. Hold on, Toki's been caught. It ain't over yet. A 2v3 pause. Spike still in hand. Michaela just slowing things down. They can take a second. It's still above a minute.
Michaela looks very much aware of
The Lambot's gonna
this
give some good
A-main
info
push.
here.
I love this double push coming through for Ness.
You would
and
imagine
Sarah.
these two proud of
The
this.
timing is going to be everything in
God.
this round, but KRU, they get to double
Eva.
peek Eva at least.
Eva's been solid. But this is a
Whoa, okay, big lineup.
It's OT, 12-12. Eva keeps that quality as high as ever. But what a mad change in the end. The confidence to go for that walk down middle in the very last round potentially available.
And when your back is against the wall, I'm taking that risk. It does become easier. They get paid off and rewarded for it. Smurfette is on a heater right in the nick of time. Almost 30 kills for her. And you can see her getting hyped up here as well.
Yeah, it's scary coming into OT off the back of that tier, right? You feel a little bit more excitement to it. But can you repeat that again? I don't know. So operator of the word go here for Dodds, though.
Dodds
That's in
up.
hand straight away. So maybe looking to place that towards SEOUL.
Yeah,
That's
and
where
try
she utilized it last time.
prioritize the only position that can hold down A on its own
Super impactful, but
against the Viper wall.
again, for now, let's see what GiantX are up to. This attacking side.
Especially as no one shoots the fade eye, that's nice.
Dodds took so much damage tanking that Killjoy Molotov.
Oh, early contact, Kinnear.
Ooh.
Gonna be spotting out
Scary.
Smurfette early. Calls in Monch for a little bit of support on that, but it's just a look. They haven't
Still
been
the
behind
one
this
holding down A
presence.
right now is insanely
Backpedaling
strong.
away from Garage
Should
now.
see them go back, drone this off.
The information is lacking for KRU though. Turret and alarm bot is down, so that sort of paranoia is gonna be creeping into the back of the minds of the defenders.
Dude, you don't drone here, do you?
They should re-aggress somewhere,
Drone where you can get
garage
spammed
any
is
second.
insane.
And this should give them the information that GX is no longer there. This drone, it's going to force Dodds
Didn't
off
really
the
see
line.
numbers following it
I
though.
want to see how many rotate off this, if any.
Yeah, I
at
don't
all.
think any are going to
So far, they're
rotate.
not
There was
feeling
no
any
peek
further pressure
after.
here. So they're going to keep 4 on this side
Molly,
of the map.
wall, 3
Final right,
close.
Screw in the right place. Now seeing
Sounds
that
good.
stun come in, now seeing the wall and seeing the smokes. Look at them, you can see that.
It's going to be that
temptation
same
from
problem
here
that
to
we
play
saw on
back in a
Pistol though,
little
right?
bit. Maybe wanted to
Oh,
try
what a
to
great
do
fade eye.
And look at that. Finally, the fade eyes coming in, the reveals coming out. Monch tries to get
Risky
ahead.
double
Didn't
jump.
have to do too much, didn't have to do all that. But Kinnear's here, Michaela's here, great spacing, good trades.
Oh,
Now the
what a
body's
kill.
starting to drop. One by one they swing, and now we're down to the 1v1. Dodds.
Ooh. Big miss.
Before gave herself and a Red Bull clutch put GiantX back in the lead.
Oh,
I thought they were. I thought as soon as they got that fade eye first kill, I thought it was on lock. They got a little greedy by jumping up.
Ness's mollies earlier, those nanoswarms coming up huge. And this round, it looked so solid coming through. That fade utility getting so much value, but my goodness, GX just thriving in the chaos.
Let's go!
Man, that got close. Yeah, I mean, it took Ness getting
Timeout to try and secure it. Victory timeout.
These Killjoys, man, on both sides. I'm a fan, Lauren. I love that Killjoy is back in the mix. We haven't seen Killjoy on Haven in probably a year. It's been a long time. So I love this combo. I love Killjoys. It's such a different style to the Sentinels that we've been used to seeing for the past year.
Yeah, I feel like this is the first time I get to really check in on some of the changes in the meta, right? And kind of seeing how teams are adapting to it, how they're looking to kind of build through. And obviously, almost a little bit of a preview potentially into next year, right? It's okay, what do the big boys do, though? You know, what do the big teams come out with as well? Is this something we can maybe expect to see down the line? And how do these agents kind of get
That's not a
rebrought
play
into the
Genji
meta?
on Haven, that's what I
Good
was
to see
thinking.
how GiantX are kind of approaching this here.
I didn't want to add a flame in there.
So visually, but at 13-12,
I was going to let her have it.
certainly not out of it yet. I mean, that came down to a 1v1 and a 4K to close that out, so don't think it was easy. But GiantX in the lead, and a chance for a third. Or we go double OT.
And Smurfette opting to go for the full armor, no operator in her hands.
3
Seems like for the past 3
so
or 4
I guess
defense
wait
rounds,
for sound, react free mid.
definitely leaning towards this front
Heavy
B
shut down
walk.
B.
We'll see if she goes down for a mid-round push. KRU are still getting this A main control with this fade utility, but at least for them, they haven't shown every time that they're in A main with this fade utility. So right now, GX,
oh my
this is that. They've been rewarded for this play every time.
Yeah, but it looks like they want to.
Oh, they hit it running away as well.
Conier is going to be able to retrace.
I think this was a bit of an
Big
error.
kill on A here.
I don't mind the call, but it was just badly executed almost. Did Monch get spotted? I don't think she did. No.
Oh my goodness.
My God. I was about to
Dude, the
put
aim
this
was
in,
so
man.
far to the right.
I was halfway out, but at this point, GiantX looking a little bit messy in this. And yeah, Kinnear's again got that checkmate
Well,
position. This should be
go
wrapped
again.
up. As much as I rate Smurfette, there's nothing here. This was won and lost by those audio cues and that drift through that Viper wall in middle. This one's wrapped up. It's going to be double OT. There's not like Ness. You're great. You're great. Every day of the week, you're great. You ain't doing this one. So KRU navigating those. I don't want to say even threats, but just navigating that round well. They work.
Rhythm got picked off. I mean, it's just great timing over towards middle.
Certainly just being spread out and
They give too many
defaulting and
sound
just
keys for
holding
it.
their ground seems to have worked out. GX have done this a couple of times where they're pushing when they don't necessarily have to, and it all started towards that short A, right? As soon as Ava started walk pushing solo with no utility, you want to do that when the enemies are poking towards the other side of the map. As soon as you lose garage, as soon as they poke towards that B, that's when you
Keep
push.
it as a reaction rather
exactly.
than being proactive in it almost. Yeah, that was a little bit strange,
Drone.
but again, it's nervous scenario.
Insta drone,
right?
you got alarm bot to
13-13
give you
now, it's starting
info.
to feel that pressure certainly mounting.
They have faked this one before though.
Going back towards the C approach. And Kinnear got caught there.
Big kill,
Monch,
isn't
though,
it? Yeah, that's
desperate.
the kill though.
But now
It's a nice
messy,
trade on
right?
this.
Both of these teams trying to dig their heels in. Plant's going to be in play.
On attack, they
fast
still
flank
have
planted.
Yeah, that flank
Omen
is
flash,
so
though.
fast here. I don't know if GX are going to be ready for this. I love
Yeah,
this
might see an
regress
Omen flash for Omen
pushing through
flash.
spawn, though. This should buy time.
Yeah, that's got to be very indicative and a good counter paranoia. Dodds needs to start taking space. See that space being taken through
Because they tried
garage.
to
They're
take
trying to be
more
diligent.
spawn
But it's all
there. I
three now.
think
That's
this has to
potentially
be
a very
faster
good
from the Waylay.
seize. Oh no! Wait,
Oh,
Dodds got
got
both.
a double there. I thought it was getting traded.
Oh man, I thought Dodds was
As
done
soon as
for
this
then, but
got
catching
shut
both
down and they
players.
got nothing
I'm a
for
little
it,
surprised
they
being
got to be
caught off
so
guard in
aware
the
of
end.
every kind of
Fair
push.
play to GiantX to try and be proactive through CT. Didn't get what they wanted, but KRU are back on top at 14.
And it's all thanks to Michaela here. I mean, truthfully, Dodds should have gotten wiped out. They didn't deserve these 2
They
kills.
can't vote draw, can they? You're not familiar with the rules?
Being
Nah,
a distraction,
that-
throwing the
yeah.
utility.
Only
Certainly
organization
it would
mad
have been
enough to do
much
that is
tougher
Overwatch.
for the side of KRU. So Michaela might not be on the top of the scoreboard, but definitely
we don't
finding
like
a lot of
draws in
value
esports.
in these high pressure moments.
I'm scared now. I'm scared at this. This is where we talk about that steam running out. And do they still have that fire here? Smurfette on the operator. Last time it took a lot of bravery to go for that walk down middle. That
Used to be able to draw in Overwatch. In competitive Overwatch, you used to have maps that could end in the draw.
A glance towards A, but no
And
commitment yet.
the reasoning for it was, well, who wouldn't want to watch a 30-minute map that means nothing to then get to watch more Overwatch?
Right away. I like this default coming through for KRU right now.
Okay, but I
To
heard
which
the
I
operator
responded
go
to
off
some
at least
harsh
once.
words.
They now know that where it is, but this deeper
And
surge
then-
from Smurfette, man. You talk about high risk, high reward.
And then got
Filling
blacklisted.
the space, almost calling the bluff. Biersik's been good though. Biersik's been
she's
very
playing
good.
this really well, not giving any chances.
And that angle is filthy. Look how deep that is. That's hard to clear with the operator, even if you're cutting the line. But how long does she hold this? The rest of the team still needs that support, needs those smokes coming in. Still going to be paranoid of where that operator's going. They haven't shown anywhere else on the map here.
No owl drone to be able
Big
to
Joe here.
go into this garage
Oh.
either. At least those
Oh.
prowlers should
Oh.
help.
No, Smurfette.
The classic.
My goodness,
Are you
this
banking
Joe
on
was...
that? Oh, Bierzik, I thought you did everything right in that, but when it came to that final punch, the classic works.
I'm looking straight at Monch here. She's
time-
going to be able
yeah,
to walk
this
up
is
A,
big
knows
timing.
that the operator's towards C, as you mentioned.
Eva's here,
Art's
though.
not
Here's
going
the
to see anything
turret.
as well. This gets really
She's
weird.
going to go for the spawn play instead.
Yeah, maybe
Should
trying to ignore
consider
that for a
short,
second, but
but
the
the
reality's
tunnel
going to
vision
be
might
there.
be real here.
No one's cleared this. No one is clearing Eva.
Nice shots.
And it's mistake after mistake here. 13
Nice omen
seconds.
flash.
And Eva's thriving. It's getting fumbly.
Hey,
It's
let's go
getting
again.
messy. And it's
We gotta
going
go
to
again.
another OT.
These defense rounds, I mean, things have slowed down. Things have slowed down, and we're definitely seeing a Viper Haven play out right now. The attackers are just slowly trying to get A main control, but the defenders are just moving around and finding the gaps. This crossfire
You can still draw in ranked. I mean, yeah.
with
dude,
this Sova towards this
Drawing
short
it,
A,
I don't care about
it just,
rank.
it held so strong.
Yeah, it's,
people have to go. A game lasted too much
again,
longer
you gotta
than
feel for Bierzik
you
there in a
expected.
way,
I
right?
get
Played
it.
that out so well,
You
but then
come like
Smurfette
actual
with
proper
classic
competitive
feels
stuff.
good, man.
Nothing
How
worse
many
than
times is Smurfette
wasting
gonna
like
get away with these
40 minutes
aggressive plays?
for a draw.
Ooh, another
Icy.
aggressive play.
Yeah, looking at the tempo on this one, could be a tempo change. Monch forced to invest utility.
I thought that shock
that
would do
down.
more damage than that.
The other casters in the building did as well. They were getting real excited for that one, but not too much damage done. A little bit of chip, but
B calls pretty nice there.
back up towards B. Dodds is here. The turret as well, just tucked into the corner.
What is it?
Off the turret,
Contact,
I think Dawes is wanting to
saturate
use
swing,
her
or
bubble.
Man, this feels real tense.
Oh.
So Dodd's going to be
it
ordered to
missed.
wait. Yeah. Good paranoia, though. Actually, didn't catch. I
Oh.
thought it was a good
Oh.
paranoia. I thought it
good
was
trades
on
right
the
now.
money, but apparently didn't
Big
quite
Joel,
catch
Killjoy,
those players.
Killjoy.
Now GiantX looking fully in control here. Bierzik, Kinnear can do
Very
nothing
nice.
but
That might be the
die.
one.
The the
This might be
Omen
it.
blind, that paranoia a month ago would have been perfect.
Yeah,
it would have been great. It was perfect, but this post nerfed Omen blind just it doesn't have that same oomph.
Yeah, that's actually
Shorter range, yeah, that's tough. That's definitely tough because Dawes was definitely in a position to have an absolute movie for themselves towards that front B. GX handling it well though. I mean, it seems like most of these B pops so far, it's paid off. It's definitely
Yeah,
paid
it
off
has.
for the attackers.
And it's GiantX back with that upper hand, and they did so well in that previous round. Smurfette taking that deep sea long line that worked really well, handling everything at this point. But I just want all these teams to be able to win. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, come on now, come on now. We love an OT, but let's lock in here.
This is a late timeout. This is a late timeout for KRU. I didn't even realize they had a timeout left in this OT. So hopefully
Just showing
this
off the
is-
jersey.
This is it. I mean, Coach BB is talking to KRU right now on the attack side of
Camera was
things. This
having
has
none of
been the issue. The defense has looked great for both sides in this overtime so far.
Yeah.
And for KRU, I'd like to see them be a lot more decisive here towards this A main. Instead of just getting the control, look to walk forward and actually explode onto this A site.
Okay, but I am seeing Smurfette on A. I am seeing an operator.
The last time around when
Yeah.
KRU threw this Fade Eye, it got broken immediately. I'd like to see Dodds try to protect it or trade. Both members were ready for it. They were ready to trade off of it.
Okay, there's a small adjustment.
Yeah,
they're
it's a nice
leaving
reaction
Smurfette
over
here.
towards
It
middle,
looks
though.
like with maybe Nest near enough
I mean,
by.
this
What an angle.
is a
This is
kill,
nice
right?
angle. That's a pixel
the knee
spotted.
cap.
Smurfette now ready, steadies the ship, maybe calling in a couple of others to be careful. Because I'm pretty sure you can figure out that was a whaler.
Let's go in.
Gonna keep it away on the
Prowler
Prowler, but it
tanked
looked
it.
like it could have done chip damage, but no, it's
Dude,
Ness.
no one else is
Sitting
even
there ready
close.
to catch that player trying
No one
to
else is
scale
even
up.
close
Dodge
to
down
getting in
dead.
sight.
You're looking at the next layers, they don't fancy it. They don't have that same burst towards the site anymore.
Oh yeah,
They've
this
stalled
must be
out
it,
already.
surely.
And that stop, it has to call onto Konir. The Killjoy towards middle, trying to find the gap, trying to find an equalizer, but Toki is just able to punish. Now Smurfette has a beautiful long line, and it's just
nice
gonna
shot.
be freebies.
Yeah, it's clean work here. Michaela trying to do some damage, but a 2v4 is a lot to ask for. GiantX doing the hard work, taking the long road to get to this point. Monchi Michaela trying to make something
Oh, the
happen.
Omen flash as it's going down. So
that
nice.
one is on the money. And Monch, oh my god, it's a
Ooh,
1v1.
it was close
so
though.
close.
Okay, third map.
Down to
This
the
was
wire,
this
but
was a nice map though to watch.
GiantX stay alive. They go through to map 3
One of
now.
the closer
It is
ones.
not over
Third
yet.
map is
It's
Pearl,
far
yeah.
from over, as Pearl will be on the horizon.
A long
I
map,
have
yeah,
no
it's
idea which way that one
hour
goes.
4 minutes basically.
I mean, the timing on that just shifts in
Mob
the
Zero,
night,
thank you so
passing
much.
by
We
each
appreciate
other,
the tier
and now
1.
it's
Thank you for the 8
dangerous.
months.
The drop. Oh, she does that weapon. She's playing gun game on the site. Paradox. No! Hey, she ran through everything. Every gun, every pistol. The only option was the knife.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Where are the ads? When am I taking time off? Most of December, to be honest. We've pretty much been taking time off now as well. Okay, back in a little bit.
I didn't think it was gonna happen, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but we're going the freaking distance. Welcome back to Game Changers Championships, coming to you live from the historic Lowell Park in Seoul, South Korea. Mimi, I thought it was it, man. I thought it was over like, I don't know, 7 times.
Well, I also thought it was over like 15 rounds ago, and then KRU mount this crazy comeback, bring it all the way into overtime. But GiantX in those critical rounds, I think that I really want to credit Ness, the person who pretty much just stepped into IGLing for this team to keep her team steady, to come up with great ideas late into these OT rounds and close that wild map out.
Yeah, on a match like that one, and especially thinking about the way that KRU started winning these rounds, rounds and trying to make a comeback with that knife that we saw on B by Munch.
The knife.
That's how it all started, and it got a few more rounds. Corneer getting 3Ks, 4Ks, all the way into that overtime. And I feel like, yeah, it is a little bit of those calls that you get to see from Ness. And it's also on the other side, I feel like that 14-14 that guaranteed everything by Eva with that 3K, with that clutch when she was playing as well towards A side. She's doing it. We talked about it early on, and she's doing it again.
I mean, even the last kill comes down to a 1v1 to close out the game. It potentially...
Nearly another Munch 1v3 clutch.
Right, yeah. Wild. A player that got us to this point, and really I wanted to highlight the massive difference between their performance in map 1 and map 2 was Smurfette, because Mimi, I don't think you can go more night and day than this.
You really can't. Think about how important Smurfette is to this roster when she's playing in this Neon composition. When they were on split, they were running hard exec after hard exec into the Sage and basically just sending her off to her death. This was a completely different story, though. When it was the fast rounds, she was finding success. When it slowed down and she was playing in the post plants, she was excellent there as well. This was the match that showed the Smurfette that has given us those peaks in EMEA at previous, international events as well, showing up when they needed her the absolute most.
It's interesting too, is we were talking on the desk about concerns with it being a double controller comp, and would there be enough tools to get Smurfette into aggressive positions and to really be able to provide value? And it almost felt like she was able to do it in spite of not having those tools.
A lot of this stuff was on defense too, where she's just like holding an angle. I think of that multi-kill on long, just really impressive mechanically.
And you don't really see that as much. A little bit uncharacteristic from Dugs that was struggling in this map a little bit. You see Smurfette popping off, and it feels like it is the reason why they got so many of these early rounds. But after that, when things slowed down, that was just the game for Smurfette, for Ness as well, and for Ava. I feel like that we highlighted to be able to close it out.
Yeah, I was talking some about the calling I was very impressed by. I think in particular, rounds like this, which we're watching, that round 13 and 15 were really great decision making to be in these like 3v3s, these 4-on-4s, and for GX to always pick the right fight to take in those moments. And that continued into some of these crazy OT rounds we're talking about. It's so tough to stay focused and stay in a position where you're making that right call, you're making that snap decision. And I think GX, more rounds than not, were doing that to great success.
Yeah, it was incredible for a GiantX that you talked about. They don't really have much experience in finding the calling and finding how those mid calls are going to work. And on top of that, you're going to the first overtime that we see in this tournament, and they're able to close it out with some heroic plays as well. So it's kind of the experience that Ness talked about that maybe was missing for the team. Even though they keep that core from last year, they recognize that they don't have as much LAN experience, and little things like this are really going to help out for the last map.
I mean, they just barely got away with that one. I think we were talking about it here in the green room. We were pretty convinced that, yeah, maybe the series was going to be over. KRU was going to be able to pull it off. But lo and behold, we're going the distance after the OT. We still have one more map to play. And, as we turn our attention over to that, when you think about these teams, with Pearl being the last one or the last map in this series, how do you put Haven in the rearview mirror far enough that you can focus on the next map, Dan?
When things are that close, for most teams, they recognize that is when it is the hardest to reset. But this KRU, compared to past years, they do seem to me like that team that is able to reset after a loss like this one, especially because Munch, was the one to try to get that clutch that was not able to do so, and she was still smiling and kind of recognizing, I didn't get it. It's okay. She is very confident. It feels like can be that player that you can rely on to make sure that the team can reset as they go into Pearl.
I don't think these are the scenes we saw earlier today of players in tears and really having to overcome a big emotional investment after losing a map. These are two teams that felt like they were in it and an inch away from winning, and that they could have won or lost. And for both teams, as they look ahead to Pearl and talk about their coaches, all eyes are going to be what they have prepared, because neither team has had to show their Pearl thus far in this tournament, and it wasn't in play in the regions. So it's an opportunity to show their opponent what they've been working on. And it's two teams that are also so hot, so warmed up after playing that OT, that I think this is right back to equal footing.
It really opens up the possibilities for the agents, because KRU Blaze really just changed that composition of that map of Haven, but now we get to see what they've been cooking on on Pro because it's a map that we haven't seen for both. On the side of GiantX, I was gonna say, are they going to be playing the Tejo? I feel like they're teasing us a little bit, but they're actually locking this chamber that we haven't seen before.
Interesting.
A no duelist chamber.
Yeah, so they used to play a no duelist, I think it was their Abyss as well, and they're gonna bring that out here. The biggest lack, obviously, on attack side is no dive besides the Omen. So that makes things like a hard A hit very difficult. It makes fighting into backside B also somewhat of a challenge. So on their attack, they're very much gonna have to prioritize playing around mid and getting Smurfette in positions where she can lurk up and pressure other parts of the map, so you don't have to fully rely on having that hard dive exec the way you see comps like the Waylay play out.
And Dan, very quickly, your thoughts on the Visa KRU Blaze comp?
Were they actually going no
standard,
duelist?
Right? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it is a little similar to what they were playing before, and I do really like Konir on this Astra. I feel like they do have a lot of resources for these post plans that might end up being that win condition early into these rounds. For Munch, we just saw her on the Viper. We just saw Konir on this Killjoy, so they're switching it up a little bit, and that's going to be it. How they're going to take that space and how they're going to take those post plans to make sure that GiantX don't get the space that they want.
One final map to decide it all. Pearl on the cards. We're going to throw it over to Potter and Pansy one last time to close out the series. Take it away.
If Visa KRU give them the... That's the first time I ever called them Visa KRU. If KRU give them the jewels on A, then fair play.
But you were actually most excited about the other side.
Yeah, I think both sides are bringing some interesting things back into the mix. I mean, Dodds, I'm just glad to see this player going
Full
back
government
to
name, yeah.
Right, we've seen a bunch of different duelists coming through today. Dodds Jet is just fantastic. So I think closing out in this third map, especially considering all the gas that
I mean, maybe with a KO right click now, I guess, but you just play anti-flash.
I want to see KRU doubling down on the aggression. They've got a pocket KO, gonna be able to pop flash, gonna be able to get into the faces. But for GX side of things, the no duelist.
Explain.
You know, I see what they're cooking. The Omen gets to get B main control or A main control. They get to TP away
Giants on defense, KRU on attack, no duelist.
Then TP away, escape, be
Against,
slippery. I get it. I get it.
Old schoolish comp.
That is the theory. We'll see how it works out on the attack side. I do think
on defense is going to be great.
Is absolutely a defense
on attack
comp for GX. So I'm
no idea. Nice little bait setup
to go down exactly like that. You see Toki going deep on this B main.
Yeah, and feeling no resistance, resilience.
Crunch.
So that's a big tick in the box. They keep their numbers very dedicated. Dots just managed to press the corner and get to
Not
Sarah
exactly how I thought it
Smurfette.
would
All
look,
eyes being
but
drawn in towards that main side.
same outcome.
Got about art and, well, yeah, Dots
Dude, what a
is just
pistol.
back to business, huh?
Yeah, I'm telling you, Lauren, these Jets, when they proc that dash and that dash timer is going down, just something is different.
Why are they so good, man? It makes no sense to me. Nothing has changed. They're like, yeah, I'm just going to get 3. Ness and Toki now. And a little unfortunate almost because Toki's position was kind of nice, right? That quick push up towards B.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ness. I
Got an Omen flash as well.
Too soon. Maybe it's not over. Maybe there is still hope here. Toki can at least note Dodds, but by this point, you can already see the KRU just going to be sitting a little bit deeper. Very hard to get that last step towards crossing
lovely
over the
pistol from Dodds.
You see the idea from GX anyway. I mean, Toki's definitely going to want to push or hold the A main long line, hold the B main long line.
Is this a limb? Yeah, this is a lower bracket.
Info comes through, push one of these extremities. Unfortunately for GX, Dodds was just able to get 3 huge opening kills.
Yeah,
Look at these shots coming through.
Yeah, that second was so nice.
Yeah, and gaining the space and flipping the site once you get those entries because you're a Jet is such a powerful thing. And Dodds just getting hyped for that pistol round win.
Full eco on this one, see how much damage they can do.
I mean,
they kind of stacked the right side. Flash over the top into double swing.
You know, run it. Why not? See what Dodds can do here. Already be warded away from that initial kind of like even ability to peek up towards long. It feels like a death sentence if you do it, but I just keep their life here. But noting that Vandal very, very early here.
It's like, which flash do I use? The flash behind you.
Looks like KRU are prioritizing.
Yeah, that's a really nice flash.
Nice flash.
A really nice
My
flash.
God, it was a heaven-sent flash, but Ness there to make the most of it and make this round far more competitive than it should have been. But where's the rest of the team? Smurfette.
It's gonna be hard. You gotta kind of throw the guns out of the map and at the same time hope they don't peek you.
We'll make it in time though. KRU, they've got to be really thorough, slowing it down.
Yeah,
They've
I
got
think
the
they got rid
better
of one.
weaponry. So I like the fact that they're not rushing into things here. This should have never got
Good
this
news is the
close,
Killjoy
Lauren.
stayed alive, so you still get info
Both
from
teams are fully aware that
flank
there's
behind.
a KO on either side, so communicating to each other that I'm anti-ed for you while you grab the orb is going to be super crucial moving forward in this half. But just classics on the
30
side of the
seconds left.
defenders. KRU, they're going to choose when they want to scale forward.
I actually quite like this as well. Just
Yeah, it's a
sticking
nice
around
bounce.
and, you know, better the devil you know at this point. Gonna hear these steps, gonna hear that plant. Can't really deny that, no, but
Shot.
nice shot from Monch.
Ooh.
It's Smurfette though with a headhunter that can make this dangerous. And Monch is on 47.
Oh.
Sharp enough to keep this
It
in
looked like
hand,
she
but
didn't expect
my
her to keep
God,
like
that got
W king
close.
forwards and get
Closer
closer.
than it ever should have
I
been.
mean,
I
that-
was just going to
that
start
KO
talking
flash is
about
lovely.
who should be collecting the orb, who should be farming and collecting, getting ready for this
Nice
bonus.
shots.
But right now, KRU, they've got to decide how they're even going to handle this bonus. The money
Just
is a
so
lot
calm on
worse
that.
than it should have been.
Good bonus. That was incredible bonus.
I mean, the fact that, yeah,
This is
never
what
won,
incredible
it was,
eco
like, a really
damage.
nice kind of like flash, I guess,
This
but
is a bonus.
still getting 2 with the classic after that is kind of wild.
Not
Three
even
classic kills. Who
how much
could have
into
thunk
it.
it?
On B long of all places as
Oh,
well.
what makes a lot of sense.
Like, my brain's just not putting it
Only
together.
one that can
but
tank
the
it.
bite is in a weird spot now, right? Dodd's back on that Vandal, obviously Michaela as well, but everyone else on the Sheriffs. A lot of light shields out, so keep your eyes on Smurfette too. Gonna have that Outlaw in very much the right place. So this gets quite tough for KRU to feel confident about this unless they've got an idea of how they want to scale into this that could navigate around that.
It looks like for GX, they're just swapping around their Omen and their Chamber. Right now, Smurfette tanking the KO knife, suppressing, so she's stuck in the back of the site, but all this
Oh,
utility,
pop dash
this
as
KO
well.
has so
Well,
much stopping power. Sarah still has the
kind of like
molly
they
in
have
her
no
back
jewels for a
pocket.
little bit here as well.
Astra Smoke is gonna slow things down entirely. Smurfette's gonna go for a peek.
Yeah, flash and a swing
Oh.
again. These flashes are nice. You turn it, you're still going to get picked by the Outlaw. But KRU still
Damn.
making it work,
A
still
double
doing
from
damage.
there.
Oh, Smurfette though,
Oh.
sharp with it back of the site. Does get
Ooh.
away with a life. Music.
Shot third.
Oh, it's going to be one thing or the other, right? Pick your death at that point.
I kind of need
As
to
Toki, the
1v2
last
this.
one alive. 1v2 still has Paranoia, still has TP, still has Smoke. Couple of options. And oh, the
Dude,
divide.
I gotta see how
Went
Dodd's
in
managed to
for
get a double
Music,
here.
sharp with that as she
They
just
line
tried to
up
slip
or
ahead.
I like the simplicity coming through for KRU. I mean, they just kept it very straightforward. Get the B main, B long control. Don't let any chance of that free fight happening. But you saw the idea from the defenders anyway. For GX side of things, these shots coming through for
Yeah,
Smurfette.
That was so nice.
Making at least a chance for GiantX to make it work.
Okay,
I
force
want
them
to
down to
see
an
it
eco.
work for GiantX. You saw the
And
Omen
the problem is the
towards this
Giants
long
need
game.
to have like
They're
a pretty
swapping it
clean
again.
defense because they
Both
should
Omen
really
and
struggle
Chamber
on
this
attack.
time, coming towards A main,
My God.
trying to get the control, but Dodds, she just can't be stopped.
I don't know how Dodds keeps getting these sort of kills as well. Dodds has been just bailing them out time after time, it feels like. Ult's ready. You're going to hear the investment on the other side too. I'm pretty sure Smurfette just popped tour de force as well. So big investment when you're losing out on control of art as well. This feels desperate to go for it here.
Yeah, especially considering how much space Konir has found towards long B. You see her teammates just regrouping while Munch just controls the perimeter, make sure nobody is flanking. This should be an easy, straightforward round towards B. KRU have been really prioritizing towards this B and keeping it really simple. Spike's gonna go down.
Spike planted. Yeah, what are you meant to do? I mean, it rides and dies on Smurfette for me here. And you're looking at the positioning. I don't know. I'm willing to be wrong, but I feel like this might be a lost cause. Kinnear on patrol here.
I mean, it's about
Even just being
damage
the
more
early
than
warning
anything.
System does have that alarm bot to work off as well, so quite nice to complement this. That's going to be the first alert.
At least Smurfette gets to bait Ness.
Yeah, but there's also a trade.
Oh.
So you can see the spacing, nice positioning from Monch.
They
to come
keep this
back
one
over
clean,
and
the
make
money's
sure it wasn't
incredible.
An isolated fight for Kinnear.
already pretty good.
And at this point for Eva, it's a formality. If you can get an exit, cool, but dying to the spike might be the best option at this point.
I would have loved to have seen Michaela go hunting for this kill, solidify this KO ultimate, so right when those barriers go down in round 5, they can really just speed up the pace and slam with these jet knives. But either way, they can choose. They can choose to go for this A main fight or this B main fight, grab the orb and just mid-round slam the site. But I want to see a fast-paced round this time around, Lauren. I want to see a jet knives play coming through.
And look, they've had access. It feels
Yeah,
like
they can leave
constantly
site if they
through
want
art
to.
that's been available to them. They have options here. This map
And
hasn't
away
felt
from
like
a
it's got a big
chaos,
load
so
of resistance
easy call for
anywhere,
them.
right? It's that, okay, we can't quite get in here. Okay, A main's going to be lost. Up B main, they've got this. Let's see where they go for. Let's see if there's a pace change, a little bit of a kick up of something. Contact off the Prowler towards A, but waiting to see where this ends up landing.
You saw Michaela's knife there, giving information, but Toki did a fantastic job just LOSing it and repositioning deep into that art area. But it seems like Monch is fully aware, but the timing, that chamber play, what a trade for Konier though.
Yeah, seeming very cognizant that someone could be on that next layer up to try and backfill in case there was someone there. So
Feels
again,
weird
keeping this
though
4v4,
to TP
noticing
away
the
from an
operator
angle
as
and
well,
then
so
go
good
back to the
information
same angle.
exchange. Crew want to just step away from mid. They don't fancy that anymore.
Yeah, and you'd love to see plays like that when the
Oh.
turret is blocking the vision. Konier definitely spotted though, but for Smurfette, she only saw a turret. She didn't see the Astra's leg.
Nah, I came up on minimap.
Now,
Started pinging.
Smurfette feeling brave enough to walk this. Look at Smurfette. Look at Smurfette. No! I thought Smurfette had everything, had the read, had the idea. And now you can see GiantX trying to play ahead of this util, trying to play into this. Eva does
Whoa.
well, but Dodds does better. The site now secure.
Yeah, it might be a free res here as well.
Around in the form of Nest, but this would be a big ask. It ain't happening.
Damn.
As Crew.
I mean,
like map one
Dodds
against
is doing
team.
everything.
Konier is just unstoppable right now. It seems like she can do no wrong. I mean, you were spot on it. That flank shoulda, coulda, woulda worked out. But the fact that Konier just arrives, solidifies the flank, then turns around and just wipes out the forward. Ah,
that's actually crazy.
Fast.
Oh, man. It's quite tough to see almost, because you can see that GiantX are trying to work this out. They're trying to put together some plays, but they just can't stop the aggression coming out from Dodds. And then obviously got that back line from Konier being controlled really well. It's quite hard to deny Crew when they get into this form. Again, seeing Dodds back on that jet, seeing Dodds look comfortable here to go for those higher risk plays, be kind of, calling up the number. Lovely support from Michaela as well. You got Biazik to play in too. I don't know what the options are. They're trying to get Smurfette online, it looks like. They're trying to play her into, trying to give her the space to make that impact happen. But even though she might get her one, it's by that point, they might have lost site control, right? It feels like there's always an exchange of some part of the map here. And Crew are doing really well at actually making that happen.
They've got to leave Smurfette alone. Too many times now, Smurfette has had a babysitter, and you don't want to run a chamber.
So
if you're gonna
Giants doing their
babysit.
attack.
Even last round, Smurfette
Split.
found the opening
You gotta
kill,
take mid
but
control.
Right after Sarah's trying to trade
Basically,
and
yeah.
hot on your chamber's
I don't really get how
chamber
they.
can just TP away and
They're safe.
escape. You
Yeah.
don't
I mean,
need to
I
protect
think
your
5
chamber,
already
right?
is too
So
many.
I want to see Smurfette on her own.
feel like
You
that's
don't
too
need
much.
to help your sentinel. That's why you're running a chamber and make your plays across
I
the
don't get
other
how you
side.
meant to
Set
get
your
more than
omen
that
up for success.
without
Your
a duelist on this
with
map.
that TP, you get
Unless
to
they give you
refight
fights
and
at middle,
reaggress with the omen
or
as
give
well.
you fights a main.
I feel like out of everyone, young Potter might know a thing or two about trying to implement a chamber, be it viable or not.
I tried.
I love you so much. At this point, though, obviously we can see the purchase. It is going to be Sheriffs, and you can see Dodds, right? Just willing to brawl, willing to go forward, willing to take that space, takes away one. Now, backfilling that is GiantX, right? So they're still able to play on the other side of this smoke, but this isn't going to be easy. This is still a very uphill struggle because this is above a minute. They've got the first pick. They can pause for a second. They still have Biazik's util to bank on if they do want to go for a re-hit here. But for GiantX, I quite like they're exploring middle now, right? They've denied that quick burst towards A. So
Yes, the
maybe
reaction
explore
is
somewhere
a
else on the
3-person
map. But
push
now
on
they've
mid,
got
but it's
contact
being
on
held the whole
B.
time.
Does this then
Ooh.
scramble the plan
Pretty
a
good
bit?
timing.
Again, Monch seems aware there's a chance of that too, popping down the alarm bot, but it does leave Konier on an island.
Yeah, and I like this read from GX because every anti-eco crew have just gone B main really slow. So they took a risk, they're rewarded for it, but the rest of crew are already towards this A.
Yeah, I mean, they pick
Off
up a
that
gun.
info, they
Let
know
us
the
stick
A
on
side
Sykes,
is
they're up
clear.
against
Now
Astral.
crew, they've got to decide, do we flip the site or do we just play this post from A main and Art?
But I like the crew get a little bit proactive in this post plant, right? Because they know maybe they're a little bit displaced because they tried to pick away that player in the form of Konier. So try and maybe exacerbate that issue. Smurfette, though, does do well. Little tricky from
What the-
Dodds, though. Putting on some beautiful tech. There's Toki and Ness.
One way to do
Now
it.
it gets tough, right? You look at these deeper post plant positions, prying them out of these sort of spots. I don't want to say impossible, but really, really tough. And only with a Sheriff. And
Ooh, I mean, overall.
you're banking on this working out. I mean, yeah, you're going to get half.
Uh-huh.
You're going to get any more? Not with Dodds hitting shots like that. This could be an ace. It looks like it very much is. Dodds,
It's gonna
free
go down to
farm,
the molly.
baby. looking comfy,
Okay, very nice.
looking in form. And I mean, you were happy, you wanted to see that jet back out,
It's
and I can see why.
It's a
Dawes
mad,
is just
it's a mad
having
carry
fun
right
out
now,
there,
though.
Lauren. She is having a blast. I gotta say though, I did see a protocol coming through for Giants in this retake, and I loved it. I want to see that kind of effort throughout the rest of this defense half. You saw in this retake towards that A, as they're trying to tap the spike and get half, her teammate was right in front of her. And so they're preparing for that Astra suck that they know will come later on. Try to block that, try to force and get that half to make this retake coming through. So I like to see protocols like that. Hopefully it pays off for GX.
Prowler missed a little bit over towards A, didn't get full info. I think they... Oh no, with the chamber TP here, it doesn't matter.
On the other side, man. What are you meant to do? Yeah,
Ooh,
firing
flash
squad.
over the top. It looked like he got no one.
Didn't feel like it was as necessary as maybe she felt.
Yeah, but you know, I like it.
Miss Pinky
at least
with
it wasn't for the
Prime.
chamber
Thank you
this
so
time
much for the
around. She
8
was
months.
trying
Thank
to
you for doing
set
that.
up Toki for the flash, but you know, GX have already, or rather, Crew have already gotten punished off a play like that. This time they were ready for the flash, and man, Toki got nothing for it. That's so much damage.
Yeah, Ness does really well to
Oh,
slip
that's
ahead there,
recon
but
though.
now even
Ooh.
trying to backfill the space, GiantX able to try and take a fight here. Maybe starting to get the rhythm of how Crew want to try and approach these sites. This is the first time they've been in control in this.
This is huge.
Yeah, not the best
Smurfette
Fatal.
securing the back lines as well.
Everyone's blind now. People are just eating all of the
Spike
KRU
is down.
town.
I like the fact that Smurfette is regrouping with the squad.
What do they do to KRU? They
Molly
increase
should be able
the
to
flash
isolate,
timing.
Allow both the players of Crew to
30
focus
seconds
towards
left.
the right.
Last player.
Yeah, just this is nice.
The
That's
right
so
click does
much
like
better for
2.5
GiantX.
now.
Loving the spacing, got to say, very
The KO is
selfless work
just-
from Ness
the
then
KO is
as
just
well.
really strong,
Almost dead to
flash-wise.
right. You won't get much any more from that backside position, trying to slip ahead a little bit, almost ignore dodge, go for that next layer coming in. And this was after an initial loss as well. Here it is again from Ness there. Kind of sacrificial at this point, but it does do incredibly well to set up the others to be able to swing out, take that next layer of the fight. So able to find some stability. They have ults to bank on now. They're back in the game. If they get a couple more rounds beside them, they've got a chance. It's just not easy with this composition on the defending side. You kind of want it to thrive here.
Yeah, definitely not easy. And I didn't even notice the biggest part of that hit
where are we?
last round.
1,
Ava's haunt
2
coming
combine
through and
next.
just completely exposing Dodds in her own smoke like that. We'll see if she's able to find impactful utility like that again. Forcing the chamber off with Biazik's utility. Oh, huge break of the alarm bot. I love this reaggress coming through for Smurfette.
They seem aware of the
Nah, they
chance
seem
of
pretty
it.
on
Are they
top of the fact
prepared?
this might
Oh,
happen.
there was a second. There
Big
was a
mess.
second there, but it's faded.
Big
And
Joe's
now
coming
where
up
do they
here.
go? Ness trying to fight
Dude,
forward.
Ness
Gonna
is
catch
a
at least one
lunatic.
through R, but it's a limited time availability,
hit
and
by
that
the ult no
offers
matter
now
what.
run out. It's a 4v4, and the site now looking open for Crew. But Sarah, backside, digging in with Eva. This is much better. Good seas, but I think they're a little bit ahead of it already. Crew now held with just Monch and Kinnear. Kinnear looking for a fight, and finds one. No trade there. Smurfette
aware.
held back by the smoke. And Monch in a 1v2, surrounded. GiantX. Something out of nothing
Get
now.
to the backup gun comes up
Stabilizing,
faster.
stabilizing slightly, and I like
Yeah,
the
a couple of big
adjustments.
misses
We
that made this
saw
a little
it
closer.
Not pay off for them last round, but this time it actually does. Smurfette finding the openings, even if she gets pushed off of that A main, and it was all about this art fight. I mean, Konier almost got away with more than I think GX bargained for, but at least stabilizing.
Okay, now we get
Smurfette
into
still
a
with the
big
operator
swing
in
round.
her hands.
3 on each?
And
4.
the defenders are actually making
7
some
people
money
to combine
this time
next.
around.
Okay.
Knife on B doesn't hit anyone.
Again, as much as I like this reaction from Crew, they've started to find their own rhythm here. I want to see if Crew have an answer back, if there's layers to this approach as well, how comfortable they are on Pearl. A couple of vaults to play with here.
I like the adjustments coming up for Crew. They've completely denied any information from the defenders of where they're starting, where they're trying to default or work. Just contact clearing towards this mid. Good pop flash. No one's there though.
Oh, I like this reswing
Oh,
though.
yeah,
That's
just
nice.
got hit by the
Back to
stun.
util the stun there, perfectly synergized.
Honestly, could have
Sarah
dodged
onto
it.
the swing. That's going to take away Dodds, and if he keeps being this simple in approach, even with that very telegraphed pop flash over the top, this is good for GiantX to be able to react like this. It's a very, very good tick in the box. Oh, Kinnear, clean with it. All right, damn. What are you meant to do?
Toki's not having fun on the extremities, not heated up quite yet. What an angle for Chamber. Oh man, it's just it's only a chamber angle. No other agent is gonna
Yeah,
stick
it's
to
a strong
those.
angle.
Huge punish. Big divide as well. This gives Smurfette more to play off. Another divide comes in, but still an angle. Just the smoke to force her away, but a little bit of a look.
Ooh.
Eva wanted to get involved here. Smurfette still able to operate pretty well. It's all trades. Michaela down low on HP, 5 HP to play with. This really falls into Konir's hands. Try and secure this. Ult gonna come in.
It just
Now
they
they're
wanted
trying
to
play
flash through the wall
They
as well.
respect it long enough.
These Astra ults were ridiculous, cutting
shot.
off all the lines. Konir stepping up and
Oh, where are the bullets going? 5 HP.
Everything's so clean until a 5 HP remaining Sarah comes in
5
and gets the
HP.
job
Dude,
done.
and that's the big
I
round
mean,
as
Konir
well.
was lethal at the start of that round.
The rough way to lose
Halfway
the,
through, but Red Bull clutch still
the swing
falling
round.
for GiantX.
and it started all off in that mid with the Jet trying to find space, and it looked like she did enough. I would have liked to see Monch hotter on Dodd's heels to make sure she forces that
Yeah,
trade,
a
but
little calmer on
unfortunately
this.
for
Stop the
KRU,
spray.
they have to start the round 4v5
Why did the bullets
a
go?
man
That's what I was
down.
thinking.
And GX, what a response. I mean, Smurfette has been heating up on this chamber. And for KRU, they've got to start talking about pushing off this chamber and making sure that the chamber stays on their territory.
And that's, and I'm not, I don't want to say maybe a ton out into this round, but I'm a little surprised. You could have maybe called it here, maybe feeling because of the bye, they didn't want to go for it here, but still, a couple of rounds now in succession for GiantX. Smurfette's starting to find a lot more form, but the knives here for Dodds has been finding it harder to find maybe scalable kills. Getting shut down a couple of times, contact made off the Prowler in middle. So noting presence.
Hey,
Slow
question
and
mark
steady
created.
here.
Let's see.
Konir has had a
Do
lot
they
of success towards this long B, but right now,
explore elsewhere on the
Smurfette
map?
is just holding
There's a
ground, and
fake
with
smoke
how
over
slow
towards
KRU are
B.
going this
Creates a
round, I
little
don't
bit of
know if
pressure
they're
here.
wanting to commit fully to this A. They've sent their Sova over towards B to kind of fake, but it does look like they do want to end towards A. If they're able to tag Smurfette with
Okay,
the
this is all
Sova
going to
drone,
come down
they're
to
gonna
if
be
the
able to
chamber
push
kind
her
of
off this
repeaks a
line
little bit.
and sell the fake.
Should clear this.
Oh no. Here we go. Oh, but I love what Smurfette
Doesn't
is
take the
doing. She knows
TP,
it's
just
weak
stays
side. She
behind
knows it's
here,
only
clears
one
the whole
player.
angle.
Yeah, but can Dodd still do damage? No.
Pretty good. They just have a
Really
stack over
well
towards A.
handled. GiantX
This is
reading
very
like
well
a
handled
book.
over towards B.
Understanding
Just didn't
where the
believe
strength
anything
of
that
the
was
hit
going on, to be
coming
honest.
from. Keeping numbers present on A, backing that Smurfette has it handled. And all right, Sarah, sharp enough yourself. Isaac and Michaela, the only two alive now, and with 14 seconds of formality at hand. They do damage. It's about all that they can get here at this point. And it looks like that is going to be denied. Nice shots from Isaac, but not enough to deny the round.
I like the idea from KRU. I think that if they had Konir, the Astra, follow the Sova drone and apply a little bit of pressure and actually make this chamber TP
The
off
chamber,
that,
yeah,
it
the
would've
chamber
at
early
least
info is like
brought one of those defenders towards
why
A
you
to
kinda play
rotate
it.
towards B and maybe
one of the better agents
give
rocking down
Dodds
B.
a little bit of wiggle
Maybe
room.
Yoru.
But unfortunately for them, not
Maybe
able
Vita.
to do so. And I gotta say, it's impressive right now how GX have stabilized this defense. I mean, the beginning of the round with no duelist, it definitely was a slow start, but right in the nick of time as well, because we said it, you know, this is definitely a more of a defense-sided comp than anything else.
Yeah, I'm going to be worried on that side switch if they don't get even... I want a couple more rounds as well, because like 4 can be undone by a pistol and a follow-up, right? You convert your bonus or you just carry on as you're meant to. You can kind of gap close towards it anyway, so I kind of
Do you think Giants will suffer an attack with no duelist? For sure.
So I want to see what the plan is when they get
Sure,
on that
for
attacking
sure.
side. What is the concept, right? Because it seems quite obvious how they want to play this now. We've seen it kind of kick into form. We've seen how they're trying to apply Smurfette.
They can
This is
only do
great.
so
And-
much.
And also credit to Smurfette here for keeping that confidence and capability after a very slow start. It's very easy to let that compound and kind of let it deny even coming back into the game. But as it stands, it's a good road to recovery. 4 rounds. Timeout though comes in for KRU. What's the adjustment? What's the go-to in their minds? Because
Okay,
again,
let's see.
I think we'd like to see a couple of things come into effect, but still, it's how they're reading the game, how they're
Hello,
seeing the
Psych.
game.
I'm
Dodds
doing fine
has
now.
lost that same level of impact now. That has slowly been chipped away at.
I would have loved to have seen Smurfette
What, Key
drop
Choke
that
needs an
open
extra
operator
smoke?
over to Toki and go in and
What do you
just
mean
pop
an
that
extra
chamber
smoke,
ult. They've
Bacan?
got so
You
much
saying why are
money
they choosing
to
a
work with
smoker
for these
instead of a
last 2 rounds
duelist?
of the half,
I mean,
but regardless,
preference, I guess.
just the one operator on the side of GX and KRU. They haven't had
Maybe
this
here?
easy of a time at A main. They've already
what
got
they
it, and
think.
right now, Biazik has every piece of util
The
still in the
science.
back of her hand. So KRU, they've got an opportunity to just slam onto A site here.
Let's see if they do it. Dodds waiting to be set up. Yeah, there's a reveal. Off we go, and away we go. Dodds in on the side here, going to take a little bit of damage, but goes for
Oh,
it. The
no!
flash. Wait, come on, Biazik. Going to get everything
You talking
herself
about
anyway.
attack?
The flash good enough to
I mean, nowhere does.
pretty much close down on
Unless
two.
you want
Port on the side
the
of the
luxury
site.
of this
Even
smoke.
nowhere to go, and it's a crunch.
I guess you could have the
Sacrificial
luxury
work
of these
almost from
smokes,
Dodds, and
but-
it's the reward that they wanted. They'll take that every day of the week. As Smurfette and Ness weren't really present on this, it's hard to re-clear this side of the map. Ness going to try and step in here. Shoulder on up, but no, where's the space?
Ooh, I was
a
gonna
bit
say
worried
late
that
swing
Biazik
on
was
it.
late to that, but fine in the end as Smurfette in a 1v3. One site, one art, and whoa, that was dangerous, but not dangerous enough. KRU finds solution, finds salvation with a very simplistic approach.
What a call
Seven
from
is
KRU,
so
and you're
many.
spot on
It's
that
so much
simplistic
against this
approach. You
comp.
know, we talked about it in the beginning of the half, how clean and straightforward those first few rounds were, right? Just get that B control and slam B all together. Make sure our utility is layered and together on the count. And this time around, KRU, they're rewarded for it. I mean, and Dodds, she didn't get a kill to open this round, but again, that jet
Takes the space,
pressure
man.
in your face certainly is a lot to handle.
I mean, you got to deal with it one way or the other, right? It's like it commands enough of a reaction. If you try and ignore it, cool, okay, we've lost front sight, we have to play back side, they've got the Sova ult layered. But it ain't over yet. Smurfette this time now going to invest the ult.
And this new angle towards this B with the... Oh, that's unfortunate. I wish Smurfette would have LOS that drone and not got tagged, because that playmaking on that
Uh-oh.
box, it's so crucial. Either
The
way though,
patience game.
Smurfette, each time KRU have slammed B site, she's been ready.
I don't know if Toki's noticed anyone.
Oh, boy.
Are they aware? Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
both now aware. A little bit of chip coming off of that. Nade coming out, but KRU fighting for the space now.
You know what? That's a W though for GX.
It's
We're
a good
finally
reposition
seeing why the Omen
for
was
the chamber,
selected.
but the chamber's
They
really
was
committed.
able to
Can't
waste
TP
some
away.
util towards A main for a TP, and this opens up the round
Straight
for
up
Smurfette
committed
to
here the
re-clear
whole
towards this
time.
long B. Right now, KRU are not happy. They don't have enough space to be able to slam. They've got to push Smurfette off this line.
And I don't know how they plan to do this. They are gathering back over towards this side.
If Michaela's knife comes back and just came back up, this should force Smurfette.
Oh, she's getting cheeky.
Whoa.
I love this though.
30 seconds
I
left.
love this. There's no way you're pop flashing that smoke. No, not at all. But does Smurfette to live? She does. Only for a moment.
They got an
longer,
extra
but
trade
long
off
enough
of
for
it
Ness to
though.
be able to do
Really nice
that.
kill.
They get left in, Tad's a little lost.
I mean,
at
they
the
had
helm.
to
They'll then
win this
steady the
round.
ship on the way up towards that B site. And now look at this. Brilliant work coming out from GiantX.
Okay, now I'm
Credit them,
excited
Smurfette,
because
for taking
what's the plan?
probably a lost
What's the
cause,
plan
but
with the no
buying time,
duelist?
allowing Ness
You
to
can't
swing
pop
into
B.
effect. Lovely
You gotta
synergy
just split
between the
mid.
two, seeing the theory behind
Well,
this
you obviously gotta split
pick
A
of
and B,
chamber.
and then you
But the
just
questions
prioritize
about
middle.
the attacking side remain. We'll
It'll
find
be
out
interesting.
after this break.
I mean, I don't even think you can pop over towards A, to be honest, but... Extra smokes and the Omen has some cool double TPs. Yeah. There's potential. But I mean, I need to see something like that. But I would imagine 10 out of 12 rounds, if we get that far, they take some kind of mid. This half will be rough. Yeah, it might be. It might be rough. Emo Nami, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 3 mums. Thank you so much for that. I mean, it's a good comp for A main control and stuff like that.
GiantX.
I'm not worried about them taking map
That
control. I'm
there
just
is
worried about
resilience in
XX.
this team. A late upswing from Smurfette, seeing that synergy fall into place with Ness as well. Everyone finding their footing. From round 7 onwards, they had that upper hand. But KRU still maintained the lead after a blistering beginning. Dodds in high form, Conir on that back line, looking solid. Now, the first half wasn't our big worry or our big interest, really. It's the fact that now on
It
the
was
side
better
swap,
for main. I mean, I think
How
Teo's
the
great
hell
on
are
this
they
map,
going to
yeah.
do this one? I wait to see. You know, you're one of the great minds of Valorant. I hate being so nice to you. It makes me feel uncomfortable, but I have to be. But how do you see this working? Theorycraft something for me here.
Any thoughts on Vito's 16% win rate? I wouldn't
They're-
look into
they're
it too
definitely-
much. We've only seen it played well once.
You don't
nice
have
to
to
you,
be. You know what? We got to look at Toki. It was a little bit of a slow start for sure in the first half, but I mean, listen, KRU did a fantastic job, and GX had that comeback, so they're starting to heat up. Yeah, we're looking at Toki's TPs for the crosshair displays. There's only 2 players that Sarah's going to be pop flashing for. It's either going to be
Yeah, I
for
think
the
he played
A-Bus
it well. I
utility,
think
so that
he
it
played it
lands
well.
and actually gives
I'm
them
fine.
the info they're looking for. It's going to be Toki flying in there after her blind with those TPs on the back line. It's either that or Smurfet's got to find the openings.
Okay, let's see the method to the madness. Show me a little something. GiantX now on the
that's
attack.
such a
pop
nice
middle
flash.
and a swing. Dodds doesn't see much, but Biazik does get the first, and it's just a brawl. Toki does very well
Such a
to
nice
find
flash.
2, as KRU taking really quite the aggressive beginning in an exchange of space.
Oh, I like this from KRU. Even though the sound cues didn't come through, they just kind of
People are,
ran away, and now we're retracing back
People are
towards their
making
steps.
KO look pretty good.
But Ness and Sarah did push through their A main, so they have a good idea that they just have to look forward here, while KRU have to clear all these angles.
Oh, the timing. They're going to spot one. I don't think they're going to think all 3 of
Yeah,
them.
they're gonna think 3
yeah,
of
I mean,
that.
what are you meant to do? Dodds already off to
Well,
a great start as well in the second half.
It was always going to be hard on the attack,
And,
and now
KRU
they
settled
lost
off,
pistols. They
right? It
don't have
feels like they
money.
just sent a message after what was a pretty
Mongaru,
rough
thanks so much
end
for the
to
prime
first
as well.
half.
Thank you for doing that,
Obviously
dude.
pace is back in their
Appreciate the
side,
support. Thank you for the prime
momentum
usage.
there as well. And I've got to say, these flashes are good, man.
You love to see these
Force
KO
here?
flashes. I mean,
I think they
we've
have
been
to force
seeing-
here.
we've
I'm
been
on board with that.
stuck in this Yoru meta for quite some time. and the
I don't know
Yoru
how they are with
flashes
stingers,
just
but
meh.
They don't hit the same.
I think you got a force A split or something.
Yeah, these KO pop flashes though, they are something else. You don't even hear it coming. So definitely your protocols have to be on point. You've got to always be
I
anti.
mean, they should know better than me, though. I guess
We saw in the
they've been
first
doing
half,
okay in
the
practice.
second round right after
They
pistol,
weren't the
being
comp.
deadly with the pop flashes. Monch is so blind.
Okay.
Speak of those pop flashes, and you've summoned it into existence. Eva with a great pickup on that kill, and they're wrapping right the way through. Alarm bot handle, but
Good
again,
reaction.
Oh, it's not too bad as well.
pushed over towards A main
Hold up.
instead. Given up sight, they kind of have
And they
to.
could
right?
get the
They've given
Bucky
it a level of
close.
respect here.
Scared of a
GiantX is
crossfire,
still
but they got a lot of
diligent in the
smokes
clear,
for
but
it, so it doesn't
very
matter.
open plant. Gotta be careful. As now the rest of the players on rotate coming back around from B.
I love this play from GiantX. You can see 2 players pushing through secret. They want to meet up with their players in this waterfall, create a pinch, and completely slice the pie. Flip the map, make this post plant work.
Ahead. Yeah, this should force a little bit of information that there's at least someone down towards that pit side, but Kinnear left to her own devices.
When does
You
the
can see
flank,
play in for Toki too. Even maybe trying to draw that attention.
Oh, it was a
Works,
nice
and
knife.
there's
It's a
the
good kill, though.
strike. Now
Here
can
comes
they
the
keep
push
this,
behind, though.
Kayla does
They're going to
very
be
well to
aware of the
find
push
two.
behind just
Now
purely
starting to look at
because...
numbers, they can't really play to the spike
just
here.
purely because they lost this area.
It's a good plan. Couldn't quite do
It was a
much
nice
more with
try.
it.
It was a
Yeah,
nice
I
try,
mean, if you're
Nico.
Michaela and Dawes just getting doubles and triples every round, the strategy, it becomes a little bit harder. But either way, I mean, GX, they had all the right moves there. They had the opening kill on this eco. Beautiful utility coming through once again, but KRU just individually, everyone is hitting their shots. Dodds, she's just unstoppable right now.
Dodds, early game Dodds is different. Early round Dodds is different. Okay, what do we have here? So the bonus actually looking pretty good. Yeah, Bulldogs, Judge there, that's fine, but it's Dodds with that Vandal that keeps my attention. On the other side, good purchase in place though. This is the time to fight back. Don't let that scoreline get to double digits too easily. Don't let that game fall out of your hands here. The KRU, they are on the verge of doing this. Taken to a third map. Second one brought into deep OTs. Now we wait and see. Patience being displayed, and this is when we start really paying attention to
This
how
one
the
kind of
teams-
worries me.
what the game
I feel
plan
like
is.
if this
How do they
comp
this out?
plays slow, it's really,
bonus for KRU as well.
really
You can
hard
see
to do
they're
it.
trying to save
Prowler
that
goes out,
operator
resistance
as soon
over
as
towards A,
possible
so they
to
might
put
think
into
that B's a
Dodds'
little
hands.
weaker.
Jet opping on this map,
But
especially
if you have
on the defense,
resistance
is
A,
just
you gotta
so
think
much
that
fun.
one of these boxes is the weak one.
Confidence here, Dodds sticking on his angle.
Nice shot.
That's why precision from
Straight
Dodds.
out aiming
Ness looking
every
like
round.
there wasn't even a chance to fight back. Kinnear missed on this angle and actually coming out the better of that one, Smurfette. Gonna be
Yeah, we're
punished,
kinda
and that's
just-
a big loss.
That's good movement.
I think as well they're
coming here
just
for Collier,
prioritizing the wrong
just breaking
positions. I think you
ankles,
got to prioritize mid with this
resetting.
comp.
No equalizers
Maybe they thought the
found.
sides were going to be weak because crew would realize that. I don't know.
It all slows down. a bit,
Hello,
this
Yumpy. How we
composition
doing? Nothing
falls a
yet.
little
After
short.
this, dude.
30 seconds. What do they have to try and ramp up to
30
these
seconds
sites?
left.
You've got to get past Dodds, who's got free play towards backside. Munchin support as well. You're going to have 3 players on towards A, that's fine. Knife just goes in, they can rotate off the back of that, which they're doing. Smoke's coming in, Knife there. Dodds denies a little bit of inflow. TP's too obvious, too easy. Cleared by Eva, but 13 seconds. It's uphill to say the very least. Munchin's trying to buy time, and actually they've got themselves a
Hold up. There's big shocks. Fight goes down. 5 seconds. No time. No
It's
time.
too little too late, I'm almost certain.
1
I
HP.
don't think you're getting that one, you're not. Crew survive.
1 HP.
And look at the HP
Nearly
left.
2v5'd it.
1 HP clutch coming through for BiaZic. Ridiculous stuff to convert their bonus round. And a timeout immediately.
Yeah, you guys have got to go
after
middle.
coming
You can't
through
go
for
sides.
GX. I mean, that is a tilter in that round, especially considering how things started. I mean, this kill for Konier, the fact that she was able to reset and get back, I thought that's all they needed to make this work, but
seconds left.
Man, they needed to force that kill. No matter what, they needed to make sure Konier goes down. But
that's brutal.
BiaZic saying it's time to go. Time to wrap it up.
Yeah, I couldn't see that on the other side of the stage. I'm losing it. My mental's gone. It's boomed. I don't have it in me. The fear I have
Yeah,
now
I was thinking
is
that
that
Bacon.
Dodds is sitting on
I mean,
21
there's been a
to 10,
couple.
has knives,
There's been a couple where it's
has the
like,
buy in hand. It's a broken
this is a
purchase
better
from
comp.
GiantX. They don't have Smurfettes
But
on the bank on, yeah, maybe the headhunter.
when you
sure, but
when
this
the
is
comp's
not
like
the
limited,
Smurfette.
we don't get those
Only have to
anymore,
look
really.
towards that neon on Haven, right? To see the level of impact she can have in those comfort roles. Haven't quite seen it here yet. Maybe not getting the ability to play that in at all, but beyond that, I'm looking for someone to give me a little bit more hope here, because they've been close rounds, sure, but not close enough to deny the build-up of finances, build-ups of these ults, and the scoreline as it stands at 10-5.
And it looks like that someone you're looking for, Lauren, is going to be an Ava.
Being suboptimal. I've not
Hero
seen a full
Vandal
loss in Agents
is
like
on
for a
this
while.
player's
Yeah.
hands, and whenever you see Ava playing on these initiator
I
roles,
don't
she
even feel
baits
like they're
so
playing
well,
it
finds
right
those
as well.
trades, finds those duels.
I mean, we haven't
for
seen
her
enough buy
team,
rounds, I
so
guess.
A
but-
lot on the shoulders of Ava to make things work. And it looks like for GX, they're taking a page out of Crew's book, trying to keep things simple, grab the orb. We will see potentially an Omen ult play for a crosshair displace, maybe popping the Fade ult, closing off the mini-map so that the Omen ult can land wherever he wants. There's a lot of options here on the table for GX to cook up on this low buy. I know most teams don't want to invest ults on low buys. I love doing it.
Yeah, at 5 to 10, you kind of got to do something.
Yeah.
Like, give me a round here. Make something out of nothing. But I'm a bit worried in the fact that Dodds has also taken all of that B-long space. The map feels quite small currently, so every step is quite hard for.
Okay, this is much better though.
Willing to posture up, play
Might
through
actually
up.
be
That
able
is the
to
spike,
get
so
onto a
gotta be
site.
a little bit careful. Gotta get the timing right here, Michaela.
Yeah.
See anything, but the TP's there. Toki, well rewarded. Michaela, great control. Does have help on the back of the site now, and
Oof.
maybe doesn't need it.
Rough.
Michaela with Monch, just perfectly handling this. Ness has to pull off a
Do this with better
1v3
guns,
for this to be
and they could
even
win a round.
possible. And Michaela's confidence should be sky high after what she's just done. And then look at the flank. You thought you were safe. Dodds is here.
Jules.
Oh, she's gonna do it.
Jules with the tier 1. Thank you so much, Jules.
Ready for
Appreciate
it.
everything,
It's
dude. Hope you're doing
11-5,
well.
Christine. I feel like we're halfway out the door.
Thank
now.
you for saying that
Yeah,
also.
especially if you're watching
Thanks for the
Dodds
37
not even
months, mate.
risking that and just securing it fully. No matter what, she wants to get out of here. So you gotta respect it.
We've already had one knife in this game. We don't need to. Come on now, that's excessive. we can stick with one. It's now or it's never, right? This is the big one. Sit up, pay attention. Whatever you're doing, this is the round you are going to be watching. We have a couple of ults. They're not big ults, but you already theory crafted a couple of things they might be able to do with it.
Chat, the two
Now's
maps
the
that
time
came
for
back into the
Vibe
map
here. You've
pool
got
were
what
Pearl
you
and
need.
Split, right?
What does Crew do? Do they maybe do something a little bit different? Do they get proactive? Do they make a specific play? No, they're just playing out standard
Or am
for
I
now.
just fully...
Nice
It
slot.
was?
Nothing much
I did
short.
GiantX
seems like
with,
Giants want to kinda
what, like
distract
2.5
towards the B,
weeks?
maybe even
And
full
Crew with
slam it
like
while
at
opening
least
up
4+
an
weeks.
opportunity for Smurfette to
I
get
did,
the lurk
I did
going.
Giants manage to give them both maps.
Probably a B split of some sort, because these flashes are towards B. They've got to land where these flashes are, unless Smurfette finds an opening on the other side. But look at this setup.
Like, I can accept one of them,
Get contact on the Prowler.
because you're pretty much always going to lose with the less time.
They're going to just,
But
yeah, as you said, kind of pinch towards B. So you're going to see Dodds right in the middle of this.
That feels crazy.
Towards backside, but plays ahead of it. Plays down all
They didn't have enough time to crack the map to realize that their comp doesn't really work.
Just get left in tatters. It's 12 for KRU, and it looked all too
At least they're trying to
easy.
split now, though.
4
It's a little
kills
better.
that round for Dodds.
Dodds is also just playing too good that probably with a normal comp they'd lose anyway.
All just off intuition. You know, you talked about that killer instinct before, Lauren, and Dodds absolutely is just beaming with it right now. The fact that she re-peaks right after because her clean
They
kill,
allow
it was
you
so
to take
easy,
chairs
right?
home. Isn't from the
multi-kill
venue?
factor, you
No,
can't
mate.
teach that.
Why would you
this
take your
is
chairs home?
Years of reps coming through for Dodds. It's impressive to see right now.
Yeah, this is a clean slate kept on this side for KRU. Wanting to close this out with immediate effect. For
But other people have got to play on
The
them.
last round was kind of the big ones trying to play it back through. They didn't get what they wanted.
Whoa, wait.
Music.
Your omen flash.
Man, Michaela as well. It's all lining up.
Wait,
5
what just
standing
happened, dude?
strong.
That was nuts.
And it's just a funnel now as GiantX trying to put in a performance. They have the numbers, a 2v2 and a plant. They at least get the time on their side. But the threat still lives in the form of Dodds. Slow and steady, coming around. Sarah, tuck into the corner. Eva playing a little bit off as well.
Waited out that KO
Alright.
ultimate, and now that it's
On ball.
offline, this should activate Dodds. I mean, the knives are up. Jet Smokes can't allow to get half.
Got to play this right, but Dodds is lethal. Pixel seeing player noted. Smoke goes in. Eva's only 25 HP. The knives might be overkill, but she's
Really
still
nice.
there.
I mean, Dodds just had a crazy map.
To
That
push
was
up to
such a
13
insane carry as well.
close out the series with confidence.
28 to end it with this little rounds.
But Pearl, they were
That's
back
nice.
on track for
Yeah, I think a little bit unlucky for GiantX. They might have been the team that looks like they suffered the most from the two maps going in and out. They had one of the least amount of times, and maybe they had a perma ban as well.
I mean, they could do no wrong.
It might have felt
towards
like
the
if they're
end
trying to
here.
play both the
Dodds
maps.
is just fantastic.
They got wrecked on the two maps that came in.
Start of this game, the Des were talking about the impact she can have when the momentum's right, when everything lines up. She is an exceptional talent, and you saw glimpses of it on kind of Split to begin with. Haven, it was
Dodds
there.
went
but
crazy,
in
and
the
that Dodds
smaller
was
aspect, at the end by Pearl,
outrageous.
we saw it in full effect.
Absolutely, and you got a feel for GX.
They
This
don't have a
time around,
perma ban, but they don't seem to
had
like
glimpses of
Onset
hope.
and
I mean,
Corone.
Smurfette was
Okay.
fantastic, especially on that Haven.
Yeah, and then they just
Just
rolled.
bringing her team on her
Just
back,
rolled with the two
setting
new
tone,
maps and just
setting
accepted the
pace.
last time.
It's unfortunate that they weren't able to finish strong here, but man, KRU, they were just applying the pressure.
it's
They
hard.
were
It's a time diff.
non-stop.
Yeah, we saw the better version of KRU today, I feel. We saw them at a really high point. For GiantX, there were glimmers. You were right. It was here and there. We saw it on certain maps, certain scenarios.
I mean, it's also a map
Sadly,
diff though, but I guess they didn't have
couldn't
enough
quite activate it
practice
towards
on
that
it
map
to
three.
realize that their
It's
comp
always a
doesn't
bitter
work.
taste, but on the other side, I'm sure a very sweet moment for them to finally get those stars aligning.
Okay, let me look at
really
the.
a dangerous team to
let
come
me
up
look
against
at
now. I
the
wouldn't want to face them here, but that's
bracket.
not for us to find out. I think we've got a bit of a treat for us as well in the Verizon post-match interview coming up. We might be able to even hear from Dodds themselves.
And KRU
Yampi got announced.
survived the
Nice,
day.
finally.
Congratulations, Dodds. Come join me for a talk. 네, 크루의 다즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 가장 먼저 이번 시리즈 중에
Okay, what do we
가장
got?
치열했던 헤이븐
Oops,
연장전에
was not planning
대해서
to do that.
물어보고 싶은데요. 연장전 끝나고 멘탈 관리 그리고 집중력 유지가 가장 중요했을 텐데 어떤 얘기를 나눴는지부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
Nova against
Congratulations,
KRU?
Dodds. Intense
close one.
series. Now, we need to talk
Maybe say
about
KRU from what I've
happened on
seen.
the Haven, that
MIBR are
OT.
going to be fine
When you
here.
guys lost, what were the talks? What were the
Shopify
feedbacks, and
should
what
be
was going
fine
on
here, but
backstage?
K-Corp looked better than I thought.
So in Haven, we almost
This will be close.
get back to the game. Like it was 5-11, and
I would
the talk was,
side
like,
with Liquid, maybe.
they
Yeah, I
was
would side with Liquid.
Afraid, like GiantX was afraid. We almost get back the game, and it was a talk. Like we get confident, and in Pro we got a lot of confidence. And yeah, that's it. Pro is a really good map ours. So yeah, it was a talk.
5대 11에서 사실 역전을 만들어냈던 입장이기 때문에 또 그런
G2
부분에
Liquid will be
있어서는
fine. Sorry,
좀
yeah, no, it'd be really
선수들끼리
good.
경기를
The G2
치르면서
Liquid game.
자이언텍스 쫀 것 같다, 우리 이길
It's
수 있을 것 같다라고
it's
얘기를
only one more
했는데
day, right?
결국에
And then there's a
패배를 하게
break.
됐지만 그래도 많이
Tuesday's
걱정은
off.
하지 않았고요. 그거에 대해서 좀
Tuesday's
웃어
off, and I think there's a
넘기고
plat chat that
잘했다,
day.
이제 다음 맵 더 잘해보자라는
Need to
얘기가
double check.
있었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 사실 몬치 선수가 지난 첫 번째 경기에서 보여줬던 모습은 크루의 100%가 아니다라고 얘기를 했었거든요. 오늘은 그러면 크루의 가능성 중에 몇 퍼센트를 보여준 것 같은지 100%인지 물어보도록 할게요. Now, Munch actually said last series it wasn't crew at 100%. And we're just asking the question, did we see the true crew? So would you say today we got to see the true crew, or you guys have more to show?
Yeah, I think we was the real crew this game because we was having a lot of fun. We was laughing, we was joking with each other, so we was the real crew this game. We lost Haven, but it was fun. So it was the real crew this game. It was really different from last series because we were so serious, so nervous, and this series it was having a lot of fun, laughing a lot. So yeah, it was the real crew.
And that was the plan tonight coming in. You told me, just have fun, enjoy the game, and results will follow. Well, thank you. 이렇게 오늘은 좀 크루의 진짜 모습을 보여준 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 헤이븐 비록 지기는 했지만 그래도 정말 좋은 모습, 좋은 경기력을 보여준 것 같고, 그리고 사실 지난 경기에는 너무 진지하게 경기를 치렀고 얼어붙어 있었는데 오늘은 조금 더 긴장을 풀고 훨씬 더 재미있는 경기 즐기면서 치렀기 때문에 이런 좋은 결과까지 나올 수 있었던 것 같다고, 오늘 보신 즐기는 모습의 크루가 진짜 크루라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 다츠 선수 만나봤습니다. Congratulations and have fun tonight. Enjoy your win and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lovely chat. Right, I'm going to go a little bit earlier, chat, because I'm going to go to the gym.
Yeah, welcome
someone
back.
Give me
a
a
massive
streamer
win.
trade.
We've actually got Munch joining us
Thank
on
you
the
so much
desk.
for watching, as always.
Congratulations. After
I appreciate
that
you all.
series we just saw, it's got to feel really good.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that heaven was too much pressure, but it was
Raid
fun.
Bacon and force
I
him
had
to
so
stream.
much
I
fun
like
on
the
the
idea.
stage, and I
It's gonna
enjoyed
happen, though.
that win a lot.
Whenever I watch you play, it seems like you're having so much fun. You're so just the way you're standing up, getting excited in every one of these games. What about you as a
Radiant
player
Sue? Yeah,
has
sure.
made you come to this event and just be so comfortable
Just stick
on the
around for the
stage right
interview
away?
as well, so it works out.
I mean, I think it's a lot about I feel so confident about myself and my team.
Okay,
most
thanks
of
so
it,
much, guys. Thank you. I'll
I'm
see you all soon. I'll see you all
comfortable
tomorrow. We've got
around
one
them,
more
so
day of
all the
games before the
energy
break.
I bring
Thanks for watching. I
around
appreciate it.
around them,
Hope you have
I
a good rest of your
just
day.
let them out,
Shout out to Twitch chat, YouTube
I don't
chat.
know,
Thank you guys for watching.
I'm so
all right, bye. See you all soon.
comfortable with my team, so
Peace.
I don't know, I love them.
It's so fun to watch, and
Yeah.
I think it's clear. If I was your teammate, I would be so happy
YouTube
to
chat, thanks as
win
well.
a
Subscribe
round
if you
and
can. If you
see
haven't
standing
already, I
up and
appreciate you all
bringing
being
that
here.
kind of energy.
Hope you have a good rest of your day.
Said
Bye,
a
everyone.
couple of times that you were comfortable